You are clearly the supreme emperor who rules the world. But no one in the world bows to you, because this is a world where humans and demons coexist. A world where humans and demons have established rich friendships, love, and family relationships, seemingly in a peaceful era. However, Ling Xue, the emperor, suddenly issued an order to exterminate all demons in the world, regardless of good or evil, leaving none behind, just because he knew that if the demons were not eliminated, a catastrophe would occur in just a few years. Everything started 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. A seed of a demon clan emperor fell into this world. So, apart from humans, most of the creatures in the world turned into demons. Tree demons, flower demons, fox demons, snake demons, and so on. The appearance of demons did bring some panic to this world at first. Indeed, there were many evil demons who were bloodthirsty, but as time passed, people discovered that there were actually many kind demons among the demon clan, and demons could coexist peacefully with humans. Slowly, the bittersweet stories between humans and snakes, humans and foxes, and various humans and demons began to spread throughout the world, stirring up emotions. The human race completely accepted the existence of the demon race. Until now, the whole world has become a great era of coexistence between humans and demons. Many humans have become friends, lovers, and even family with demons. However, all of this is false. All demons are nothing but puppets of the imperial seed, lurking in this world. They are like the roots of a tree, constantly infiltrating this land, while continuously supplying demonic power to the imperial seed. The more demons there are, the stronger they become, and the greater the power of the demon source they can provide. When the power of the demon source is sufficient, the demon emperor can emerge and completely control the entire world. However, people do not believe in Ling Xue. What they believe in are the demons who have unclear and inexplicable bonds with themselves, the bits and pieces they spend time with every day, and love. Ling Xue wants to exterminate all the demon tribes in the world, which is equivalent to killing their closest and most beloved ones, killing half of the creatures in the world. So they naturally do not agree. Therefore, Ling Xue became the tyrant, the incompetent ruler, and the demon in the eyes of the world, and the world rebelled against him. So, Ling Xue is also the ultimate major antagonist in the original work. Now it is the grand finale of the original work. The people, led by the protagonist Su Tian, quickly arrived outside the palace, and the ultimate battle broke out. Above the throne, Ling Xue gently rubbed his forehead. The ancient emperor who ruled the world wanted to exterminate the demon race and prevent the demon emperor from descending, but was not understood by the people. What template is this? Also, is it popular to have time travel in the final episode now? People have the opportunity to develop when they travel through time. When I arrived, it was already the endgame. The max-level protagonist had led a large army to the doorstep, the hellish beginning. Ling Xue's gaze then turned inward, to the woman trapped above the magma. This person is the wife of the original female protagonist and protagonist Su Tian, Bai Luoxing. She is a snake demon, and among the myriad demons in the world, she is one of the most powerful demons. It is also because of her existence that Su Tian believes that there is a so-called love between humans and demons. He deeply loves his wife, deeply loves this alien from another race. Today, he leads the army of the world to come and save his beloved, while also removing the tyrant Ling Xue from the world. This is indeed a very common ending, the protagonist's most glorious moment. And as for this villain, of course, in the end, he died at the hands of the protagonist, died at the hands of love and justice. Your Majesty, my husband leads strong forces from all sides, and the army will soon arrive. With the current strength of the empire, they are definitely not opponents. The voice of Bai Luoxing then sounded, put down the butcher knife. In this world, the realm of cultivation is divided into miscellaneous fish, from the realm of spiritual martial arts to the ninth realm, strong, supreme realm, holy martial heaven realm. Ling Xue is the strongest peak of the holy martial realm, and Su Tian is also at the peak of the holy martial realm at this time. However, behind Su Tian, there are countless strong individuals in the entire world. Overall, compared to the Ling Xue Great Yuan dynasty, if one wins the people's hearts, they will win the world. Ling Xue himself is an extremely tyrannical and domineering king. Later, he issued the demon-slaying order, of course, completely losing the people's hearts. At this time, he certainly cannot be the opponent of the entire world. Yes, above the throne, Ling Xue slowly stood up, the blood-red eyes looking at Bai Luoxing, then said, if I let you go, can the world let me go? My husband is guided by benevolence and righteousness. Naturally he will give your majesty a chance. Bai Luoxing replied. Opportunity? Ling Xue smiled faintly and continued. Your demon clan has been planning for many years, just to completely remove me, right? Will you give me a chance? You are the biggest obstacle born as the emperor of the demon clan. And the demon clan has long wanted to remove you. Now, almost all the top experts in the world must have a demon by their side. Someone they trust and depend on for life and death. Su Tian is the most typical example. The demon clan has bewitched the world with so-called love, overshadowing everything. The demon clan does all this just to deal with themselves. So how could they possibly let themselves go? We demons have never thought of being enemies with your majesty. We demons have countless lives, all just wanting to live an ordinary life in this world. Why must we be judged based on such unfounded judgments and look at the demon clan with such wrong eyes? Bai Luoxing looked innocent. Evidence? Ling Xue coldly smiled. Can deceive the world, deceive Su Tian, can also deceive us? As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Tear her clothes. The two soldiers immediately rushed forward and arrived in front of Bai Luoxing. No, your majesty, what are you going to do? Bai Luoxing's pretty face was in a panic, her eyes already moist. But under her pitiful and distressed gaze, under her terrified gaze, the two soldiers still raised their hands, sneered, and with a sharp scream from Bai Luoxing, clothing fragments scattered in the air. From now on, an unobstructed white luo star, bound in mid-air, hung naked in front of everyone. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. No, your majesty, instead of humiliating me like this, why not just kill me? Do you want to die? Ling Xue's face still had a hint of a cold smile at this moment. I didn't say you couldn't die. If you can't bear this humiliation, you can self-destruct. No one will stop you. With these words, Bai Luoxing was speechless. You see, you don't want to die. And you don't give a damn about so-called humiliation, so-called dignity. Ling Blood then laughed coldly. I said, in front of me, you don't have to disguise yourself. Hearing this, Bai Luoxing remained silent. And after the silence lasted for a few moments, finally, a cold laugh that was very different from the one that came out of her mouth. Oh, you really are capable of doing anything. She slowly tilted her head up and gazed at Ling Blood. Don't you think you're a bit underhanded? Don't you think you're a bit underhanded? Don't you think you're a bit underhanded? At this moment, on her face, there was no longer any of the panic and shame that she had felt just now, nor could she see any semblance of pity or bitterness. There was only a shadowy sneer. Seems like a different person all of a sudden. Or, this one now, is the real her. Ling Blood tore her clothes, tore her dignity, and of course, also tore her disguise. Very well, this look of you is much smoother than just now. Ling Blood smiled faintly. Based on? Isn't that the basis? The original heroine, a woman with a clean and pure surface and a good heart, a white moonlight that can charm the protagonist Su Tian, in reality, is nothing more than a siren in disguise from head to toe. The demon is the demon. Unfortunately, the world would never be able to see this scene. Only Ling Blood could see it. Only the people under Ling Blood's command could see it. Smooth? Bai Luoxing smiled charmingly. Then that smooth waist suddenly gently twisted. Does your majesty think I look good? She has already removed the disguise. Of course, will no longer care about the so-called dignity. Of course, will no longer abide by what women's way. If your majesty likes it, you can do whatever you want. Oh. Bai Luoxing's flirtatious voice then rang out. Like? Ling Blood looked at Bai Luoxing as if he was looking at a dog, and there was no half fluctuation in his eyes. He just proceeded to ask lightly, which one of you wants this woman? You can go up there now and do whatever you want. However, no one acted. All of the soldiers and generals present were standing still with steely eyes. Bai Luoxing was indeed a one-in-a-million beauty, now naked and showing this expression. Many men indeed could not resist this temptation, but they were unmoved. No matter how good the skin looks, it's just an illusion. A demon is a demon. A general opened his mouth and said coldly, the body is just a snake. Send me. I would rather use it to make wine. Everyone's concepts were the same as Ling Blood's. A demon is a demon. Even the best-looking demon is still a demon after all. You see, everyone under my command, even those who have never touched a woman, despise you. Ling Blood spread out his hands, then faintly said, do you still think you look good? Bai Luoxing sank her flirtatious and pretty face, her pair of enchanting eyes staring straight at Ling Blood. It's really well-trained. We are not well-trained, but we are well aware of all the ways of your demon race. One of the generals shouted, you can compel the world, but never compel the empire. Isn't it enough to be able to compel the world? Bai Luoxing smiled coldly and continued, your majesty, you're right. My demon race has indeed been planning for a long time in order to deal with you. Your existence is indeed the greatest obstacle to my demon clan's emperor descending into the world. But what of it? The world doesn't believe you. Now that Su Tian has joined forces with the strongest people in the world, your empire will undoubtedly be defeated. But don't worry, if there's a chance, I'll plead with my Sangha to let him keep you alive. I will make you the male seed of my demon race and milk you day and night so that my demon race can give birth to stronger offspring. Humans and demons are fertile. The offspring of a human and a demon is, of course, a half-demon. And the half-demon is also a demon. And it is also the same controlled by the Emperor's seed. And it is the same that can provide the demon source power for the demon emperor. Ling Blood's bloodline talent was strong. So, if possible, of course, he should be left behind to pass on the family name for the demon clan. I'll be the first to get you when the time comes. Bai Luoxing continued. I will let you deeply understand whether I am good looking or not. It seems you feel your pride has been hurt, so you have dignity to spare? Ling Blood smiled coldly and then said, take her out and hang her outside the palace gates. Yes. Several soldiers led the way and opened the chains. You also rest assured that I am the same not to kill you, because I know, to keep you, sooner or later one day you will give Su Tian that fool a fatal blow. Ling Blood said indifferently, I will wait for that day. After saying that, a few soldiers took Bai Luoxing out and just hung her outside the palace gates. Your Majesty, Su Tian leading the armies of all parties is about to arrive. How are we going to do it? At that moment, the gazes of the many remaining generals all looked towards Ling Blood. One size did not fit all, and now Su Tian was in alliance with all the strongest people from all sides. The armies on all sides of the empire have been defeated or fallen. Now it's just them, the top generals and a portion of the army. In a full-scale battle, the empire is only indeed no match. Are you guys afraid? Ling Blood asked indifferently. We have followed your majesty for countless years and have never been afraid. All the generals said in a loud voice. Yes. Ling Blood nodded, then waved his hand and said, in that case, you, go. When these words came out, everyone was suddenly stunned. Immediately afterward, they all knelt down in unison. What does your majesty mean by this? Even if that Su Tian leads countless strong men in the world, we may not be without the power to fight. Yes, your majesty. Besides, even if we are not opponents, what is the harm in dying? They weren't afraid to die, and they preferred to die as opposed to leaving the empire. What's the harm in dying? Ling Blood smiled faintly, then said, dying, now is like dying in vain. Live on. There is still a chance that Su Tian may not be able to find you guys. But what about his majesty? The generals all looked up at Ling Blood. If we are to leave, why doesn't your majesty leave together? If I don't die, will they stop? Ling Blood coldly laughed, then said, Su Tian stupid. The world is stupid. There is no medicine to save. From now on, the life and death of the world, the survival of the world, and then has nothing to do with the empire. Your majesty, since your majesty no longer cares about the survival of this world, why bother to fight them? The generals all shouted, if your majesty does not leave, we will fight to the death with your majesty. Willing to fight with your majesty. Chapter 3. This world is lost, but I will not lose. Everyone, of course, was reluctant to leave, leaving their king alone. That would be too humiliating, and it would be better to die. Mother-in-law, this is my order. Ling Blood looked down on everyone. Can't you drag your feet like you would under a protagonist under a major villain? Hearing Ling Blood's words, everyone hung their heads and said nothing. Yes, as long as it was Ling Blood's order, they absolutely obeyed. But right now, Ling Blood wants to stay alone to die in the battle, and they, as ministers, have to flee. They just can't do something like that. As long as you all live, I will also be able to live. Ling Blood continued. As he spoke he raised his hand. A four-square black cube, suspended above the palm of his hand. This divine artifact is called the Forbidden Soul Market. Ling Blood then said, I have left a residual soul inside. No one can probe and sense. You guys take it. To the northern drizzling pole. The Biming Pole? ISNT. They're an uninhabitable and desperate land? The generals were all at a loss. Jedi? Ling Blood, however, laughed. Not only is it not a Jedi there, but on the contrary, it is a treasure land that is isolated from the world. It's just that few people have been able to cross that extremely cold glacier and reach the depths. You guys take the Forbidden Soul ruins and head there immediately. Find Windblade Rain and he'll naturally be able to resurrect me. In the northernmost part of this world is the Endless Glacier. But few people realize that across those countless glaciers lies an extremely vast paradise, a new treasure trove. And there was a top-notch powerhouse under Ling Blood, who had traveled to the depths of that glacier many years ago on Ling Blood's orders, to open up the territory. Windblade Rain? The generals were shocked when they heard this, but the Empire's founding divine general who fought all the way with his majesty and killed countless enemies back then. Windblade Rain? Once Ling Blood established the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, Windblade Rain was the biggest contributor. He is the most capable assistant under Ling Blood's command, and his strength and status are second only to Ling Blood's, being the highest commander of the three armies. Many people thought he was missing or even dead, but they didn't realize he was still alive. And it's right in the middle of that northern polar region? After I die, Su Tian will be able to rest at ease, and the world and the demon race will be able to rest at ease. Ling Blood continued. You don't need to pay attention to anyone anymore. Just head to the northern dimming pole and take care of yourselves. The Empire is still here, and I am still here. As for this world, to end up in the end, it is also the world's own fault. As he spoke, he threw the cube in his hand. If he didn't die himself, Su Tian and the demon race would definitely not stop. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, Su Tian would find him. But if he were to die, Su Tian might not have been so diligent in eradicating his own men. So, in this ultimate battle, one must die. There is no other choice. A leading general reached out to receive the Forbidden Soul ruins. Then he asked, but your majesty, resurrected after death, his cultivation is lost. If the demon emperor descends, how to deal with it? When I first issued the demon slaughter order, I already expected the situation to be like this. Ling Blood said indifferently. I and Wind Dagger Rain have their own strategies to deal with this, so there is no need to worry. Yes, the crowd nodded. Go, my life, the Empire's life, is now in your hands. Ling Blood turned around and waved his hand indifferently. Head to the binding pole as soon as possible. Hearing this, the generals all gritted their teeth. Yes, now His Majesty's last chance of survival is in their hands, and the future of the Empire is in their hands. It was imperative to travel to the binding pole as soon as possible, without delay. Don't worry, Your Majesty, we will not dishonor our mission. The generals were on their knees. Immediately afterward, he took Ling Blood's Forbidden Soul ruins with him, and together they got up and left with tears in their eyes. Only Ling Blood was left to face the entire world, fighting alone. After taking a deep breath, Ling Blood turned around and left this underground heavenly dungeon. Imperial capital. The imperial palace of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty towered majestically into the sky, domineering and brilliant. And at this moment, above the gate of that palace, there was a snow-white enchanting figure hanging, white law star, at the top of the gate. Before that throne, Ling Blood slowly walked over and slowly sat down. You still won't admit defeat? The flirtatious voice of Bai Luoxing, who was hanging in mid-air, rang out. Lose? Ling Blood smiled faintly. This world is lost, but I will not lose. Oh, really, a man who will not turn back it. Such a man is also the most fascinating. Bai Luoxing smiled delicately and continued. Actually, my primary goal, at first was you, Your Majesty. Unfortunately, His Majesty's heart is cold and sturdy, and I knew I couldn't break through, so I had no choice but to turn my target to Su Tian. To be honest, if Su Tian didn't have me to help him and the world to help him, he would never be a match for Your Majesty in a one-on-one situation, and would never be able to catch up to Your Majesty. Sometimes I still think he's kinda gross, full of benevolence and morals, like a useless nerd. If it weren't for the fact that he did have good luck and did manage to win the hearts of the people of the world, I wouldn't really want to serve him. The only reason she was married to Su Tian was because Su Tian was lucky enough to be embraced by the world. Everyone else is taking one step at a time, but that Su Tian is peculiar. He was one step at a time, one stroke of luck, and that's how he got to the top of the world. When my demon clan emperor descends, I'll be the first to kill him. Bai Luoxing continued. When the time comes, I'll replace him with you. I'll completely possess you and make you my male slave, the male slave of my demon race. These words should really be heard by the world, and by that Su Tian as well. Ling Blood laughed faintly. It's a pity that the world will never hear it, and Su Tian will never hear it either. Bai Luoxing sneered. At the very least, he won't be able to hear it until he dies. Your Majesty, you will never be able to find where my demon clan's imperial seat is, so you will never have proof. So the world will never believe you, and I will listen to whatever I say, Su Tian, and so will the world. The human race has always been so stupid, singing the praises of love and justice, only to be pushed to extinction by the so-called love and justice. The demon race knew from the beginning that they could not completely break the human race. Force will not solve the human race, so it's just a different approach. With love, subliminally, the entire human race is completely hollowed out. As long as Ling Blood was resolved, the demon race would be able to survive forever, and the demon emperor would surely descend. I am quite curious. What is the strength of your demon emperor? Ling Blood then asked. Above the sacred martial heavenly realm, the name is Immortal Extreme Realm. Bai Luoxing returned. In fact, with Your Majesty's ability, if you let Your Majesty continue to develop, you will definitely be able to break through to this extreme realm one day as well. At that time, even if my demon clan's emperor descends, Your Majesty will still be able to cope. It is because of this that my demon clan must not let His Majesty live. Or, even if Your Majesty wants to live, You must first abolish all of your majesty's cultivation. Chapter 4, Husband. I'm sorry. Ling blood was at the peak of the Saint Martial heavenly realm, and in time would indeed be able to reach that immortal extreme realm of immortality. Therefore, the demon race had already begun plotting to take down Ling blood from many years ago. His Majesty first learned of the existence of the Emperor seed from a great demon of the same rank as me. Bai Luoxing continued. Actually, that is also part of my demon race's scheming. My demon clan sacrificed a great demon who burst into flames after revealing this information to His Majesty. There is no proof in death. And even though His Majesty knows the truth, he cannot produce any evidence to prove it to the world. And so His Majesty had no choice but to issue a demon slaughter order, slaughtering the demon race indiscriminately. In this way, it draws the wrath of the world, and the world revolts together. So much so that His Majesty is slowly moving towards today's demise. That's right. The reason why Ling blood was the only one who knew the truth was itself a calculation by the demon race. By only letting him know the truth, the demon clan was trying to isolate him and make him an enemy of the whole world. It's all about pulling out the biggest threat to him. The plan worked and was destined to work, because Ling blood couldn't dodge it at all. This trap is indeed brilliant. Ling blood smiled. This trap His Majesty must be caught in. There is indeed no choice. Bai Luoxing also laughed. That Su Tian is also at the peak of the heaven realm now. In time if he reaches the extreme realm, wouldn't he also be a hidden danger to your demon clan? Ling blood then said indifferently. Your Majesty has yet to make a breakthrough even after years of being at the peak of this heaven realm, let alone that Su Tian? Bai Luoxing laughed. As long as we settle His Majesty, I won't give him any more help. With me by his side at all times, and occasionally working in the dark, does your Majesty think he still has a chance to break through? Not only Su Tian, excluding Ling blood, almost all of the top powerhouses of all the clans were accompanied by great demons. Together. Also trips together. Aside from Ling blood, the most outstanding cultivators under this universal sky had all been completely locked up. It wouldn't pose any threat to the demon clan, and it wouldn't threaten the demon emperor descending. If Ling blood is resolved today, the human race will never be able to turn the corner. One can only wait for the cataclysm to come in that self-perceived peace and stability. Good calculation. Ling blood smiled. It had to be said that this demon race's tactics were indeed brilliant, and it did make it impossible for the entire human race to avoid them. It's a good thing that himself was prepared, but those are for themselves now, and how the world is going to end is no longer any of their concern. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound was suddenly emitted high above the sky in front of them, and then, a huge spatial rift was created steeply. From there, vast armies of people tumbled out. Strong people from all sides, armies of forces from all sides, all arrived. The formation was extremely majestic as it covered the sky, the foremost leading a person, a white coat, refined, all righteousness. Of course it was the protagonist of the original, Su Tian, a protagonist who comes from an ordinary background, but with strong beliefs and heavenly luck. He goes step by step to the very top of the world, a protagonist who is full of benevolence and morality. I do not realize that I have long fallen into the trap of benevolence and morality and cannot extricate myself from it. As soon as Su Tian led the world's army, the first thing his eyes did was look towards the top of that palace gate, and then his pupils suddenly shrunk, because he saw Bai Luoxing hanging above that gate naked like that. Mother! Boom! The next moment, he was just directly bursting away, chopping off the chains on Bai Luoxing's body. He took out a robe and wrapped Bai Luoxing in it, then carried Bai Luoxing back. Sunga, I'm sorry. Bai Luoxing flung herself into Su Tian's arms and let out a loud cry. She was once again the soft and kind wife, and at this point an abused one at that. What did he do? What did he do to you? Su Tian hissed, his heart like a knife. He couldn't imagine what kind of life or death torture his beloved maiden had been subjected to here at Ling blood. Sunga, I'm sorry, Bai Luoxing cried. There are so many of them. This devil makes them line up. She didn't say any more, but what she wanted to express. Su Tian and the crowd had certainly heard, even though the things she said didn't even happen. But now that she was naked and full of tears and said such words, Su Tian and the others certainly believed them unconditionally. Everyone was subconsciously withdrawing their gazes, not desecrating the unbearable white Luoxing, while Su Tian's eyes were filled with rage that surged out crazily. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling from anger. His most beloved maiden was now being humiliated by this tyrant in such a way, so of course he was enraged. Devil! Had! In the next moment, he raised his head and stared at Ling blood on top of the throne across the room. Although you are brutal and ruthless, I also respect you as a generation of lords, and now that you have done this kind of underhanded act, don't you feel ashamed? Seeing Su Tian react in this manner, Ling Blood only glanced faintly at the pitiful Bai Luoxing in his arms with his blood-red eyes. He hadn't even bothered to explain himself about such things. Think what you like. Sunga, I'm sorry. I didn't protect myself. Bai Luoxing was in Su Tian's arms at this time, sobbing and choking. Kill me. I'm not qualified to be your wife anymore. I don't want to live anymore. I am too dirty. No. Su Tian, however, hugged Bai Luoxing tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. Mother, it's my fault. Everything is my fault. It's me who failed to protect you. No matter what you become, you will always be my maiden. Forever and ever. In his heart, it was indeed because he had failed to protect Bai Luoxing that Bai Luoxing had fallen into Ling Blood's hands and suffered such humiliation. Everything is your responsibility. But I'm no longer clean. Bai Luoxing sobbed. Sage, if you dislike me, you can let go of me now and let me die. No, ma'am. I'll never dislike you. Never. Su Tian's heart was like a knife, and that tearful gaze was cold to the bone. Everything is him, Mama. Don't worry. Today I will break him into pieces and avenge you. Sorry. Bai Luoxing was speechless, only leaning into Su Tian's arms, repeating this sorry over and over again. And every word of apology she uttered, every subtle sob, at this moment, naturally became Su Tian's motivation. Sunga, I don't want him to die. I want to keep him. I want to make his life worse than death. Bai Luoxing then suddenly said, Good. I'll keep him, and I'll make his life hell. Su Tian's cold gaze looked at Ling Blood across from him. Immediately afterward, he commanded, Xiao Yu, take your sister-in-law back farther away. Aha! In the back, a young girl stepped out. She was Su Tian's own sister, Su Xiaoye. Seeing her sister-in-law being tortured like this, her heart was not in the right place. Immediately afterward, she was assisting Bai Luoxing and retreated to the back of the army. Next, handed over to Su Tian. Chapter 5, I said people and demons are different. You said I don't know love. Dimwit, is there anything else you want to say? Su Tian's fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with blood and fury as he stared straight at Ling Blood across the room. On top of the opposite throne, Ling Blood just smiled faintly. Kid, you really did marry a good wife. Hearing this, Su Tian instantly became even angrier. Although Ling Blood was mocking him, but at this moment Ling Blood said such words, he would naturally think that Ling Blood meant, very moist. Since you have nothing to say, good. Su Tian gritted his teeth, then raised his arm and shouted, Formation! Buzz! As soon as his words fell, a spiritual energy rushed up to the sky from the rear. A majestic formation instantly enveloped the entire vast imperial capital, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Vast array patterns were constantly flowing above that heavenly dome, and the picture was extremely magnificent. Now that Bai Luoxing had been so humiliated, Su Tian certainly didn't want to talk nonsense with Ling Blood. The starter is all out. At the top of the palace gate, Ling Blood slowly stood up. He was the only one who was alone, facing a siege from the whole world. Shaped alone, he faced the majestic array that covered the sky. I said that people and demons are different, and you guys said that I don't know how to love. He looked at Su Tian and the vast army across the street, and said faintly, It's okay, the world is so stupid. There should indeed be a catastrophe, to baptize it properly. Havoc? Opposite Su Tian's cold face. It is the greatest catastrophe for the world to have a dim-witted ruler like you. That's right, kill you, the dim king, so that the world can be at peace. All the powerful people from all sides behind Su Tian also spoke up. You are brutal and arrogant, brutal and ruthless. You don't deserve to be the lord of this world at all. What demon emperor seed? This is all just your excuse. You are merely trying to stabilize your throne and finding this excuse to weaken the world's strength so that all beings in the world will be slaves forever. Let the two sides of the human and demon races oppose each other, holding each other back under the flames of war, while you reap the benefits and remain in a high position forever. This is the emperor's technique you use to harness all beings in the world. Too bad. You backfired. You have underestimated the feelings between our human race over the demon race, and underestimated the love we have for each other. Now that the world is revolting together, you are to blame for all of this. The demon slaughter order issued by Ling Blood was not only about the imperial army carpet killing demons, and ordinary people who kill demons can also receive the appropriate rewards in the empire. This appeared to the world that he was indeed intending for the human and demon races to kill each other and weaken each other, and he, himself, will be able to stay in high places forever. This is clearly an imperial technique he used to weaken the people. When the world is weak, the empire is strong. If the world is strong, the empire will die. You guys are pretty smart to be able to brainstorm that. Ling Blood just laughed. Now that it's come to this point in the original finale, he has absolutely no desire to explain anything else, since the world believes more in demons and more in love. Then let them rot slowly in this so-called love and justice. Boom! In the next moment, within Ling Blood's body, the monstrous blood-red aura suddenly rose to the sky. It formed a pillar of blood-red light that went straight into the sky. A vast pressure of the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm instantly filled the entire heaven and earth. In the midst of the blood-colored aura, his blood-red eyes looked indifferently at Su Tian across the room. Kid, you're indeed lucky to be able to coalesce the world with the strength you have today. Let's see if you will still have this kind of luck after this battle. This battle is the ultimate battle of the grand finale. After this battle, Su Tian was certainly no longer the protagonist. The light of the protagonist that belonged to him will also be dimmed. It wasn't any luck that Su Tian, was able to get to this point. Across the room, Su Tian said in a cold voice. Rather, it's the direction of all beings, the general trend. After he said that, a vast aura of the peak of the sacred martial heaven realm erupted from within him as well. Boom! The two peak Saint Martial Heaven realm auras collided, causing the entire heaven and earth to emit a chirping sound. Then take a good look at where your so-called big picture will eventually lead. Across the room, Ling Blood slowly spread his hands. What are you waiting for? On the opposite side, Su Tian stopped talking. Behead the tyrant. Level the world. Kill. Wow. As the words fell, he was leading the vast army behind him, shooting up explosively towards Ling Blood. The ultimate battle erupted instantly. At this moment, in countless corners of the world, everyone's eyes were looking towards the imperial capital here. Su Tian, as well as the armies of all parties, represented the will of the entire world at this moment. It was imperative to eradicate Ling Blood, the great devil, under the gaze of everyone in the entire world. The vast army was like a monstrous torrent that covered the sky, eventually collided with that single-shaped Ling Blood. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted above the imperial capital, and along with it, there was that vast shockwave. The entire imperial capital was instantly plunged into a frenzy of trembling. The void shattered and the earth cracked. Su Tian bore the brunt of it. The countless army powerhouses in the rear, under the augmentation of the Grand Formation, continuously held Ling Blood at bay. Inferno rainbow through the sun. Blazing fire burns the heavenly dome. Swords repel wind and thunder. Ghost dance chaotic sword kill. Water mirror, cold ice technique. Xian Yun crazy blade. Big dipper chop. Strong people from all sides. All sorts of strong techniques were constantly being used, all of them bombarding Ling Blood alone. And at this moment, Ling Blood was the only one who was alone, facing the joint attack of all of them. It was true that he could not win this battle. Even with the addition of the Imperial Army he had just arranged to leave, it was absolutely impossible to win. It's a fate that all ultimate villains can't escape. The grand finale. Villain must die. This was something Ling Blood himself knew all too well. So, he has no intention of wasting time. Boo! There was another loud bang, and Su Tian's majestic punch in the midst of the melee was caught head-on by Ling Blood. Only the corner of Ling Blood's mouth was slightly curved. Buzz! In the next moment, the monstrous blood chi in his body just exploded out crazily, causing the entire heaven and earth to emit a crazy tremor. He would burn all of his spiritual energy to quickly end this great battle that belonged to Su Tian's home turf. Sangha, don't let him die. From afar, Bai Luoxing seemed to be able to see that Ling Blood wanted to self-destruct, so he hurriedly shouted. If she could, she would certainly prefer Ling Blood to be alive. Then make Ling Blood's life worse than death and make Ling Blood her male slave. However, of course, Ling Blood could not give her a chance, nor could he give Su Tian a chance. His blood-red eyes looked at Su Tian in front of him, the corner of his mouth carrying a cold smile. The demon race will eventually invade the entire world, and you will eventually be the one to blame for everything. When the demon emperor descends, the world will end. All will pay dearly for what they did today. And Su Tian is the culprit who led the whole world to the end? All the blame would end up on Su Tian alone. After he spoke, before Su Tian could make any response, the monstrous blood chi within Ling Blood's body completely exploded without any delay. Boom! All of a sudden, it was as if a round of blood-red blazing sun had steeply exploded over the entire imperial capital. First, a blinding light erupted, followed closely by the heaven-destroying shockwave that cleansed everything. Chapter 6. The beginning of the end. Rumble. A vast shockwave, centered on the imperial capital, swept madly in all directions. Swallow everything. At this moment, all anyone in the world could see was that blood-red sweep of madness, destroy the sky and the earth. And this volatile shockwave lasted for a long time before it slowly stopped. Everyone's gazes were still looking in the direction of the imperial capital. As the shockwave slowly dissipated, the entire imperial capital had completely gone up in smoke and ceased to exist. And in midair, the army of powerful people from all sides led by Su Tian was in a scattered mess at this moment, with almost half of their numbers remaining. Su Tian, who was at the forefront, was cloaked and covered in tattered clothes. A mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and he almost fell down from that mid-air. Ling Blood's full force self-detonation had indeed made all of them feel bad. It was good that he had joined forces with all the powerful people from all sides to fend off the terrifying aftermath of this final self-sacrifice of Ling Blood. Otherwise everyone present would just have to die. Sunga, Bai Luoxing hurriedly flew over and supported Su Tian. I'm sorry, mother, I couldn't keep him. Su Tian's eyes were a bit tired, and as he spoke, he swept his gaze away in the surroundings. Ling Blood was dead, completely grayed out. The imperial capital of the Great Plains dynasty was also completely reduced to ashes, and their allies, on all sides, have suffered heavy losses, and their energies have been greatly damaged. A grueling price to pay for this ultimate victory. From now on, there will be no more Great Plains dynasty in the world, and there will be no more tyrant Ling Blood in the world. If he could, he would have wanted to leave Ling Blood behind and make Ling Blood feel a torment worse than death in order to avenge the humiliation of his wife. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. It's okay, Sunga, it's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Bai Luoxing's red eyes comforted him. She certainly preferred to keep Ling Blood alive, but indeed with Ling Blood's nature, he would inevitably not be captured by others. So does, as long as no one ever threatens the demon clan again. Anyway, in fact, if she wanted to do it, she could directly kill Su Tian now. After all, what Su Tian should have done had almost been done. But after thinking about it, nowadays, there were many armies of human powerhouses here besides Su Tian. The whole world is also looking right at this moment. So, it's better to hold back for a while, or wait until the demon emperor is completely descended to the world and then slowly do it. Now that Ling Blood is dead, then the demon emperor's descent has become a certainty. Nope. Right at this moment, Bai Luoxing again thought of something furiously. Seeing only her willow brows frowning, she hurriedly said, My lord, in today's final battle, why is this devil alone? Where is the large army under the Empire's command? That's right, all parties of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty have been broken down one by one though. But in the Imperial capital, there was also the most central high-level army under Ling Blood's command. Why not one for this final battle? Why is Ling Blood the only one fighting alone? This is indeed not right. Where is the reason that the Emperor himself has taken action and none of the generals of the army under his command have done so? And before in the underground heavenly dungeon of this palace, those generals were clearly there. Many of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty's generals were of that nature, and there was no way that they would leave Ling Blood to escape on their own. So, I am only afraid that this Ling Blood will leave something behind. Hearing Bai Luoxing's words, Su Tian and all the rest of them also changed their faces. Immediately, Su Tian closed his eyes, his divine sense sensing opened between this heaven and earth. The rest of the powerful parties also released their divine sense at the same time, and began to carpet the earth and sky with sensory probes. Let's see if Ling Blood left behind any remnants of his soul or something. Look at where those generals and armies under Ling Blood's command have gone. The northern dimming pole. Right at this moment, suddenly a powerful person at the late stage of the Saint Martial Heaven realm abruptly opened his eyes. This was because he had already seen that all the powerful generals and leaders from all sides of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty had already entered the Biming Polar region at this time, into that icy death jungle. All the rest of them, too, were the first to look towards the northernmost part of this heaven and earth. Sure enough, they just happened to see the army under Ling Blood's command, all of which were surging towards the icy, extremely cold world. It seems like they knew that they were bound to lose this battle, so they fled ahead of time. This world can't accommodate the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, so naturally there's no place for them, so they can only travel to the northern dark pole. It's really like a bunch of lost dogs. Rather, I didn't expect that this tyrant would let the army under his command run away from the battlefield at this last moment. A voice came to mind. Everyone was of the opinion that those remnants of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty had no way out, and that was why they had entered that piece of the Jedi, because that place is seldom visited, and when they do, they don't stay long. They can indeed survive in it, and do so very hard. Sagittarius, cut off the roots. You can't keep them. At this time, Bai Luoxing said again in a hurry. Although Ling Blood was indeed dead and could not sense any residual soul left behind by Ling Blood from those deserters, but, as long as the people of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty are still alive, she feels a little less assured. Su Tian took a deep breath as his gaze swept around above the entire barren battlefield, looking at the army that had already lost more than half of its number, and looking at the remaining allies from all sides who were all seriously injured at this time. A mess. After a moment of hesitation, he gently shook his head. Forget it, let them go. Now that the great battle has just ended, everyone needs immediate treatment to recover. That devil is dead. And even if the people under him are alive, They can no longer kill innocents indiscriminately. Since they've all fled to that northern dimming pole, let them fend for themselves. Right now Ling Blood is dead and the army needs to be treated promptly. So forget it. Anyway, from now on, there will be no more Great Plains Imperial Dynasty in the world, and there will be no more Demon Slaughter Order. Bai Luoxing gazed at all the remaining people. At this point it seemed that no one had any desire to continue the chase. Indeed, just now, Ling Blood's move of self-detonation had left everyone seriously injured. It's a big loss today. The first thing the rest of them needed now was, of course, to heal and recover. Anyway, the biggest threat has been eradicated, and the rest of those remaining sins can be dealt with slowly afterward. Thus, Bai Luoxing nodded gently. If she had to force Su Tian and the others, who were already severely injured, to go after the remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty right now, then her own identity as a gentle and kind virtuous wife naturally sits uneasily. Treat the wounded immediately. The battle is over. Su Tian's voice then echoed out between this heaven and earth. Thus, this final battle came to a somewhat hasty end. The whole world is cheering. From now on, there will be no more tyrants, no more Great Plains Dynasty, and no more Demon Slaughter Order. The world will be at peace forever. Yet no one knows that the end is only the beginning of something new, the beginning of the end. Chapter 7, The Northern Dimming Pole. The Northern Dimming Pole. A world of ice and snow. Nothing but an endless expanse of ice and snow. The wind is cold and everything is dying. There is absolutely no living being to be seen here, human or demon. You can't see even a single flower or plant. A true Jedi land. At this moment, however, there was a large army that was flying hard against that sky full of wind and snow. This realm is indeed bizarre. Not even spatial tearing can be done. At the forefront, a general said in a deep voice, as long as one reached the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, they would be able to tear through space, within sensing range and instantaneous. Among them, 2 of them were Saint Martial Heaven Realm existences. But here in the Northern Dark Pole, under this terrifying coldness, it was as if space was completely imprisoned and could not be torn apart, only by flying. The army continued to move forward against that monstrous cold. It didn't take long for an extremely magnificent landscape to appear in everyone's sight. Only the end of that horizon ahead, the treacherous and lofty glaciers, side by side in rows, with no end in sight on either side. This endless glacier was extremely tall and went straight into the clouds. Not only are there glaciers on the ground, but there are also glaciers above that infinitely high dome of heaven. Those glaciers in the sky were growing downward, sharp cones of ice aimed at the earth, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. The glaciers in the sky and the glaciers on the ground are like the upper and lower fangs of a monstrous beast, and like gears, ready to bite together. Between the upper and lower glaciers, only extremely narrow crevasses can be crossed. From a distance, it looked as if it had reached the end of the sky, as if it were a wall of sky that had no boundaries up and down. Magnificent! Arrived! The Great Wall of Glaciers in the northern dimming polar region. All eyes were on the glacier that crisscrossed up and down at the end of the realization. Here, it's called the Great Wall of Glaciers. It was the most difficult layer of obstacles to cross in the northern darkness polar regions. It's the deepest part of Biming in everyone's eyes. Inside this Great Wall of Glaciers, not only is the cold even more terrifying, moreover, that huge ice cone above the sky dome might suddenly fall with that terrifying cold air at any time. Extremely deadly. Weaving through that upper and lower glacier, not only do you have to resist that deadly cold, but you also have to be careful with every step. So, never heard of anyone being able to cross this Great Wall of Glaciers and come back alive. The next leg of the journey will be even tougher. Everyone hold on. A general in the lead said loudly. We are the last starry flame of the Empire, and His Majesty's life is now in our hands. Even if we are all buried in this polar Great Wall, we must deliver the forbidden soul ruins to the hands of the Marshal. All of them had steely gazes, and no matter how long or difficult the journey may be, they are bound to accomplish their mission. Go! A general in the lead raised his arm. The army was like a huge dragon, driving straight towards the Great Wall of Glaciers that bites up and down. The Great Wall of Glaciers. Indeed, the cold is even more terrifying. If one's cultivation level was not sufficient, one would not be able to defend against it at all. The Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, on the other hand, was a large army that protected and helped each other, resisting the monstrous coldness. Step by step, he kept advancing towards the depths. The deeper the glacier went, the more horrible and bone-chilling the cold became, and the dimmer the light became. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the army kept flying through that gap. As we went deeper, our physical strength became more and more depleted and overdrawn, but they never forgot to move on, and they never stopped moving, because they knew that the longer they stopped, the more likely they would not be able to cross this Great Wall of Glaciers. I don't know how long it had been, but everyone had forgotten about the so-called time anyway. It's all just determined and numb to keep moving forward. The strong protect the weak and keep moving forward. Until the end. Almost everyone was exhausted. They also didn't know how wide this great wall of glaciers was, or when they would reach the end. And just then, a sudden light came from up ahead. Everyone was instantly delighted and hurriedly flew over at full speed. Buzz! In an instant, the view opened up and blinding sunlight shone down. As far as the eye could see, it was still icy, but it was plain old icy. There's sunshine. There's earth. The earth was even alive with mountains, rivers, grasses, and spirit animals. It was no longer the endless cold that it had been before, nor did it have the horrifyingly deadly cold inside the Great Wall. Just plain old snow days. Everyone took a deep breath. For the first time in my life, I felt that a normal snow day was so warm, so the sun is so good? Sure enough, there are other holes in the depths of the binding pole. All eyes are looking away. An endless mountain forest full of life. It's no longer cold at all. Although there are still a few snowflakes that keep drifting through the sky. For them who had just walked through that extremely cold glacier, this place was simply a paradise. It really is just out of this world. 2. This glacial Great Wall is so terrifying. Even if that Su Tian wants to chase us down, it will certainly not be easy. Everyone was looking back at the endless wall of ice they had just crossed. As long as they hid in here, they were all safe even without Ling blood. Unless that Su Tian is really determined, even if he is willing to give up everything to cut them out. And if Su Tian really wanted to kill his way in, then they would certainly make things difficult for Su Tian as well. Go! Find the marshal quickly. Resurrect his majesty quickly. The empire still exists. Everyone still exists. The lead general shouted in excitement. From now on, they will survive in this paradise. As for the outside world, let it perish. That's all the world out there to blame. Immediately afterward, all of them took a short rest and flew towards this brand new world. This world behind the crossing of the ice wall is very vast indeed. Putting it outside, it is even enough to be comparable to a side of the country. And on this side of the border of the country, there is a city. The city, though small and few in number, was set between the majestic and lofty gigantic mountains, solid as gold. The mountains formed a purely natural formation that protected the entire city and made it impregnable. At this moment, on top of that city wall, a figure stood silently. It was a man, wearing a straw raincoat, a bucket hat on his head, and 2 knives on his back. Underneath the bucket hat was a face of vicissitudes of strength, with a slight scruff growing on his face. And he, the owner of the city, that is, the supreme commander of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, Windblade Rain. At this moment, Windblade Rain's gaze looked at the distant earth. He's waiting. He waits here every day. Instead, he hoped that what he was waiting for would never come. Today, however, it was not to be. As he waited, a weary army, far away on that horizon, slowly approached towards it. Seeing this, Windblade Rain's brows furrowed slightly, because he knows that since there are people from the Empire who have come, it means that Ling blood is dead. Sure enough, it has come to this after all. Ling blood had once expected this step. Chapter 8. Resurrection. Windblade Rain let out a long sigh. Now that Ling blood was dead, it was naturally self-evident what had happened in that world outside. The human race, it's hopeless. The world out there is hopeless. At this moment, the distant armies of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty all saw this place. Seeing the flag of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty that stood above the city, at that moment, they just hurriedly accelerated to arrive. Then everyone's gazes fell on Windblade Rain. They've never seen the wind and knives and rain, but it was just able to create a sense of affinity from Windblade Rain. Can't go wrong. This person, inevitably, was the strongest meritorious official of the Empire who had walked through countless bloody storms with His Majesty in the first place. Windblade Rain. Immediately, many of the generals bowed slightly at Windblade Rain. Greetings, Marshal. Swish. Windblade Rain's figure swept down to the crowd. Looking at this army full of tired people, he naturally knew what they had all been through. Are you the only ones left? He asked just as softly. Yes. Many generals were hammering their heads. We are incompetent. We failed to protect His Majesty, and we failed to fight alongside His Majesty. It is not your fault, since you have come here. It proves that His Majesty trusts you. Windblade Rain did not blame. The fact that Ling blood was able to make them come here proved that there was indeed no other choice. Many of the generals, however, still blamed themselves somewhat. Having said that, fleeing on his own and leaving his emperor to fight for his life against his opponent was a humiliation any way you think about it. They were all swearing in their hearts that such a thing would never happen again. From now on, even if I die, I will die with His Majesty. This is what His Majesty told us to leave for the marshal. A general at the head of the group brought out the Forbidden Soul ruins. Windblade Rain nodded, then reached out to take it. Fortunately, Ling Blood had long ago calculated the situation today, so he had left this backhand behind. Otherwise, the Great Plains dynasty would really be completely over. It's been hard for you guys. You should rest in the city for now. I will resurrect His Majesty as soon as possible. You don't need to worry. Windblade Rain then said faintly. Everyone nodded heavily. Immediately afterward, Windblade Rain didn't hesitate and took the Forbidden Soul Ruin with him, flying towards the city. In the middle of the city was a fairly splendid mansion. In the center of the mansion, there was a lake, small but deep. At that moment at the edge of that lake, a young girl changed into a new dress. Looking at her own reflection in the lake water, a smile of satisfaction surfaced above her small face. Just then, Windblade Rain swept in. Brother? When she saw Windblade Rain, the young girl immediately rushed forward with glee and asked, Brother, does my new dress look good? I made it myself. Do you think His Majesty likes this kind of? She didn't finish her sentence. Her voice just screeched to a halt. It was because she had already seen the Forbidden Soul Ruins in Windblade Rain's hand. Since the Forbidden Soul Ruins had appeared here, she naturally knew all about what had happened. She was Windblade Rain's own sister, Wind Spirit Frost. Back then, he was also considered to have gone through a lot of ups and downs with Ling Blood and Windblade Rain. So of course, she knew all the things between Ling Blood and Windblade Rain. No, how could His Majesty? How could he really lose to them? Feng Lingfeng's pretty face sank, and her eyes instantly reddened. It was well known that she had adored Ling Blood since she was a child and had always longed for the day when she could be favored by Ling Blood and become the Empress. Now that Ling Blood was dead, of course she was sad and upset. If it were impossible, His Majesty would not have considered it in. Windblade Rain let out a long sigh, and then he brought the Forbidden Soul Ruins and swept down towards the lake. Feng Lingfeng hurriedly followed. The siblings made their way to the bottom of that lake. At the bottom of this lake, there was an ancient altar. It's not clear when this altar was built. When Windblade Rain had discovered this altar, he had placed everything that Ling Blood had prepared before here. On top of that altar was a black ancient tripod. Inside the cauldron were various resurrection materials that Ling Blood had prepared years ago. This altar here is uniquely blessed. Perhaps it will allow His Majesty to retain his cultivation at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm after his resurrection. Windblade Rain said slowly. Originally, Ling Blood's preparation was that it would be enough to have a Heaven realm cultivation level after resurrection. Early to mid-stage is fine. However, this ancient altar here was able to actively absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. So, it's highly likely that Ling Blood will still be at his peak after he's resurrected. Brother, how long will it take for His Majesty to be resurrected? Feng Lingfeng asked. Maybe days, maybe months, maybe longer. Windblade Rain said. Anyway, His Majesty is not dead just yet. You don't need to be too sad. Feng Lingfeng gently sniffled and nodded heavily. Immediately after that, Windblade Rain was slowly raising his hand. That Forbidden Soul Ruin flew towards the black ancient tripod and slowly fell into that ancient tripod. Buzz! All of a sudden, the entire ancient tripod was emitting a tremor, and then a burst of blood-red spiritual energy flowed up inside that tripod. The blood-red spiritual energy also instantly activated the entire altar. A blood-red rune, constantly climbing down, provided Ling Blood with a constant stream of spiritual energy during his resurrection stage. Let's go. Next, just wait quietly for His Majesty to be resurrected. Windblade Rain said slowly. I will wait here. Feng Lingfeng, however, looked at the ancient cauldron with her beautiful eyes. She didn't want to leave. She was willing to wait here forever. Days and months and years. Suit yourself. Wind Dagger Rain turned around with the intention of leaving. Only just as he turned around, he suddenly turned back again, gazing at his infatuated sister. He then slowly said, Lingfeng, His Majesty was born as a king, and is honored above all others. If you want to be worthy of His Majesty, it's not enough to rely on a single piece of infatuation alone. Feng Lingfeng's love for Ling Blood was certainly clear to him, and he certainly did not oppose it. If Ling Blood looked at his sister, this was of course the best thing that could happen, and he was happy to do so, but he also knew that his sister was not worthy of Ling Blood, who was an emperor, although her own sister was also a beautiful little beauty. But if she wanted to be the Empress, with these it would not be enough. To be a queen, looks and temperament are only the most basic requirements. Strength, in all its aspects, is missing. I understand. Feng Lingfeng slightly hammered her head. I will try my best. Windblade Rain stopped talking and swept away, leaving Feng Lingfeng alone at the bottom of this lake, waiting quietly. She knew that she was indeed not worthy of Ling Blood. More often than not, he himself comes across as a little girl who doesn't know any better. But she would work hard, and one day, she would be the one most qualified to stand beside Ling Blood. At that time, she herself was Ling Blood's Empress, and her elder brother was Ling Blood's most capable assistant. This is the best ending. Chapter 9, Inviting Brother Su to ascend the throne and become emperor. When the remnants of the Great Plains imperial dynasty delivered the Ling blood remnant soul to Wind Blade reign. In reality, more than 2 months had passed since Ling blood's fall. Outside world. Allied General Forum. After more than 2 months of recuperation, Su Tian's injuries had completely recovered. Allied forces on all sides are gradually coming back to life. And today, the high-ranking powerhouses of the Allied forces from all sides had gathered here, intending to discuss a major event. Since the death of that tyrant, there has been peace in the world, and all the people of the world have rejoiced. Now that there is a peaceful world, there are no more innocent killings between the human and demon races. Such peace has come to us through great effort. It's countless people who have traded their blood for it. So, we must do our best to guard it. We all forces, all parties strong, although united. But, the group of dragons always need a leader. Now that the Great Plains dynasty no longer exists, it is time for us to establish a new dynasty, a new empire. Guard this peaceful order. The world cannot be without a master for a day. Since we want to establish a new empire, we naturally need to have a leader to ascend the throne and become an emperor. We have thought about it left and right, and there is no one else but Brother Su. In the lobby, the gazes of the various powerful executives were all directed towards Su Tian, who was sitting on top of the first seat. The person who had once called upon all the powerful parties to join forces to crusade against tyrant Ling blood was Su Tian. And the person who got the most credit for killing the tyrant and pacifying the world was also Su Tian. Nowadays, when looking at the world, in terms of strength, the strongest person was also Su Tian. So, they had already negotiated to create a new empire. Su Tian will come to be the emperor of this empire. There was no one else but Su Tian. This, above the first place. Su Tian frowned slightly, then cupped his fists and said, I am grateful to all of you for lifting up your love. But what can I, Su Tian, do? You all might as well choose someone else. Anyone else would want to be the lord of this world. Su Tian himself certainly had such thoughts, but he was afraid that he didn't have that ability to dominate the world. So, he is willing to be humble. I, Su Tian, am not fit to be the lord of this world, but I, Su Tian, can swear to the heavens. Su Tian continued, regardless of whoever is the lord of this world, as long as they are a righteous and bright ruler, I, Su Tian, will surely do my best to assist them. He, Brother Su, why do you need to humble yourself? Many powerful executives said, killing the tyrant and leveling the world. If we want to talk about the first person to receive credit, who dares to be above Brother Su? Nowadays, when looking at the world, in terms of strength and prestige, no one is above Brother Su. This emperor's position is not for Brother Su. If Brother Su does not become this emperor, who is qualified? So, please don't be modest. Brother Su, we wish to be at the head of Brother Su. Please ask Brother Su to ascend to the throne as emperor. All of them stood up and bowed with their fists towards Su Tian one after another. Those who were present, no matter who the human race powerhouses were, or the demon race powerhouses, nowadays, they were all willing to let Su Tian be the emperor. Looking at the crowd in this manner, Su Tian was somewhat at a loss as to how to refuse. Indeed, if he did not become this emperor, there was no one else who would. Sangong, since this is the wish of all, then, you should follow the wishes of everyone. At this moment, Bai Luoxing, who was sitting beside Su Tian, spoke. As she spoke, her jade hand gently held Su Tian's palm as her beautiful eyes looked at him. The eyes were full of encouragement. Yes, brother, if you don't do it, who will do it for the big guys? Su Xiaoye also spoke up. Seeing this attitude of the great congregation, and seeing this support from his own mother and sister, Su Tian then only stood up as well. Then he clasped his fist and said heavily, in that case, I, Su Tian, respectfully follow the order. Hearing Su Tian's words, the crowd was overjoyed. Ha ha, if Brother Su doesn't become this emperor, I won't agree if someone else does. If Brother Su doesn't become this emperor, I'm only afraid that it will be difficult for us to continue to coalesce. From now on, Brother Su is our leader, the lord of this world. We, see your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. All of them directly knelt down one after another. From now on, Su Tian is the emperor of this world. It's their emperor. Why do you all need to perform such a great honor? Isn't this a disgrace to me? Su Tian hastily reached out and said, quickly get up, gentlemen, since we're going to establish a new empire, it's only natural that we need an enthronement ceremony. Bai Luoxing also said, until then, it's better for everyone not to make things difficult for my Sangha. Ha ha, yes, it has to be made known to the world, so that His Majesty can be officially proclaimed emperor. All of them laughed out loud, and then they stood up. The establishment of a new empire requires the reorganization of the dynasty and the setting of a new imperial system. Su Tian then said, "All of this, I'll be troubling you all. Don't worry, don't worry. We understand all this, Your Majesty and the Empress. Just wait for the day you ascend the throne is all." All of them laughed and said, "Then we will go and prepare for the enthronement ceremony. Thank you all." Su Tian clasped his fists. "Ai. From now on Brother Su is our emperor. Just give orders when you speak to us. No need to be polite." Everyone laughed. Then they turned to leave and began to prepare. In the lobby, only Su Tian and Bai Luoxing were left behind, along with Su Xiaoye. "Hey, I knew my brother was the best and would one day stand at the top of this world." Su Xiaoye heatedly laughed. "Nowadays, one's brother is at the top of his status and strength. No regrets in this life. And what about yourself when your own brother becomes emperor? You can be a proper princess highness yourself. You guys are really good at giving me problems." Su Tian sat down and rubbed his head. The emperor? That's the burden of the whole world on his shoulders. It is indeed a bit difficult to be competent yourself. What are you afraid of? That brutal and ruthless Ling blood was able to become the emperor. You, Sangong, with benevolence and righteousness as your heart and the support of the world, how difficult is it to become the emperor? Bai Luoxing said with a smile. As long as Su Tian was the emperor, she would be the empress. In this way, it would naturally be able to better control the entire world and ensure that the demon emperor succeeded in descending to the world. Su Tian took a deep breath before nodding. As well, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In that case, he himself will take up the burden of this world and be the lord of this world. Everyone was up and down getting ready. Then, it was made known to the world that a new empire would be established. The name is Starry Empire. Su Tian officially ascended to the throne as emperor. A new empire was established and universally celebrated. The new dynastic program was also completely drawn up, and the new empire was founded with an iron rule that did not exist before. That is, the indiscriminate killing of innocents between the human race and the demon race is prohibited, and the killing of demons is the same crime as murder. This iron law, of course, was set by Su Tian himself at the instigation of Bai Luoxing. No one realizes that the new lord of the world, though human, is nothing more than a puppet to be used. Chapter 10. Your Majesty remains. The Empire remains. The northern dimming pole. The world beyond the ice wall. In that one city, at the edge of the lake, 3 figures stood silently. The first person was Wind Blade Rain. The other 2 were the leaders who had sent Ling Blood's remnant soul here from the imperial capital of the Great Plains dynasty. It's the 2 great generals of the Great Plains dynasty. One of them, dressed in golden battle armor with a huge sword on his back, was named Hua Jiankong, late stage of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. The other person wore silver battle armor and held a long spear, named Jiang Broken Thousand, in the middle stage of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. At this point, half a year had passed since Ling Blood's fall. His Majesty said in the beginning that His Majesty and the Marshal had a plan to deal with it, so after His Majesty was resurrected, he was still able to maintain his peak cultivation? Hua Jiankong asked in a deep voice. What His Majesty prepared in the first place was nothing more than a back way to be able to ensure that after coming back from the dead, his cultivation would be within the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. Wind Dagger Rain slowly said, "It's a good thing that there's an ancient altar here that can allow His Majesty to directly reach the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. So very good." Jiang Broken Thousand clenched his fist and said in a cold voice, "After His Majesty is resurrected, we will raise our troops to kill our way back, and we will make that Su Tian pay for his blood." Ling Blood was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm after his resurrection. As for Wind Blade Rain, he was also at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm, only slightly weaker than Ling Blood. Aside from Ling Blood and Wind Blade Rain, Wind Spirit Frost, and their 2 great generals were all at the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. It's all late in medium. If you kill back, you will be able to take revenge in a full battle. Su Tian was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, and with the world's strongest people gathered under his command. The Saint Martial Heavenly Realm existences were estimated to be around 10. There were dozens or hundreds of Supreme Earth Realms, but when that battle was fought, there was a loss of vitality. So nowadays, when averaged out, the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty might not be Su Tian's opponent. Su Tian gathers all the forces in the world and kills the king and destroys the country. Such great revenge must be avenged. However, Wind Dagger Rain said indifferently, since His Majesty has already been forced to this point, how could he kill back and waste his strength? If we raise our troops to kill and return, it will be nothing more than a fight to the death, which will not benefit us. Since the world and the outside world is so foolish, let them go their own way. The Holocaust will eventually wash over the whole world, and that is all their fault. We just need to guard ourselves and watch the fire from across the river. Wait until the end of the world. Even if Ling blood recovered his peak cultivation, he wouldn't be able to kill back again. All they had to do was wait, and sooner or later the world outside would see the day of destruction. Reality will avenge them. That said, the marshal has been in this world behind the ice wall for many years, and there is not a single demon in this world. Hua Jiankong then curiously asked and answered. The Emperor's seed caused half of the living beings in the entire world to turn into demons. And the world behind this wall of ice doesn't seem to have changed at all? Not a single bit of demonic aura could be sensed, nor could one see the existence of even a small demon. This endless wall of ice seems to be able to block demonic chi from permeating the area. So there is indeed no demonic race present in this paradise. Windblade Rain said slowly. So, they just need to stay behind this great wall of glaciers and all is safe. If Su Tian and the demon race wanted to hunt them down, they would have to go to great lengths to cross that endless wall of ice. When the time came for them to wait for their opponents, Su Tian naturally wouldn't be a match. Buzz! Just then, a sudden chirp came from the lake ahead. In an instant, all the water droplets in the entire lake seemed to be trembling madly. Seeing this scene, the three of them, Wind Blade Rain, were all overjoyed. His Majesty is finally resurrected. At this time, at the bottom of this lake, Feng Lingfeng, who had been waiting for the majority of the year, also raised her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes looking towards the altar above, only to see a burst of blood-red spiritual energy constantly trembling around the black ancient tripod on top of that altar, erupting into circle after circle of blood-colored ripples. Your Majesty. Seeing this scene, Feng Lingfeng's eyes were suddenly reddened. He himself has been thinking and waiting day and night for His Majesty to be resurrected. Boom! In the next moment, from that black ancient tripod or something like that, a pillar of blood-colored light steeply rose up into the sky. It broke through the entire lake and went straight into the clouds. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the entire city were directed towards that pillar of light. All of them also had excited faces. This familiar aura. It's Your Majesty. His Majesty has indeed succeeded in resurrecting. His Majesty still lives. The Empire still lives. Under the lake, when the blood-red column of light rises up to the sky, a vast breath of pressure is constantly dispersed. This kind of breath evaporated and lasted for a long time before it stopped. And as that blood-red light pillar slowly dissipated, a figure appeared above that black ancient tripod. A head of long hair swung behind his head, and a pair of blood-red honorable eyes carried an innate kingly aura. It was none other than Ling Blood. Your Majesty. When she saw Ling Blood, Feng Lingfeng swept up to Ling Blood. Looking at the person she had been thinking about day and night, her face was thrilled and excited, and her eyes were a little red again. She really wanted to jump into Ling Blood's arms at once and hug him tightly, but she didn't dare. After all, Ling Blood was an emperor with an honorable status, so she naturally couldn't take offense without permission. After some hand-wringing, she could only bow and say, "Greetings to Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty on regaining your life." Ling Blood's mouth was tinged with a faint smile, then raised his hand and made a fist. Peak Heaven Realm? Remembering that what he had prepared could only ensure that his cultivation would be at the sacred martial heavenly realm after he was resurrected. But now he was at the peak? Your Majesty. Back then, my brother found this altar here, and it was this altar that allowed Your Majesty to still retain his peak cultivation. Feng Lingfeng hurriedly explained. Oh, Ling Blood's eyes looked down. This altar is indeed unique. It seems that this beaming polar depths of the paradise, the previous, seems to have some history? Instead, it's just right for some good exploring. How long has it been? Ling Blood then asked. It's been close to a year since His Majesty fought Su Tian back then. Feng Lingfeng then whispered. I have been here waiting for His Majesty to be resurrected. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled, then raised his palm to touch her little head. He certainly knew exactly what this ninny was thinking. This extremely simple head-touching kill by Ling Blood instantly caused Feng Lingfeng's entire pretty face to blush, and the deer was in a frenzy. Damn it! Still want it! Wanting more. Go! Ling Blood withdrew his hand, and then he swept toward the top. Feng Lingfeng beamed her little mouth, then hurriedly followed. The two of them swept out of the lake together, and at this time, the three of them, Wind Blade Rain, were waiting outside. When Hua Jiankong and Zhang Jianshan saw Ling Blood again, they both burst into tears. They hastily knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "See Your Majesty." Sure enough, His Majesty will not die, and after coming back from the dead, the cultivation is still there. That's good. That's good. Chapter 11, Ling Blood. Ling Snow. Get up. It's been hard work, Ling Blood said indifferently. Of course, he also knew how difficult it was for Hua Jiankong and the others to bring the Forbidden Soul ruins through that great wall of glaciers. The good thing is that they did get it done and they weren't wrong about the people themselves. They are all loyal to the Empire. Yes, both of them stood up. Now that His Majesty has been resurrected, The Great Plains dynasty is still alive and well. The outside world can be great, but here, it is just as possible to build a grand and domineering business. The same could build a whole new Great Plains dynasty. Ling Blood then glanced at Windblade Rain. The two of them smiled at each other and did not say much. Immediately afterward, Ling Blood took a deep breath and swept his gaze away in the surroundings before frowning slightly. It seemed that such a small city didn't satisfy him much. Disappointing, Your Majesty. We've been here for so many years, and there's only this tiny stronghold. Wind Dagger Rain naturally saw what Ling Blood was thinking. He was here to pioneer and should have made a big difference. But after so many years, there was only such a tiny city. It does seem a little less than flattering, but there was nothing he could do about it. Met trouble? Ling Blood asked indifferently. He naturally knew that with Wind Blade Rain's skill, he shouldn't have only this little achievement. So, it must have met with some kind of difficulty. A trouble that even Wind Blade Rain couldn't solve. I'm sure it wasn't simple. Trouble indeed. Wind Dagger Rain nodded, then said, a very tricky female devil. Oh, Ling Blood was slightly curious. Strength above you? Indeed above me. It should be comparable to Your Majesty. Wind Dagger Rain returned. Being at the same peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm, there was a gap between each other. For example, Ling Blood wasn't too far off from Su Tian, and Wind Blade Rain, slightly weaker than them, and that demoness from this northern dark pole was the equivalent of Ling Blood. Windblade Rain is no match. Your Majesty is unaware that this paradise is extremely vast, comparable to a country. Feng Lingfeng then explained, various forces are situated in it, and it is extremely prosperous. But many years ago, out of nowhere, a demoness popped up. As soon as that female devil appeared, she began sweeping across all forces. He who obeys her will prosper, and he who opposes her will perish. It just took a short time of less than 2 years to completely rule this paradise, and an empire was established under the name, Bing Empire. And she, on the other hand, is the Bing Empress. This female devil is cold by nature, killing and rampaging. Nowadays this entire Bing Empire, except for us here, is all under her command. This was the reason why the siblings had not conquered this side of the vast realm even after coming here for so many years. With that demoness around, there's nothing they can do. Hard knocks, they're no match. So it could only guard this side of the city and develop slowly, looking for opportunities. Hi, Empress? Ling Blood smiled faintly. There was even a second person in this world who dared to call himself emperor besides himself? Speaking of which, this Bing Empress has some inexplicable similarities with Your Majesty. Wind Blade Rain also suddenly laughed. When these words came out, Feng Lingfeng was in a hurry. She hurriedly said, only, not at all. She is a murderous demoness, and has no resemblance to His Majesty. She was afraid that Ling Blood would suddenly lock eyes with that demoness and get out of hand. What will you do then? After all, that female devil did give birth to a stunning and beautiful appearance. Similarities? Ling Blood gazed at Wind Blade Rain. What resemblance can a woman have to herself? Aside from her cultivation being on par with Your Majesty, her character is also like this with Your Majesty. Wind Blade Rain slowly said, born and bred to be a king, and it's always been rampant and murderous. In addition to that, her name is similar to Your Majesty's. Wind Blade Rain continued, she is called Ling Xue. Oh, Ling Blood smiled again. Hua Jiankong and Jiang Broken Thousand were both startled as well. Ling Blood? The same name as His Majesty? There's such a thing? That's quite a coincidence. Not the same name as Your Majesty, just a similar pronunciation. Windblade Rain explained. As he spoke, he raised his hand. His aura flowed, and he wrote the word Ling Xue on the ground. Ling Blood gazed at the name, then smiled faintly. Interesting. Although the names are different, they are pronounced the same. This is a very rare coincidence indeed. She's boring. Feng Lingfeng, however, quickly beamed. Just a cold ice cube with no one in sight. She glared at Windblade Rain as she spoke. You're my brother. Can't you cut the crap? What will I do if His Majesty really takes a liking to that demoness? Do you still want your sister to be the queen? We are not a match for that Biming female emperor. But if it is Your Majesty, can give it a try. Windblade Rain continued. Since Ling Blood has come here now, let Ling Blood personally conquer this Biming Empire. They couldn't do it, but Ling Blood could. This Biming Empire? What is its overall strength? Ling Blood then asked. In addition to that female emperor having a peak heaven realm cultivation, there are also several other heaven realm powerhouses under her command. Windblade Rain slowly said, dozens of earth realm powerhouses. The number of large armies is even above us. A frontal battle is also a high probability of 2 losses. After all, the other side was at least an empire. Plus, today's Great Plains Imperial Dynasty was less than when it was in its heyday, so it really wasn't a good idea to make a direct move. but comparisons are comparable in overall strength. Hearing this, Ling Blood pondered slightly. Losing both was not the end he wanted. What he wanted was to be completely annexed and completely crushed. Besides, above the sacred martial heavenly realm, there is a higher realm called the immortal extreme realm. Ling Blood then slowly said, if that demon emperor descended into the world, he would be an extreme realm existence. Nowadays, the world outside has been completely hollowed out by the demon race. The descent of the demon emperor is inevitable. That's why, is not appropriate for infighting. If the demon emperor descended into the world, it was not only the world outside that was threatened. This Bing Empire probably won't be able to escape when the time comes. So, now is indeed not the right time to go toe-to-toe with that Bing female emperor. Rather, he had to find a way to break through to that extreme realm first. At that time, the Bing Empire or the demon emperor would not be enough of a problem. Speaking of which, inside the altar underneath this lake, there exists a rich spiritual energy that has accumulated over the years. Windblade Rain slowly said, but we can't devour and refine it. Your Majesty may be able to try. That altar was able to actively devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and was extremely strong. That spiritual energy condensed inside was accumulated over an unknown number of years. There was just something else about that power that was weird. It was as if it was a rich and strong wine that had been brewed for too long, and the average person was simply unable to get it into their throat and refine it. Ling Blood might be able to give it a try. Chapter 12, How Can Killing Relieve Hate? Ling Blood nodded and then said, back then, my soul elemental pearl. Within that ice wall, Windblade Rain returned. Ling Blood had a soul elemental pearl that was capable of absorbing various attributes of spiritual energy and transforming them. And this is the most dense and inexhaustible spiritual energy in the whole of heaven and earth. The endless wall of ice. Of course, the soul elemental pearl would be able to transform the terrifying cold into the purest spiritual energy. When Ling Blood had given the soul elemental pearl to Windblade Rain to allow Windblade Rain to bring it to this northern dimming pole, it was for the purpose of utilizing that soul elemental pearl to surpass the sacred martial heavenly realm in the future. Also for the sake of returning to the peak of cultivation after being resurrected from the dead. Now since there was that altar, plus the soul elemental pearl, then, surpass the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm and reach that so-called immortal extreme realm. There should be no problem. I'll go fetch that soul elemental pearl for your majesty. Windblade Rain said. Since this was the case, there was no time to lose. Reaching the extreme realm early would also provide an additional layer of protection. After all, when that demon emperor descends, no one can know. Ling Blood nodded. Immediately afterward, Windblade Rain did not hesitate and directly turned around to head to the endless ice wall. If your majesty reaches the immortal extreme realm, we'll kill our way back. So what's the matter with the district Su Tian? Hua Jiankong said with a smile. If Ling Blood reached the extreme realm and then killed back, it would not be a lose-lose situation. Rather, it's a complete crush, and you can also issue the demon slaughter order again to kill all the demon races and stop the end. However, Ling Blood shook his head. The reason I want to reach that extreme realm is to deal with that demon emperor. Now that the outside world is already Su Tian's world, even if a demon emperor descends, what does it have to do with me? And what does it have to do with the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty? Since they are so convinced that the demon race and the human race can coexist peacefully, then let them go and fend for themselves. I naturally want to kill my way back, but it will have to wait until after that demon emperor descends and the world is devastated. Vengeance is a must, but compared to direct revenge, it was naturally better to let that demon emperor descend into the world, so that the world would be baptized by the catastrophe. What's the point of killing? Punish the heart before you can. Would it not be better to let them live to meet that culpable demise? Your Majesty is right. The three of them, Hua Jiankong, all nodded. Since this was the case, there was no need to bother about it even if one had that ability to stop the demon emperor from descending into the world. Once the empire dominated the world, everyone spurned it, and the world revolted. Now that the empire has given up the world, it is only natural that it should let that havoc come. And the empire will stand above that final day and look down on the world as it perishes. Biming Empire, deep down, Biming Imperial Capital. The prosperous imperial capital was brilliant. In the center of that imperial capital, the imperial palace that rose up straight into the sky was even more majestic. The whole palace was like a pure natural crystal palace, dazzling. At this moment, deep inside that palace, in a large hall, in the grand hall, the entire Biming Empire's top brass gathered at this time. On top of that foremost high platform was an ice blue crystal throne, and before that throne was a stunning woman in a blue silk dress. The woman's face was cold and absolutely beautiful, with a pair of ice blue penetrating eyes, charming with a few points of innate dignity. Underneath the silk skirt, a pair of long, snow-white jade legs were exposed. bright jade feet. Feet in the void, not stained with dust. This honorable beauty who was absolutely stunning was naturally the state lord of this northern Ming Empire. Bing Empress, Ling Xue. It was also recognized as the first beauty of Biming. In fact, with a face and temperament like hers, even if she were to be taken outside to the vast world, she would still be the #1 beauty. It was far better than the stream of Bailu washing. At this moment, in the center of the hall, there was also an ancient mirror standing. An old man with snow-white hair and beard stood before the ancient mirror, casting spells and making seals. As the stream of light from the ancient mirror turned, the old man abruptly opened his eyes. Only the depths of his pale eyes were seen to carry a touch of intense confusion. What did the state master see? At this time, Ling Xue's cold and honorable voice slowly recalled. The state master turned around and rushed at Ling Xue and slowly knelt down. But he didn't know how to speak. This ancient mirror is capable of deducing the future. And it was this ancient mirror that he had just utilized to peek into the Beihai Ming Empire's national destiny and the future heavenly chances. Is there something hard to say? Colds now frowned slightly. The state master knelt on the ground and then said, Your Majesty, the old minister has indeed spied some future heavenly chances, but there is something psychedelic about the future of the empire. Seems to rise and fall. Both seem to be both and neither. The old minister just can't understand it. He did see the future destiny of the Biming Empire. The Biming Empire seemed to be gone, but it seemed to have become stronger again. Hearing this, many of the top echelons in the Great Hall were also unable to comprehend it. How can a country die and be strong at the same time? How can you be strong when your country is dead? Isn't that a contradiction? So, what are the factors affecting the future of the empire? Above the head, Ling Xue's voice sounded again. The state master knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Rise also great plains, fall also great plains, O Hara? Above Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful face, a flash of coldness immediately surged out. Great Plains Imperial Dynasty? Although she was born in the middle of this Biming Empire, she certainly knew that there was an even more vast world behind the Great Wall of Glaciers. And the master of that world is the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. The Great Plains Imperial Dynasty then had generals that were on the border of the Biming Empire. Exactly. The state master nodded. He spied it. Indeed. As to why exactly, he didn't know. The commander of that Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, Wind Blade Rain, was driven to the border by my Beihai Ming and dares not offend. Ling Xue's voice then rang out. How can the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty affect my Biming Kingdom's fortunes? The Biming Empire had fought Windblade Rain before. Windblade Rain was defeated. Since then Windblade Rain could only hide at that border. And to this day it still doesn't dare to march into the Biming Empire again. Even the Supreme Commander was nothing more than that. The Great Plains Imperial Dynasty shouldn't be much stronger. There was no reason why it could lead to the destruction of the Biming Empire. Your Majesty is unaware that rumor has it that the Emperor of that Great Plains Imperial Dynasty is overbearing by nature and has a great deal of wild excitement. The Master of the Kingdom went on to say, wherever he looks, he must submit to him and be ruled by him. Nowadays, he must have known about the existence of the Biming Empire a long time ago, and I'm only afraid that sooner or later, he will make a move against Biming. The world out there is ultimately much bigger than Biming. The Great Plains Imperial Dynasty is bound to be strong. At that time, I'm only afraid that our Biming isn't going to cope well. It was indeed true. As long as it was a realm known to Ling blood, sooner or later, he will have to rule completely. In his eyes, there is no king's land under the sky. It was only a matter of time before he made a move against Beihai. Sending Wind Dagger Rain first was only for a simple test. If he suddenly led the troops of his country to come, Biming would indeed be only slightly weaker. So what? Could it be that Biming, would be afraid of him? Ling Xue's beautiful eyes did not have half a bit of fear, but instead coldly said, immediately convene all sides of the army, since he can affect my north, then the first to strike, destroy his vanguard. Chapter 13, he did not go to look for her, but she came to the door instead? The reason why she had asked the state master to deduce the fate of the country was that she wanted to make a plan to deal with it in advance. Since it has now been determined that it is the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty that affects the fate of the Biming Kingdom. Isn't that easy? As long as the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty was destroyed, no one would be able to influence the future of Biming. The strongest person in the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty other than the Emperor, Wind Blade Rain, was in Biming. Then let's kill the wind and sword and rain first, and cut off the left and right arms of the Great Plains Emperor. Your Majesty. Nowadays it is still impossible to determine the stakes of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty in Beihai Ming, so I'm afraid it's not good to make a move rashly, the state master said in a hurry. Although it was highly likely that the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty would threaten Biming, but at the same time, it's highly likely that it will help Biming become even stronger. It was indeed a bit impulsive for His Majesty to disregard the latter in this manner and directly take action to invoke hatred. My Biming Empire doesn't need anyone's help and can grow stronger all the same. Ling Xue, that stunningly beautiful pretty faces above but with a few points of cold arrogance, but the existence of the threat to my Biming must all be eradicated. Stakes aside, as long as the other person is a threat, they deserve to be killed. Other than that, no need to care. Hearing these words, many of the top echelons in the Great Hall were speechless. They certainly all knew the nature of Ling Xue. It was true that she never allowed any threats to exist. Now that she had peeked into the future, even if it was an uncertainty, of course she was going to eradicate it. The people looked at each other for a few moments. Then they also just nodded their heads. Yes. Then, the top echelons of all parties immediately mobilized their armies, preparing to head to the Biming border to kill the Windblade Rain siblings first. Night. The night in Biming was unusually clear. The sea of stars, with occasional flashes of aurora borealis, is beautiful and magnificent. At this moment, in the middle of that mansion, Ling Blood stood with his arms folded, looking up at the stars. The sky and the earth in Biming seemed to be separated by that endless wall of ice. All different. How exactly did this paradise behind the ice come into being in the first place? What is the history of this paradise? Why is this realm, again, isolated? Not even the demonic aura of that demon emperor seed could diffuse in. Your Majesty. Just then, a voice rang out from behind, only to see Feng Lingfang with two ponytails, wearing a slightly shorter little skirt, walking up with tea. A pair of snow-white jade arms and slender calves were bare, white and transparent. Thinking about it, she thought that even the best-looking ones were not as good as the ones that wore less, so he just changed it and came to Ling Blood. Making tea at night, what's your original idea? Ling Blood turned back, his eyes looking towards Feng Lingfang. He certainly always knew exactly what this girl was thinking about. I saw that His Majesty could not sleep and could think of nothing else, so Feng Lingfang scratched his head. If your Majesty doesn't like it, I'll just serve it down. It was indeed inappropriate to make tea at night, but she really couldn't find any reason to approach Ling Blood. Looking at Feng Lingfang in that state, Ling Blood only smiled faintly and did not say much. He then walked over and sat on a stone bench. You siblings have been here in Biming for many years. Do you have a map? Yes. Feng Lingshangxi first poured a cup of tea for Ling Blood. Then it was a matter of flexing his fingers and taking out a roll of maps from his storage ring. This is a map of the entire world drawn by my brother's own hand, encompassing the outside world as well as the entire Biming. As she spoke, she unfolded the map in front of Ling Blood. A 4-square map with land and sea intertwined. And in the north of this map, a long icy blue line completely separated the entire territory of Biming. That long line is naturally the Great Glacier Wall. This Biming is indeed not small, Ling Blood said indifferently. Based on the map alone, the vastness of the entire territory of Beihai is comparable to about a quarter of the entire world outside. Very wide indeed. And that great wall of endless glaciers is a very straight line. This straightness doesn't even look like a natural formation. Rather, it was more like the existence of a higher dimensional plane, a casual stroke on this map, dividing the world. The Biming is a big and special place. Feng Lingfang continued. Take that Biming Empress for example. No one has ever heard of her before. It's as if she suddenly appeared out of thin air. The moment she appeared, she was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm, sweeping across Biming. The appearance of Colds now was indeed without warning. It just came out all at once like that, out of the world at the top, unrivaled. Even if it was some old demon who had been in seclusion for many years, then at the very least there should be some records about her. But she didn't. No one knows about her past. She didn't seem to press on past it. And the altar under that lake, extremely ancient. Feng Lingfang continued. There is also no clue as to when exactly it was established from and for what purpose. My brother and I have investigated the entire history of Biming, and there is no record of it. I'm only afraid that there was once an extremely serious historical break in the entire Biming. So much so that future generations are ignorant of past history. That altar was extremely strong, and its speed of absorbing heaven and earth aura was terrifyingly fast. The one who established the altar in the first place should also be an extremely strong existence. But there's no clue. The entire Biming knew nothing about those things of ancient history. Ling Blood nodded. This realm of Biming is full of mystery and has yet to be explored. Your Majesty, can't sleep over here in Biming? At this time, Feng Lingfang suddenly changed the topic. Of course she knew that she should be more proactive if she wanted to get Ling Blood. For example, volunteering to serve in bed. She then pursed her small lips and said with a red face, if your Majesty is not used to sleeping here, I knock. Before she could finish her words, there was a sudden tremor from above the sky. One could only see the protective boundary that covered the entire city steeply erupt in a burst of light at this moment. What's going on? Feng Lingfang immediately tilted her head as her small face sank. Then, she was the one who saw an ice-blue spatial rift steeply explode above that originally pitch-black dome of the sky. From within that rift, a vast army, heavily armed, swarmed out. The leader of the group was a person with an ice-blue long dress, bare jade feet, and feet stepping on the void. A pair of icy blue eyes with a stunning appearance. It was cold now. In Beihai, isn't it impossible to tear through space? Below, Ling Blood slowly stood up. It's true that other people can't, but somehow the demoness can do it. Feng Lingfang hurriedly said. Just, how did she suddenly come to attack this night? Oh, Ling Blood looked over with interest, and the first thing his eyes did was land on Ling Xue. So, she is that beaming female emperor? If you don't go to her, she comes to you instead? And it seems to be coming from a bad place? Chapter 14. So, you want to resist? When it was detected that the Beiming Empire's army was coming, the entire city was instantly agitated. Those generals who came here only a year ago are confused. What are those people? How is it that the other party is able to tear through space? Wasn't it impossible to do so in the northern dimming pole? And what do they want with such huge numbers and a sudden army in the middle of the night? And those generals who were already staying in Beiming returned. It's the Beiming Empire's army. That is the Beiming female emperor. We fought with the Beiming Empire before and lost, so we could only escape here and use the great formation boundaries here to protect ourselves. Rather, I didn't expect that this Beiming Empress would refuse to stop killing up directly. The armies of all parties were quickly reorganizing and assembling as they spoke. Before, there was only the Grand Marshal, and we are indeed no match for the Beiming Empire, but now His Majesty is also present, plus General Hua, General Jiang and the many armies that arrived that day. Nowadays, we can have no fear of this Beiming Empire. If it was before, they still had a few moments of fear when facing the Beiming Empress, but now that Ling Blood was here, they were fearless. The big deal is that it's an all-out battle, and it's not clear who will win or lose. This is a nice place. Right at this moment, a cold smile surfaced above Ling Xue's pretty face in midair outside the boundary. This boundary, it's naturally occurring. This one city, set between the mountains of this mountain range, was also blessed. A good hiding place indeed. But today, she will step on this place. Doesn't seem like a polite way for you to knock? Just then, a flat voice rang out. Only a figure swept up in the middle of that city. Slender stance, hands behind his back. A pair of honorable blood-red eyes carried an innate kingly aura. Lingering blood. Immediately after Ling Blood, Feng Lingfang also swept up. Hua Jiankong and Zhang Jinshen followed closely behind. And below, the entire city's armies from all parts of the city were all instantly assembled. Under the darkness of the night, above the sky, the atmosphere was instantly tense with swords. Everyone's gazes were on Ling Blood and Ling Xue, who were at the head of the group. Both were born as kings of honor. One blood-red eye, one ice-blue eye. Identity aside, there's even some inexplicable compatibility between them. Who are you? Ling Xue's beautiful icy blue eyes looked at Ling Blood. This person she had never seen before, but she was able to feel from the other party a breath pressure that was no less than her own. Another peak of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. There's one besides Windblade Rain? If it was two peak Saint Martial Heaven Realm, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. After all, she had arrived in a hurry and had not been adequately prepared. It didn't bring all of the Beiming Empire's great armies and powerful people along with it. On the opposite side, Ling Blood smiled faintly, then said, I have no intention to be an enemy with you, but today, you seem to have come specifically to find trouble? When these words came out, opposite Ling Xue's willow brows slightly knitted. So, you are the Emperor of the Great Plains Dynasty? It turns out that this Emperor of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty has already come to Beiming. Behind Ling Xue, the armies of all parties were also slightly changed in color at this time. If they were just facing the wind, blade and rain, they would not be half afraid. But if the other party's emperor is also there, then today is only not too suitable for hands-on, right? The other side's emperor was sitting in person, and once the fight started, it wouldn't do anyone any good. Your Majesty. Immediately, the state master behind Ling Xue was bowing slightly and shouted in a low voice. Right now, the other side's emperor is present. Why don't we just forget about it? Call it a day and make other plans. However, Ling Xue was not half backing down. I've come. How can I go back empty-handed? Reporters, each other the emperor all came to Beiming without realizing it. This meant that the other party was already planning to launch a full-scale attack on Beiming at any time. So of course it's even less likely to retreat. It's best to make a clean break here today to stop any future trouble. It seems that you are indeed extremely ambitious, and that vast world outside is not enough to satisfy you. Ling Xue's voice then sounded. So you want to make a move against me? Bei Ming. Earlier, he sent wind dagger rain to Beihai. and lost. Now he comes in person. What he was trying to do was self-evident. I don't want the world outside anymore, Ling Blood said indifferently. This Biming is indeed a fertile land, and I do have a preference for it. He certainly doesn't hide his thoughts. The annexation of Biming, in itself, was only a matter of time, sooner or later. So, this is what you said about not having the heart to be my enemy? Ling Xue's voice was cold. You're trying to annex someone else's land, and you say you have no intention of being an enemy? On the opposite side, Ling Blood smiled faintly, then waved his hand and said, open the boundary. Yes. Feng Lingfang nodded, and then it was directly opening that boundary that covered the entire city completely. Anyway, Ling Blood was here and they had nothing to fear. As the boundary opened, there was suddenly no more blockage between the two armies. The atmosphere was even more frozen, and a great battle seemed to be about to break out at any moment. Ling Blood, on the other hand, drifted over in a little bit of a figure and came in front of Ling Xue, looking at the stunningly beautiful ancient and modern Ice Queen in front of him. The corner of his mouth was hooked in a subtle arc. It had to be said that this woman was indeed born with a stunningly beautiful appearance, exceeding even by Luoxing, who was the female lead, by quite a bit. More importantly, she wasn't a demon. Instead, it's a human being, and a woman who was born a king. I do want this Biming, but between you and you it may not be life and death, Ling Blood then faintly said. Hearing this, Ling Xue's willow brows slightly knitted. Then it was a cold smile. So you mean that you want me Biming to directly submit to you? This will eliminate the need for war, and you naturally won't have to be an enemy of me. Ling Blood smiled faintly. Ling Xue, however, sneered. Still, whimsical. So, you want to resist? Ling Blood always had a smirk on his face. I should be the one to say that. Ling Xue's icy blue beautiful eyes looked at Ling Blood, then faintly said, you can also submit to Bei Ming, or resist, and then be buried in Bei Ming. Hearing this, Ling Blood's expression didn't change much. So you're confident? Ling Xue no longer said anything more, only that ice blue aura around her body slowly flowed up. The next moment, she was the one whose beautiful eyes steeply condensed as she gave an order. Kill. Don't you know if you're confident? With Ling Xue's order, the vast Biming army, at once, swarmed towards the entire city. Behind Ling Blood, Feng Lingfang also frowned slightly when she saw this, and hurriedly gave an order. Meet the battle. Wow. At once, below the city, the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty's army also swarmed up. The armies of the two countries, like two torrents, are steeply bombarded together under the dark night. Boom! In an instant, a boom spread throughout the entire heaven and earth, and a great battle, a word of disagreement that hadn't even reached the point of disagreement, instantly erupted. Chapter 15, You're quite suitable to be my queen. Although the Beihai Ming army side didn't want to go to war, but Ling Xue ordered it, so of course they had no choice but to obey. As for the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty side, of course, they were completely fearless and would fight if they had to, no matter how many more people the other side has. They are fearless. Along with the two armies crashing together, along with colorful spiritual energy erupted out, a shockwave immediately rippled between this heaven and earth. Below, in the midst of the melee, Ling Blood and Ling Xue were always standing in the air, facing each other with their eyes. You made a very bad decision, Ling Blood said indifferently. It didn't have to be like this. I originally also felt that you are quite suitable to be my queen. As soon as these words came out, Feng Lingfang in the midst of the melee suddenly suffocated her small face. Although Ling Blood's voice wasn't very loud, she still heard it, knew it would be. His Majesty must have had this in mind from the moment he heard the name of Ling Xue earlier, a name that was so karmic, coupled with the fact that the other party was stunningly beautiful, had unrivaled strength, and was a female emperor, was certainly very suitable to be his empress. Of course he wanted both the beauty of the kingdom and the beauty of the people. Damn it! I have accompanied His Majesty for many years without having a chance, but as a result, this woman has only met His Majesty for the first time and His Majesty is saying such things. And hearing Ling Blood's words, above Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful face, another icy smile appeared. I said that you were whimsical before, but I didn't expect that your whimsical ability was so strong. Want her to be someone else's queen? Of course it's never going to happen. Men or women, she will never, ever stoop below anyone. At this point, she was the same as Ling Blood. You missed your only chance to choose, Ling Blood said indifferently. Chance? Ling Xue sneered. Do you think I need a chance from someone else? Boom! After saying that, the vast cold chi within her body was instantly bursting out crazily. An icy blue pillar of light instantly illuminated the entire chaotic battlefield. In the next moment, her long slender jade fingers steeply formed a seal. Cold ice. Sky drop. Wow! In an instant, a huge ice cone just fell from the sky. That sharp ice cone, aimed at Ling Blood's head. Ling Blood did not change his color as he raised his palm upwards and steeply blasted out with a palm. Boom! Boom! A huge blood-red palm print rushed up into the sky, colliding steeply with that ice cone above the night sky. Accompanied by a boom, a shockwave of blood-red and ice blue instantly swept away. Everyone in midair was shocked and shot backwards. For the two of them, a wide battlefield was left. Ling Blood's eyes looked at Ling Xue on the opposite side of the room. It's a bit of a shame, but since she made that choice, that certainly didn't help. Boom! In the next moment, that vast blood chi within Ling Blood's body also surged out crazily. And then, he locked his gaze on the opposite Ling Xue and shot up in a frontal burst. Boom! Boom! Two peaks of the Saint Martial Heaven realm collided steeply at the highest point of this battlefield. A summit showdown has begun. The scale of this great battle was not even inferior to the battle between Ling Blood and Su Tian a year ago. There were 4 Saint Martial Heaven realms in the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, of which Ling Blood was the pinnacle. As for the Bing Empire, there were also 4 Saint Martial Heavenly realms, of which Ling Xue was the pinnacle. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched. Wow! However, right at this moment, a sudden blade light burst from the distance and landed in the middle of the Bing Empire's army. All of a sudden, that party's army was instantly dispersed. Everyone's gazes looked, only to see Wind Blade Rain in the distance, holding dual blades, shooting explosively. He had gone to fetch the soul elemental pearls for Ling Blood earlier and had only returned now. But I didn't expect the Bing Empire to launch an attack at such a time. Since that was the case, it would be just right to take the Bing Empire down on this. As long as that Bing Empress was killed, the entire Bing would belong to the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. Swish! In the next moment, Wind Blade Rain did not hesitate. Holding both blades was to kill into the melee. With the addition of yet another peak of the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm from Wind Dagger Rain, the Bing Empire side, naturally, was even less of an opponent. The gap between the peak of a sacred martial heaven realm was not something that could be easily bridged. At the highest point of the battlefield, Cold Snow Eyes also noticed Wind Blade Rain at this time. She proceeded to scan around the entire battlefield. The armies under his command were all in a state of being crushed, and it was even a bit difficult for himself to fight against Ling Blood. Although she and Ling Blood were equal in strength, that small subtle difference still existed. If the fight goes on for a long time, the loser will of course be her. Not a match in terms of armies. Not a match in terms of leaders. Then this battle is indeed unnecessary to fight. He did come in a bit of a hurry himself this time. One could go back and consolidate a sufficiently large army before coming back to fight Ling Blood at full strength. Withdraw. Immediately, Ling Xue was giving an order. As she spoke, she raised her jade hand and steeply waved it, and an ice blue spatial rift steeply blossomed in that mid-air. Hearing this, the Bing Empire's army did not hesitate as to retreat in a hurry. Your Majesty really shouldn't have done it in the first place. Knowing that you can't get anywhere with your hands, you have to try before you give up. What's this? We're just starting the war and we're pulling out. Next time we meet, we'll split the difference. Ling Xue's icy blue beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Blood, and then it was her intention to leave with everyone under her command. I don't seem to have said that I want you to leave alive. Ling Blood, however, smiled coldly. Ling Xue also laughed coldly. Do you not think that I want to go? You can stay? Swish! As soon as her words fell, Ling Blood was the one who steeply came in front of her and steeply clasped her fragrant shoulders with his palms. Do you not think you want to go? I cannot stay? Ling Blood looked down at the icy beauty in front of him, a cold smile tickling the corners of his mouth. Colds now was able to tear through space, which was indeed something that no one else could do. Therefore, it was true that he could not leave everyone in the entire Bing Empire behind. But, if you stare at a Ling Xue, she will absolutely not be able to run away. Noticing the strength coming from Ling Blood's palm and the pain coming from her shoulder, Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful and pretty face was slightly grave. This guy, doesn't he seem to let himself go even if he lets everyone else go? I have thought of another method. Ling Blood held Ling Xue like this, then coldly said, if you were imprisoned and abolished all your cultivation, I don't know if you would still be this proud? Hearing this, Ling Xue even stared, falling into Ling Blood's hands and enduring humiliation. This kind of thing was certainly something she would never accept. Immediately, she was raising her head, that icy blue eye light staring deathly at Ling Blood. Then coldly said, I want to go. You cannot stay. Buzz. After she said that, the ice blue spiritual energy within her body suddenly trembled crazily. Seeing this scene, Ling Blood frowned slightly. He himself was just talking casually, and had no real intention of imprisoning and humiliating her. As a result, she's about to just blow herself up? You'd rather die than give in? Chapter 16, A Pity. Are you crazy? Immediately, Ling Blood was saying, There is no need for this between you and me at all. It hasn't come to that yet. I was just talking about it, and she's about to blow herself up? This woman is more or less extreme. What? Are you scared? Ling Xue's eyes were cold. If you explode yourself, you can indeed injure me, but you can't take my life. Ling Blood said indifferently. Don't you think that this kind of death is a bit of a pity? And meaningless? It wouldn't have been necessary to live and die at all. It would indeed be a bit of a shame for her to die like that. After all, it's a rare strong man and a rare beauty. And it's a real person, not a demon. To be honest, if it was possible, Ling Blood certainly wished to keep her for his own use. I can give you one last chance. Ling Blood continued. You don't have to die at all. If she was willing to bow her head and submit, this would naturally be the best ending. Ha! Ling Xue but coldly smiled. So this is pity? I have always been compassionate. Ling Blood smiled. However, Ling Xue was still wearing a cold smile on her face. I said that I don't need the opportunity given by others. Buzz. After she said that, the ice blue berserk spirit energy in her body was immediately poured out crazily. She chose to blow herself up after all. Boom! In the next moment, a boom erupted steeply above that sky dome. A terrifying cold aura of icy blue color instantly swept across the entire heaven and earth. Your Majesty! The Biming army was all gloomy and full of sorrow at this time. His Majesty is sacrificing himself to stall for them. Who would have thought that usually high and mighty Majesty would be so caring of them at a critical moment? Immediately, all of them clenched their teeth and hurriedly grasped this brief opportunity to rush into that spatial rift. Boom! Ice blue monstrous cold air crazily swept through the heavens and earth. And immediately after this icy blue color, an equally violent blood red color rushed up to the sky, crazily resisting this monstrous cold air. After all, it was a self-detonation from the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm, and if Ling Blood didn't do his best to block it, the people under his command would naturally suffer. Boom! When that blood red and ice blue madly stirred together after a long time before slowly stop, everyone's gazes were directed towards that high above the sky. Only there, Ling Blood stood alone in the air, and the Biming Empress Ling Xue has completely swung away. At this moment, Ling Blood, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, looked slightly distressed. After all, it was a self-explosion of the same realm, so of course he couldn't benefit. Ling Blood then slowly raised his hand. In that palm of his hand, there was only a little bit of ice crystal left. Despite his best efforts to stop it, he was unable to stop Ling Xue's self-destruction. It does seem a bit of a shame for such a woman to die like that. I really didn't expect her to be so nonchalant. Something that wasn't even necessary. And she ended up blowing herself up when she said she would, without any semblance of sparing her life. A man of such a noble nature should not, by rights, take his life so lightly. What the hell was she thinking? Ling Blood was all a bit puzzled by her thoughts. After a moment, there was only a helpless shake of the head. It's done. The people are gone. So of course there's nothing that can be done about it. Immediately afterward, Ling Blood gazed towards the slowly closing spatial rift. Colds now is dead, but everyone under her command is gone. Sacrifice yourself in exchange for everyone under your command to live. In this regard, she, the Empress, was considered righteous. It's just that this righteousness is more or less incomprehensible. It's common to abandon the car to save the king, but where do you abandon the king to save the car? Your Majesty is interested in this Biming Empress? At this time, Windblade Rain slowly put away his twin blades and faintly laughed. It was rare that there was a woman in this universal world that Ling Blood could directly see eye to eye with. It was also true that this Biming Empress was worthy of Ling Blood in every way. And under the heavens, there was only such a woman who was worthy of Ling Blood. Unfortunately, it's short-lived. Ling Blood waved his hand, dissipating the bit of ice crystal in his hand. Since they are dead, naturally they need not be missed. Not far away, Feng Lingfeng pouted her little lips without speaking. His Majesty would lament the death of a woman he had nothing to do with and had only met once. I wonder if His Majesty would care this much if he died someday. Now since this Biming Empress is dead, Biming is naturally already under the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. In mid-air, Ling Blood then slowly said. Everyone nodded heavily. With the Biming Empress gone, Biming was no longer a rival to the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty in any way. From now on, Biming is the world of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. As long as Ling Blood gave the order, he could march into the Biming Imperial capital at any time. Since Beihai is already in the bag, there is no need to waste effort and give some time to the people of Beihai. Ling Blood continued. Since Biming had already been taken, there was naturally no need to waste any more effort. Just need to give those subjects some time to get ready to fall in line. It would naturally not be right to drive them to extinction. Yes, everyone nodded heavily. Immediately afterward, Ling Blood's gaze looked towards Windblade Rain. Windblade Rain nodded. and then he took out a bead. A dark red bead that looked like blood had coalesced. This was Ling Blood's soul elemental pearl, able to absorb all kinds of violent spiritual energy and transform it into pure spiritual energy. Wind blade rained casually through his hand, and the soul elemental pearl flew towards Ling Blood. Ling Blood casually caught it. Next, the top priority was naturally to reach that immortal extreme realm first. Other than that, it doesn't matter. Reorganize the troops on all sides and wait for me to leave the country. Ling Blood then spoke indifferently. After saying that, he directly swept towards the lake in the city. Originally, he had planned to break through the extreme realm and then strike at Beiming. Since that Bing Empress was gone now, there was certainly no need to worry about it. First, he went into seclusion to impact the immortal extreme realm, and when he reached the extreme realm, he would command Beihai. As for the outside world, wait and see what happens. Everyone nodded heavily. Feng Lingfeng, however, frowned slightly as she looked at the direction Ling Blood had flown off in. Your Majesty has just been injured. Isn't it a bit too hasty to head to seclusion? She was worried about Ling Blood. At the very least she should have waited until she recovered from her injuries, right? There's no way to know exactly how much demonic source power is required for a demon emperor to descend. Wind Dagger Rain slowly said. So there's no way to know when that demon emperor will be able to descend into the world. So naturally, the sooner your Majesty breaks through the extreme realm, the more you'll be able to deal with it. Now that the outside world had been completely hollowed out by the demon race, a demon race emperor might be born at any time. It could be years from now or days from now. It might even suddenly descend tomorrow. So of course Ling Blood wouldn't waste any time. The sooner one broke through the immortal extreme realm, the sooner one would have the means to deal with it. Feng Lingfang nodded. Then let's hope that your Majesty will be able to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. It is also believed that His Majesty is capable of doing so. By the time His Majesty emerges, it will be a whole new realm that no one in this world has ever reached before. Truly invincible. Chapter 17 Cold Snow is not dead. The world outside. It had already been a year since the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty was destroyed. The whole world was at peace during this year. It really looks like a peaceful and prosperous time. Between the human race and the demon race, they lived in harmony, and the feelings between humans and demons grew stronger and stronger. This is the peaceful and prosperous world that everyone wants, and it is the common expectation of the whole world. Only no one knows that this peaceful and prosperous world will be replaced by the end of the world in a short time. Su Tian had established the Xingyu Empire, and in a year's time, a brand new imperial capital had been established. The vast imperial capital, as far as the eye could see, was crowded with people. Standing at the top of the imperial palace, one could overlook the prosperous scene of the entire imperial capital. Extremely magnificent. At this moment, Su Tian was standing on top of that imperial palace, looking at the amicable prosperity of the entire imperial capital. This is the peace and prosperity that you have achieved after all the hard work you have gone through. He was more than a little relieved to see what he had accomplished today. Although this journey was full of ups and downs, but at least now he had killed that tyrant and replaced it with a peaceful and prosperous world. And he himself is the lord of this new age, the new emperor. Although he was not quite that capable of being the emperor himself, it was good to have everyone's support. One's life is something to be proud of. Sagittarius. Just then, a soft voice rang out from behind. Bai Luoxing swept in and stood beside Su Tian. Mama. Su Tian smiled gently and wrapped Bai Luoxing into his arms. Bai Luoxing gently leaned against Su Tian's chest before softly saying, Sire, do you have something on your mind? Now that the world is at peace, I have no regrets. So where would I have anything else on my mind? Su Tian gently laughed. Nowadays, in this world, he was the master, and he had the support of powerful people from all sides under his command, so he didn't even have to worry about himself. Indeed, there is nothing left to think about. It's just an occasional lament about life. But, Sangong, I have something on my mind, Bai Luoxing suddenly said. Hearing this, Su Tian frowned slightly. Oh, I always feel that it's not quite reassuring that the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty hasn't cut off the roots, Bai Luoxing said softly. It was indeed something that had always worried her. In the battle that day, although Ling Blood was dead, but everyone under Ling Blood's command had fled to the binding pole, she was never quite sure. It always felt like that Ling Blood would leave something behind. There's nothing to worry about. Su Tian faintly laughed. They are also human beings. They also need a way to live. That tyrant is dead. This world can't accommodate them. They naturally can only head to that extremely cold land and live on. But, Sangong, aren't you afraid of what tricks that Ling Blood Liu has up his sleeve? Bai Luoxing said. Although it's true that after he died, I could no longer feel any of his aura or residual soul fluctuations. I always felt that everything wasn't that simple. My lady, you're worrying too much. Su Tian wrapped his arms around Bai Luoxing and continued. Since that devil is dead, Even if the people under his command were able to survive, they would no longer pose any threat to this world. But, Sagittarius, the concept of Ling blood has long been ingrained in those people. Bai Luoxing continued. I'm afraid that among them, a second Ling blood will appear. There will never be another Ling blood in the world. Su Tian was very certain. Under the heavens, there would never be another tyrant as high and mighty as Ling blood. With him, there would be no one like Ling blood. Hearing Su Tian's words, Bai Luoxing frowned slightly. She just wanted Su Tian to go and completely sweep away all the remaining elements of the Great Plains Imperial dynasty before she could feel at ease. But Su Tian just didn't seem to care. So, she then whispered, Sagittarius, I'll tell you something. What is it? Su Tian lowered his head. I'm pregnant, whispered Bai Luoxing. When these words came out, Su Tian was first startled, then it was full of joy, hugging Bai Luoxing with force. I am going to be a father. Yes, you're going to be a daddy. Bai Luoxing nodded. Su Tian burst out laughing. Ha ha, I'm going to be a daddy. I'm going to be a daddy. Speaking, he directly hugged Bai Luoxing and spun around. By the way, you're the emperor now, Bai Luoxing continued. So it's not only father, but also father. Ha ha, yes, father. Su Tian smiled broadly. And you're the mother. Aha! Bai Luoxing also had a smile on his face. She was indeed pregnant with Su Tian's child. And this child, of course, was a half-demon. And half-demons are of course under the control of the demon emperor seed, also part of the demon race. Sangha, the remaining members of that great original imperial dynasty have not been erased. I just can't let go of my heart. Bai Luoxing then said. Why Don? You have someone go to the Beiming polar region to take a look? Hearing Bai Luoxing's words at this moment, Su Tian hesitated. If it was before, he would have rejected these words from Bai Luoxing outright. After all, that extremely cold place was full of dangers, and he was afraid that something would happen even if he sent someone there. But now Bai Luoxing was pregnant, so of course he had to pay more attention to Bai Luoxing's words. You can't let your lady worry and annoy you too much. Tell you what, I'll arrange for some strong people to go and take a look. So Su Tian continued. If those people just want to live, naturally there's no need to waste their efforts. If they still want to follow that tyrant's philosophy, I naturally won't let them go. Hearing this, Bai Luoxing then nodded her head gently. Then he gently leaned against Su Tian's chest. Only when the Great Plains Imperial dynasty is completely eradicated, the Starry Empire, can it last forever? Although you are the Empress, now that you are pregnant, don't worry too much about these matters. Su Tian softly said, the child in your belly is the most important. Aha! Bai Luoxing nodded gently. Wait until Su Tian had eradicated all the remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial dynasty in order to eliminate any future troubles. Then, she has nothing to worry about. On the other hand, the Beiming Pole, Beiming Empire, Imperial Palace. Everyone in the Beiming Empire was defeated miserably at the same time. Bastard! His Majesty is too impulsive. I should have advised His Majesty not to go forward. Persuade? With His Majesty's nature, where can we persuade? What His Majesty has decided is not to be resisted by anyone. AI. Although His Majesty is usually lonely and proud, I never thought that at this last moment, His Majesty would be willing to sacrifice himself to buy time for us to escape. As subjects, we can only watch His Majesty blow himself up when it's vital to do so. It's really suffocating. Although before this Colds now was a murderous and arrogant empress in their eyes. But today, Ling Xue sacrificed her life to buy time for them, which did make them somewhat touched. At the same time they felt a little sorry for their emperor. What kind of is this? The emperor dies and his subjects return? Now that the empress is dead, what will happen to the entire Beiming? Waiting for that Ling blood to rule all of Beihai? What will happen to the entire North Mediterranean Empire? Surrender? Everyone was at a loss for words at this point. Buzz. Yet just then, just when everyone was at a loss for words, above that ice crystal throne at the very front, it was a touch of ice blue coldness that was crazily condensing. Seeing this scene, everyone was suddenly shocked. What's going on? This familiar scent. This is His Majesty? Is His Majesty still alive? How is that possible? Chapter 18, Immortality and Immortality. His Majesty has obviously blown himself up. How can he still be alive? But, this breath, really cannot be wrong. Buzz. Under everyone's gaze, the ice blue cold air, in the twinkling of an eye, coalesced into points of crystal clear ice crystals. And then, those ice crystals were slowly condensing into a charming and honorable silhouette. It was no one else but Ling Xue. She is indeed not dead yet. Not only is she not dead, she even has all her cultivation. Still at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm. It's just that the breath is a bit disorganized at the moment. This, Majesty? All of them immediately knelt down in a hurry, surprised and happy. Not sure what the hell is going on here though, but their majesties do live. That's good. In this way, Biming will not perish. At this time, Ling Xue, her pretty face was ice cold. What a Great Plains emperor. I have somewhat underestimated him. This attack was indeed a bit hasty. I didn't expect that Ling Blood was also in Beihai, nor did he expect him to be slightly better than himself. If there were only Wind Blade Rain and the others, this battle would have been a sure win. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, why are you still? At that moment, everyone in the entire hall tilted their heads and asked curiously. Obviously, he blew himself up in front of everyone. Why aren't you dead yet? And so intact, as if even the cultivation is still there? What kind of counterintuitive ability is this? This matter was not explained by Colds now. She was never of this world in the first place. And she is immortal. Every time you die, you are reborn directly afterward, and still maintain the original cultivation. It's just that the breath is disorganized after the resurrection and it takes a little time to recover. It was a secret that belonged to her alone and no one else. Then the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty is only afraid that the next step will be to take direct action against Beihai. Ling Xue then is said, recall all sides of the army. The next, to guard the Biming Imperial capital. After I recover, then destroy the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. With this encounter, she already knew the strength of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. If you are not well prepared, you are indeed no match. But if all the strong men and armies of the entire Biming are all summoned, then a full-scale battle down the line should be just about even. And he himself could keep consuming against the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty with his ability to not die. In this way, the final victory is certain. This time it was a bit impulsive and suffered a loss. Next time, be completely prepared and you will not lose again. Your Majesty. At this time, the State Master spoke. That Ling Blood is strong. Perhaps we can try to talk about peace. There is no need to really fish death net break. There was actually no need to do it directly from the start. Right now there was a battle, but it was a battle that came down to neither side having any losses. So it's not like there's any deep hatred. If possible, peace is the best end. After all, both parties do have similar strengths. Moreover, that Ling Blood seemed to be intent on negotiating peace. His name is Ling Blood? Colds now frowned slightly. That's right, that great original dynasty emperor's real name is none other than Ling Blood. The State Master nodded, and then he was using his spiritual energy to write Ling Blood's name in midair. Ling Blood, Ling Xue. These two names do have some inexplicable affinity. Ling Xue's beautiful eyes looked at the name and hesitated for a moment without caring too much about it. She then snorted coldly. Now that he killed me once, should I let him go? The crowd was speechless. You totally blew yourself up this time. Your Majesty. That the Great Plains Emperor also said that he didn't want to fight you to the death. Even said you could be given another chance when you were about to blow yourself up. But you just had to make an enemy of him. You're the one who has to be stubborn, aren't you? Do everything as I say. Ling Xue then said in a cold voice. Next time, we'll destroy the Great Plains. Looking at this attitude of Ling Xue, all of them could only helplessly shake their heads. His Majesty's nature is such that persuasion is useless. Since she was adamant about it, then of course she had no choice but to do as she was told. As a result, the top echelons of the various parties began to recall the powerful people and large armies that were spread out in various parts of the Biming Empire. First, we will defend the Biming Imperial capital, and wait until Ling Xue recovers before launching a full-scale general attack. The other side, before the Great Wall of Biming Glacier. At this moment, a team was pacing forward in the middle of that icy sky and snow. The person at the head was Su Tian's younger sister, Su Xiaoye. Your Highness, why don't we just go back? At this time, the people behind them all spoke up. We've been searching for so long in this northern dimming pole, and there's not a single silhouette here at all. They had come on Su Tian's orders to search for those remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. But it's been months since I've been here and I haven't found anything. It's not a good idea to stay inside this icy place for a long time. There isn't one. That's the problem. Su Xiaoye, however, had a firm face and continued. Why is there no one? Those people from the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, where have they all gone? Even if they are dead, they should see the body. Live and let die. A huge army like that of theirs has entered this northern dimming polar region. And we've searched for so long yet we can't even see a single corpse. Doesn't this prove that they're all still alive? Since they are still alive, they must be hiding in some unknown place. It's even possible that they're secretly plotting something. No matter what, they must be found to put an end to this. Her philosophy is the same as Bai Luoxing's. She was also always worried about those remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty and what threat they might pose to the peace of the outside world. It is difficult to rest easy until they are completely eradicated. My sister-in-law is pregnant, so I can't let her worry about it. Su Xiaoye continued. since I came in person. I could never return empty-handed. That's why this is a team she's leading herself. She was the one who took the initiative to propose to Su Tian that she wanted to come to Beiming, for his brother and for his sister-in-law. Hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. The Empress is pregnant? Yeah, that's why. You're all the most capable assistants under Brother Tian's command. We can't let my sister-in-law be in fear all day long, right? Su Xiaoye said. We must find those remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty and figure out what exactly they are doing, and if they are a threat, eradicate them as early as possible. Hearing this, everyone nodded heavily. Yes, their emperor is already sufficiently worked up from day to day. Now that the Empress was pregnant, he had to take care of her even more. Then of course they, as human subjects, should share more of the king's worries. Then, no matter what, we must find out those remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. If they are indeed plotting in the shadows, then root them out. Reassure His Majesty and the Empress. Chapter 19 Immortal Extreme Realm. Of course, if the other party was just trying to find a place to stay in this Beiming, just want to live ordinary, then, according to Su Tian, it would be possible to leave them alone and let them fend for themselves. Here it is, the Great Glacier Wall. Right at this moment, Su Xiaoye at the forefront stopped in her tracks. Everyone was looking up. Only a boundless wall of ice appeared in everyone's sight at the end of the snowy, icy sky in the distance. In the eyes of the vast majority of people, this Great Wall of Glaciers is the deepest part of the Beiming polar region. But what lies beyond the Great Wall of Glaciers is something no one knows. Now that we've almost searched the entire Beiming, those remnants of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, if they're still alive, are only afraid that they're deep within this Great Wall of Glaciers. Su Xiaoye then said in a deep voice, Your Highness, the cold inside this glacial Great Wall is extremely terrifying. It's simply impossible to survive for a long period of time. The men under his command were saying, it's unlikely that they're deep within this glacial Great Wall, right? If you're here, you have to see it to find out. Su Xiaoye smiled and continued, Everyone, would you like to explore the adventure with me? This Great Wall of Glaciers is full of mystery, and regardless of whether or not those from the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty were on the inside, they deserved to explore. If Her Highness is not afraid of a girl, what do we have to fear? Everyone was laughing. I'm not a girl. Su Xiaoye glared at everyone and then said, Don't forget that I'm also at the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. Don't underestimate me. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. If the remaining members of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty are within, then we'll consider ourselves to be here for business. Su Xiaoye continued. If they're not here, then let's pretend that we're here to explore. No one has ever been able to conquer this glacial wall, and we will be the first warriors. And let's see what the deepest part of this Beiming polar region is like. At this point she swore. Everyone took a deep breath as well. Then, start the adventure. Immediately afterward, all of them followed Su Xiaoye and swept towards the upper and lower gaps between the endless ice walls. Below the lake, in the depths of a dimly lit lake, only the ancient altar emitted a faint blood-red pattern of light. At this time, inside the black ancient tripod on top of that altar, Ling Blood sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. At his chest was the dark red soul elemental bead. The dense and intense spiritual energy within the entire altar was continuously surging towards the soul yuan bead at this moment. It was then transformed by the soul elemental pearl into pure spiritual energy for Ling Blood to absorb. This absorption and refining had lasted for several months. And today, this absorption and refining finally came to an end. Buzz! Right at this moment, within Ling Blood's body, the blood-red spiritual energy trembled crazily. It was as if it had reached some sort of limit and was about to completely break through and explode. This frantic churning caused the entire lake to tumble. It even caused the entire city to tremble. It was as if a powerful existence that no one had ever seen before was about to be born. This kind of commotion caused Windblade Rain and all the others to rush towards the lake in a single sweep. Looking at the crazily tumbling lake and feeling the bizarre trembling of the entire heaven and earth, they all narrowed their eyes slightly. Is your majesty going to make a successful breakthrough? Wind Spirit Frost whispered. Can't be wrong. Haven't broken through yet. Just being on the edge of this is already causing heaven and earth to tremble. It should be soon. Hua Jiankong also spoke. When your majesty breaks through the extreme realm, even if that demon emperor is born the next moment, we will have nothing to fear. Jiang Broken Thousand said with a smile. This would be the first existence to reach the immortal extreme realm under this universal sky. Ling Blood would also become a true emperor for all ages. There is no second emperor in the ages. Boom! At that moment, just as a few people were talking, a sudden boom came from beneath that lake. At that instant, 100 feet thick pillar of blood-red light abruptly rose up into the sky. The entire lake's water, at this moment, was instantly vaporized. the blood-red light pillar went straight into the dome of the sky, causing the 10,000 miles of clouds above the dome of the sky to continuously blast away. It made the entire heaven and earth a blood red. And along with this flash of blood red, there was also a terrifying pressure that everyone present had never felt before. It was a kind of pressure that was above everything in heaven and earth. Under this terrifying pressure, even Wind Blade Rain, who was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm, felt so small. Is this that legendary, immortal extreme realm? Everyone in the entire city was pouring out. Everyone was tilting their heads up, looking at the blood-red endless sky, feeling this vast breath pressure. In the past, the supreme earth realm could be called strong in this heaven and earth. The Saint Martial heavenly realm was even the strongest of the strong, and there were only a handful of them in the world. And now a higher realm has emerged. It would be in existence above all else. This feeling is no longer within the so-called strong. This was already an existence that crushed all the strongest people, a true godlike existence. Immortality, the realm of limits, the entire city. At this time, everyone was looking at a blood-red color between this heaven and earth. Then, waiting for Ling blood to appear. And at this moment, underneath that lake, that ancient altar was already covered with a crack. It was as if Ling blood's devouring and refining had drained it completely. On top of the ruptured ancient altar, in the black ancient cauldron, Ling blood had already stood up, and he slightly clenched his fist, feeling the strong power that he had never felt before. At this moment, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were under his senses. There is a sense of living and breathing with heaven and earth. As long as he was willing, he could mobilize the entire power between heaven and earth at will. This is the immortal extreme realm, a realm of true immortality. In the path of cultivation, as one's cultivation level increases, one can extend one's lifespan. This extension, however, is ultimately limited. 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Eventually there is a limit. Eventually there is a time to grow old. But this immortal extreme realm is true immortality and longevity. If there is no external force forcibly interfering, one can live forever without aging or dying. Crunch! Just then, in the middle of the ancient altar that had crumbled, suddenly that one remaining trace of spiritual energy leaked out. Then, it coalesced into a section of residual shadow in front of Ling blood. That's a history no one knows. It's the origin of the Biming. It's where this ancient altar came from. In that distant ancient past, a vast wall of ice was like crossing all dimensions and descending from the sky, dividing the whole of heaven and earth. It formed this Biming polar region, and along with the wall of ice that fell from the sky, there was also a demonist that rendered everyone powerless. Cold Snow. Chapter 20, what the hell is he laughing at? This is a much older history, even going as far back as 100,000 years before the Demon Emperor seed landed. When that wall of ice landed, it brought great destruction to this side of the heavens and earth. The entire Biming was covered in ice and snow, and many lives were lost under the terrifying cold. Therefore, the appearance of Ling Xue was naturally regarded as ominous by the world. In the eyes of the world, it was she who brought about the wall of ice that divided heaven and earth, and it was she who brought about destruction. Therefore, everyone in the entire Biming was joining hands to try to erase her. And in the face of everyone's obliteration, Cold Snow was not at all polite. With his own strength, he made an enemy of the entire Biming. An extremely long war begins to play out. The war went on for many years. The Biming allied forces established this altar just to use it to cultivate strong people to deal with Ling Xue. It would have been a win indeed. In that last duel, all the strongest people from all sides struck at the same time to surround Ling Xue. Many people died in that battle, and the sacrifice of countless people was used to bring about the demise of Ling Xue. However, just when everyone thought that Ling Xue had gone up in smoke, it wasn't more than a couple of months before Ling Xue popped back up and killed it out of nowhere. It was at that moment that all realized that she could not be killed. And so, all that remained was to sacrifice themselves to seal Cold Snow for eternity. After that sealing, the entire Biming was left with almost nothing but a few old and sick people. So, too, there is a serious historical disconnect. So much so that people in later generations will not know anything about Ling Xue until 100,000 years later, which is now. Upon finishing reading these histories, a rakish smile appeared on Ling Blood's face. So that woman is not from this world? Rather, it fell down with that wall of ice? She should have been born from that endless wall of ice, and as long as that endless wall of ice was still there, she would be immortal. After death, there is rebirth, and the cultivation is still there, but it takes a few months to transition. Interesting, Ling Blood smiled. So that's why she didn't hesitate to blow herself up that day. It wasn't that she didn't value her life. It wasn't that she was extremely impulsive. Rather, she has an inexhaustible number of lives. So now, too, she's not dead at all. She's alive. That's more or less a counterintuitive ability. If you can be reborn after death, doesn't that mean you can die with your opponent at any time? Countless times of dying together. Even if there were more sacred martial heaven realms, there was no way they would be her opponent. It's no wonder she's so high and confident. She herself was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm. Add to that the fact that you can't be killed, and it's like being invincible, unbeatable. Of course, this was limited to within the Saint Martial Heavenly realm. If one had the strength to completely crush her, then even if one could not kill her, one could still trap her, sealed or imprisoned forever or something. After a faint smile, Ling Blood swept away and left the place. Outside the lake, when they saw Ling Blood fly out, Feng Lingfang and the others bowed slightly. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for successfully breaking through the immortal extreme realm. Now, even if that demon emperor seed did descend into the world, there was nothing to fear. The Great Plains Imperial Dynasty will last for 1,000 years. When Ling Blood's mind moved, the blood-red color that filled the entire heaven and earth was converged. The terrifying pressure also dissipated. He then said slowly, "This altar does serve a great purpose. Find a way to restore it." Now he had broken through to the immortal extreme realm, all thanks to the heaven and earth aura that this altar has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. If this altar could be repaired, then of course everyone under his command would be able to use this altar to enhance their strength. Windblade Rain nodded gently. Buzz! Right at this moment, just as Ling Blood had just emerged from the gate, above the dome of the sky, a huge ice-blue spatial rift suddenly exploded. From there, vast armies tumbled out like locusts. This is the army of the Bing Empire? The Empress is dead, and they still dare to come? Form up and prepare for battle. Hua Jiankong and Jiang Broken Thousand roared. At that moment, all the troops in the entire city were simultaneously tumbling out, instantly entering a state of readiness. Ling Blood's gaze looked at the vast Biming army in midair, and immediately a faint smile just appeared on his face. He was about to go and talk to her himself, and she ended up coming to the door again like this? And it came at the right time. In midair, the vast Biming army was spread across the entire dome of the sky in the blink of an eye. It was black and covered the sky. This time, Beiming was all out. All the strongest people, the armies of all parties, all arrived. The battle was much more powerful than the last one, because this time, Ling Xue was bound to take down Ling Blood and take down the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. After all the armies were swarming out, before that spatial rift, the neatly organized armies spread out towards both sides. And then, from within that ice-blue spatial rift, an ice-blue stunningly beautiful silhouette slowly floated out. The ice-blue long dress wrapped around that enchanting and charming figure. Jade feet stepped into the void, untainted by dust. Above the stunningly beautiful and pretty face, the icy blue honorable beauty eyes carried a touch of coldness that went deep into the bone marrow. Upon seeing this Biming female emperor once again, everyone in the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty was suddenly taken aback. How is this possible? She's not dead? Feng Lingfan's eyes were wide with disbelief. That day Ling Xue, but in front of all the face of the self-destruction, the real soul scattered ashes. As a result, is now standing in front of everyone intact? What the hell is going on here? Windblade Rain also frowned slightly. Then his eyes glanced towards Ling Blood. Could it be that she, like Ling Blood, had a back way out for herself at all times? And also being reborn after death and being able to quickly regain peak cultivation? Ling Blood, however, smiled faintly. This wasn't some back road she was preparing in advance. Rather, it was her innate ability to go against the grain and not die. Immediately Ling Blood as a vertical swept up, came to the mid-air, and opposite Ling's snow level. He stepped on the void and walked towards Ling Xue step by step. It didn't stop until the two were less than a meter away from each other. Hello again. The corner of Ling Blood's mouth was hooked in a smile, and his blood-red eyes just looked at the stunning queen in front of him. Ling Xue's beautiful ice-blue eyes were also staring at Ling Blood with a smear of killing intent at this moment. She said coldly, "What's that look on your face?" By all rights, he should be surprised, shocked, to see himself again. It should be unbelievable. But now, those expressions were completely invisible from his face. Instead, he wore an inexplicable smile. What is he laughing at? Is it hard to believe that he's quite happy to see himself alive? It would indeed be a bit of a shame if you were to die for real. Ling Blood smiled gently and then said, "I am curious. Where did you come from?" Chapter 21. You've made another bad decision. When Ling Blood said this, Ling Xue suddenly frowned slightly. It looks like you seem to know some secrets? You may not have thought that the altar that the Biming allied forces built to deal with you in the beginning is in this city where I am. Ling Blood laughed faintly. When these words came out, Ling Xue's pretty face changed slightly. All this time she had been looking for that altar, because that was, after all, an altar that had been established more than 100,000 years ago. The interior was bound to have condensed extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual energy. The result is in the middle of this city? That's really a good thing. Ling Xue then laughed coldly. Today, as long as we kill Ling Blood and the others, we will be able to obtain that altar. By then, she will be able to impact the immortal extreme realm. Ling Blood, however, smiled. Of course she didn't realize that the spiritual energy inside that altar had already been absorbed all by herself. At this point the entire altar was completely scrapped. Those who are present today should be all the armies of your entire Beihai Ming, right? Ling Blood then swept his gaze around. The formation is indeed good. If Colds now had so brought all the armies under his command to a full-scale battle before, that battle will surely end with both sides losing. And while Colds now is immortal, the other party's energy is greatly injured, but she is able to resurrect again. At the end of the day, the winner is definitely her. Unfortunately, she missed her one and only chance. Now coming back to herself, she had no chance of winning. What I said that day still counts. Ling Xue's icy blue eyes stared at Ling Blood, then said faintly, either you submit to Beihai, or be buried in Beihai. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled again. He then returned his gaze to Ling Xue's face. So, you feel you are well prepared today? Since you know about me, then you should understand that you have no chance of winning. Ling Xue coldly said. She could die countless times and still be at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm after her resurrection. The entire Great Plains Imperial dynasty could be rendered defenseless by using wheel warfare alone. You have to understand one thing. Ling Blood, however, laughed faintly. Being immortal is not the same as being invincible. Immortality is indeed a remarkable ability, but it doesn't mean that immortality is invincible. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Hitting it once, breaking it. Hit it a second time and it's just as broken. Hit it a million more times and it will always be the egg that breaks. In the face of absolute strength, even the most fancy abilities were nothing but vanity. What I say counts just as much. Ling Blood then his figure suddenly pasted up, raised his hand and gently patted the snow-white chin of Ling Xue, and softly said, you and I don't have to live and die at all. This sudden action by Ling Blood caused everyone in the entire Bing Empire to change their faces. What's this guy doing? That's our Supreme Empress, Her Majesty. The Great Plains Imperial Dynasty side of the army had the same expression. Your Majesty. Feng Lingfan's eyebrows knitted slightly not far from the back, her small face filled with jealousy. And in the face of Ling Blood acting like this, Ling Xue's pretty face was cold. She then proceeded to raise her hand and slap it out, trying to slap Ling Blood's hand away. However, it was Ling Blood who clasped his wrist. If you insist on making an enemy of me, don't blame me for being impolite, Ling Blood said indifferently. You're still as smug as before. Ling Xue let out a cold snort, followed by a direct order. Tread down this place. When the armies from all sides of the Bing Empire heard Ling Xue's order, they all burst into a chant and swarmed towards the bottom. The dense and overwhelming army was like locusts descending into the world. The black pressurized a large area, is bound to completely engulf the entire city. Welcome. Below, Windblade Rain and the others were also nonchalant, as an aura shot up into the sky and met them head-on. The two armies, one above the other, collided steeply above that high sky. Boom! There was a loud boom that spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Another great battle broke out in the same place, and this one is bigger. On the part of the Bing Empire's army, although they actually had no intention of making an enemy of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, but since His Majesty was insistent on taking down the Great Plains Dynasty, of course they had no choice but to do it. As for the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty side, that was certainly fearless. They were fearless even if Ling Blood was still at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm. Not to mention that Ling Blood was already at the immortal extreme realm at this point. The Bing Empire is nothing to worry about. In mid-air, Ling Blood grabbed Ling Xue's snow-white and delicate white wrist, then shook his head helplessly. You made another wrong decision. It's no one else's turn to judge whether my decisions are right or wrong. Cold Snow grunted. The next moment steeply drew back his hand and stepped back half a point. And then he raised his jade hand, his slender fingers, and steeply formed a seal. Buzz. All of a sudden, in the 6 directions above, below, left, right, front and back of Ling Blood, the cold ice condensed into 6 translucent sharp ice swords. Above the ice sword, a cold light flashed. The next moment, as Ling Xue's hand seal closed, boom! All of a sudden, 6 huge ice swords shot explosively towards Ling Blood at the same time. At the same time, it landed on Ling Blood. Boo! With a loud bang, a horrifying cold shockwave crazily swept away. It made the air above that heavenly dome be completely solidified. Buzz! But the next moment, it was a rich blood-red aura that tumbled out. That terrifying cold air, instantly annihilated away. Not the slightest bit left. Ling Xue's beautiful eyes looked away. her willow brows slightly furrowed. Even though Ling Blood's strength was slightly superior to hers, there was no reason why Ling Blood would be able to instantly dissolve this move down by herself. How do you feel that the aura emanating from him at this time is a little weird? Seems different than before? Without thinking about it so much, Colds now then clenched her jade hand and an exquisite ice sword appeared in her hand. And then, she held the ice sword and just swung it towards Ling Blood. Facing Ling Xue's attack, Ling Blood didn't even dodge. He just stood in place and let Ling Xue's ice sword swing up. And then, ding! A sharp voice rang out. Ling Blood merely raised his palm, and two of his fingers clamped down on Ling Xue's sword blade. Slightly harder. Boom! The ice sword instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, Ling Xue finally noticed that something was wrong. Ling Blood's strength is definitely stronger than before, and it's stronger than that. Could it be that he surpassed the holy martial heavenly realm? No, it can't be. It can't be that fast. Ling Xue then hastily backed away and made another burst of frantic sealing. Buzz. All of a sudden, around her, the roiling cold air crazily condensed, turning into thousands of sharp ice cones. The densely packed ice cones. The next moment was when they were constantly bursting up towards Ling Blood. It's like a million swords returning to the throne. However, it didn't work. Those countless ice cones were like bubbles. Before they even touched Ling Blood, just touching that blood-colored aura emanating from Ling Blood's body, they all crumbled. Seeing this scene, Ling Xue was completely certain. The Ling Blood at the moment, his cultivation was definitely not in the same realm as himself. He had already surpassed the Saint Martial Heaven realm. Then he is now the Immortal Extreme Realm. Chapter 22, If I Can't Kill You, I Can Bully You to Death. He had actually reached the Immortal Extreme Realm? How did he do it? She was well aware of how difficult it was to reach the Immortal Extreme Realm. As a result, Ling Blood, who was about the same as himself, reached it first? In this world, one was surprisingly not the first to reach that Immortal Extreme Realm. You seem to have found something? At this time, Ling Blood from the opposite side spoke. That's right, it's what you think. That altar has condensed heaven and earth aura for more than 100,000 years, and it has been completely absorbed by me. So, I am indeed no longer in the sacred martial heavenly realm now, but in the immortal extreme realm. The Saint Martial Heavenly Realm and the Immortal Extreme Realm were certainly not comparable at all. Therefore, the current him could completely crush Ling Xue. Even if Colds now blew herself up, it would no longer have any effect on him. So now, Cold Snow's ability to be immortal was useless to him. This is impossible. Ling Xue grimaced. That altar she kind of knew, although it was able to condense the aura of heaven and earth. However, the denser the aura was, the more difficult it was to refine and absorb. The aura that had been condensed for more than a whole 100,000 years should be resistant to all people under this universal sky. It was impossible for Ling Blood to refine and absorb it in such a few months' time. She wouldn't have been able to come so quickly in her place. It would indeed be impossible for anyone else. Ling Blood smiled, but he had the soul elemental pearl, which was now one with him. Any more violent and dense spiritual energy, he could directly refine and absorb it. Now, do you still feel that you are adequately prepared? Ling Blood then asked indifferently. Colds now couldn't speak. If Ling Blood was still within the sacred martial heaven realm, no matter how strong he was, his own immortality ability would consume him to death. However, if it was the immortal extreme realm, that would be a different matter, because the gap between these two realms is too big. That much she knew. So, now she has no chance of winning. Even from now on she has no chance of winning against Ling Blood, unless she can also reach the immortal extreme realm. But how easy is it to reach that level? Now the heaven and earth spiritual chi condensed by that altar had been completely absorbed by Ling Blood. Trying to find another way to reach the immortal extreme realm in this world was difficult, although it was still possible as well. Go! At that moment, Ling Xue just did not hesitate to give an order. Since it had been determined that it was not an opponent, there was certainly no need to waste time. Let's pull back and figure out what to do. As she spoke, Ling Xue raised her jade hand and waved it. An ice blue spatial rift was created steeply. However, on the opposite side, Ling Blood was smiling gently. Then he also raised his palm and swung it gently. Buzz! A flash of blood-red spiritual energy surged away, wiping out the ice blue spatial rift. Instantly, the spatial rift was completely closed. In Biming, it was impossible to tear through space because there existed an extremely strong cold air in Biming, and all the coldness in Biming came from that endless wall of ice. Colds now was born from the endless ice wall, so she could tear through space in a way that no one else could, but not others, and only within the Saint Martial Heaven realm. Now that Ling Blood was at the immortal extreme realm, this kind of prohibition, of course, had no effect on him. I don't seem to have said that I will let you go? Ling Blood laughed faintly. Ling Xue's willow brows were frowning tightly. and her ice-blue beautiful eyes were staring at Ling Blood in death. So, can't fight or escape today? That would be Buzz. Immediately, the terrifying cold air within Cold Snow's body was trembling crazily. Her only recourse was to blow herself up. This might even buy some time for his men to escape. And he, himself, will be resurrected soon enough to count for nothing. Swish. However, just as Ling Xue had just planned to self-detonate, Ling Blood's figure had already swept in, his palm steeply clasping on her shoulder. Buzz. The next moment, Ling Xue was the one who felt the terrifying aura coming from above Ling Blood's palm. Instantly, the crazy restless cold chi within her body was suppressed to the fullest extent. In front of the immortal extreme realm of Ling Blood, she couldn't die, even if she wanted to. Still trying to pull the same stunt? Ling Blood voice flat, do you think you still have a chance? Ling Xue sank her pretty face, not knowing what to do for a moment. Can't fight, can't escape, now it can't even die. What's left to do with this guy now? This fellow really didn't know how he managed to devour that alter spirit energy so quickly to reach the immortal extreme realm. Looking at Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful and pretty face that was somewhat overwhelmed, the corner of Ling Blood's mouth suddenly hooked up into a strange, evil smile. Even so, what can you do? Ling Xue then said in a cold voice, you can't kill me all the same. Today, she had indeed planted herself, and would indeed fall into Ling Blood's hands, and it's highly likely that all of his men, too, will be wiped out. But, she still won't die. Even if it was the immortal extreme realm, Ling Blood would never be able to kill her. When did I ever say I would kill you? Ling Blood smiled and then said, I suddenly thought of another, better method. As soon as these words came out, looking at the strange expression on Ling Blood's face, a touch of uneasiness rose within Ling Xue. What does he want to do? Under Ling Xue's somewhat uneasy eyes, Ling Blood then faintly said, can't kill you, can bully you to death. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of blood-red aura surging out crazily from within him. Directly above that heavenly dome, it coalesced into a huge blood-red boundary, completely isolate everything inside and outside that piece of space. Inside the blood-red boundary, Ling Xue's pretty face was completely flustered. What do you want to do? I said, if you do not want to be my enemy, I will not be polite. The corner of Ling Blood's mouth hooked into a smile, and in the next moment, his palm violently tore. Swish, the ice-blue silk skirt instantly shattered. Ling Xue's pupils suddenly shrunk suddenly. Ling Blood, how dare you? There are still things I don't dare to do under this universal sky? Ling Blood smiled coldly. The next moment, in the midst of Ling Xue's completely panicked gaze, he began to frantically seize. Outside, throughout the chaotic battlefield, everyone's gazes were looking towards the sky dome above. Looking at the blood-red boundary, no one knew that the battle inside was more intense than outside. What are they doing? In the midst of the melee, Feng Lingfan's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she was a little uneasy inside. Wind Blade Rain, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Others didn't understand Ling Blood, but he certainly did. So, he then waved. Almost there, the entire battlefield, as the sound of Wind Blade Rain filled the air. All of a sudden everyone stopped. Two armies, each separated. You, Bei Ming, do you really want to fight to the end with my Great Plains Imperial Dynasty? Wind Blade Rain then said faintly. The moment these words came out, the Biming Empire's armies all looked at each other for a few moments. They don't really want to, but they can't disobey when Ling Xue orders them to. Chapter 23. Every time is a new you. I'm quite happy with it. My Majesty has no intention of making enemies of you or of Beihai. Wind Dagger Rain continued. Your Beiming is simply no match for the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, so why waste your efforts? Hearing this, the Biming Empire's army on the opposite side all gave a dry laugh. The old state master at the head cupped his fists and said, actually, we don't want to be enemies with the Great Plains. After all, there is no grievance or enmity in the first place. It's just that we are human subjects. His Majesty has orders, and we have to follow them. Everything was actually supposed to be as Ling Blood said. There was no need for life and death. Although Ling Blood was indeed extremely ambitious and did have the idea of annexing Biming, but it's not as if this matter has to be resolved by force. It's not like the two empires can't really coexist peacefully. As a result, without saying a word, their majesties are trying to kill Ling Blood is trying to destroy the Great Plains. They are human subjects and indeed have no choice but to do as they are told. Now that my Great Plains Emperor has surpassed the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, you Bei Ming are no match, and neither is your Empress. Wind Blade Rain continued. As he spoke his gaze looked towards the blood-red boundary above the dome of the sky, then faintly laughed. And it's not allowed to say that in the future they'll all be members of their own family, so it's naturally pointless to fight back and forth. When these words came out, everyone in the Biming Empire was yet surprised and confused. surprised that Ling blood had surpassed the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm? What kind of powerful realm would that be? At that realm, could Biming be a match? And the cluelessness is the wind knife rain said. After all are their own family? What does that mean? Brother, what are you babbling about? At this time, Wind Spirit Frost swept in and stood beside Wind Dagger Rain. What do you mean? What family? Why did you become a family? Could it be that? She took a wide-eyed look at the completely enclosed sphere of blood-red light. Though she wasn't quite sure, she could certainly make a vague guess at what was going on. It can't really be that, can it? How can His Majesty? What are you going to do with yourself? His Majesty hasn't even touched himself yet. Wind Dagger Rain did not explain, but only raised his hand and gently patted his sister's shoulder to show comfort. There's nothing to be said for what's happened. On the face and temperament, and then on the identity and strength. In any aspect, that Ling Xue is indeed more suitable for the queen than her own sister, and more worthy of Ling blood. This, Feng Lingfang instantly pouted her little mouth high and just stared at that blood-colored boundary dead in the face. Really? No, Your Majesty. What about me? I should have been here first. The armies of the two parties, on this occasion, came to a complete stop. Everyone was standing still, looking at the blood-red ball of light, quietly waiting and waiting. A long time passed. After a long time, finally, a buzzing sound came from above that heavenly dome. And then, the bloody ball of light finally dissipated a little bit. Swish! The very moment the boundary opened, suddenly there was a swish. An ice-blue sword chi steeply shot up into the sky and burst out. The sword energy fell violently, causing a mountain range at the distant horizon to be instantly cut off and quickly frozen. And immediately after this sword chi, a voice of extreme anger resounded steeply between this heaven and earth. Ling blood, I want you in pieces. This voice, naturally, was Ling Xue's. In the next moment, it was Ling blood who was first seen sweeping out of the annihilating boundary. And Ling Xue carried her sword in her hand and chased and hacked desperately behind her. At this moment, Ling blood had a smug yet satisfied smile on his face, because what he wanted, of course, he had gotten exactly. It's perfect. And Ling Xue was like she had completely lost her mind at this point, swinging wildly with her sword. An icy blue sword chi exploded out, and underneath each sword chi, the air was frozen. At this moment, whether it was the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty or the Biming Empire, everyone was staring blankly at this scene. What the hell? Why is she so angry? And the main problem is, isn't Ling blood the immortal extreme realm? How could he in turn be chased and hacked by the sacred martial heavenly realm's Ling Xue? What are they doing? It feels like a bit of flirting? Yeah, that's what it feels like. Swish! A sword chi raged madly, and everyone in the entire battlefield had stopped long ago, but the snowfall seems to have stopped completely. I want you to die a horrible death. Colds now kept hissing like an angry little wildcat as she swung and slashed. That kind of appearance was really a bit very different from the cold and haughty Empress on weekdays. The Biming Empire's army really didn't understand what had happened to make His Majesty lose his temper like this. You'll never be able to make my life worse than death. Ling blood dodged Ling Xue's messy attack while teasingly laughing. Lusting for death is a good idea. You shut up. Ling Xue roared and swung her sword wildly. While venting, her eyes looked towards the direction of the Biming army. Then he frowned. What are you all waiting for? Kill everyone here for me. The Biming Empire's army was at a loss for words for a moment. Kill everyone here? We don't have that kind of power. Besides, Ling blood is now an immortal extreme realm, and we must continue to fight. Us with all our troops. Ding! Right at this moment, Ling blood finally stopped. His fingers gently clamped Ling Xue that cold ice sword, and then faintly smiled and said, Now, if you want to die, I will never stop. Of course, you'll be reborn after you die. The next time we meet, I will use the same method against you. It's a new you every time, and I'm quite happy with that. Well, it does. Every time Colds now has been resurrected from the dead, it has been completely and fully restored. Indeed, each time it's a new her, complete and whole. It sure would be fun to think about that. You! Ling Xue was so angry that her pretty face swelled red. Asshole! How in the world can there be such an asshole? Now, to die or to go? Ling blood then laughed. I can fulfill all of you. Coltsnow's chest heaved for a moment, but for a moment, there was no telling what to expect. She wanted to die, and even if she could only cause insignificant damage to Ling blood, she didn't want to make Ling blood feel good. But the problem is, if it is really like what Ling blood said, after death, he came again, what do you do? Wouldn't that just fulfill his shameless need? But if he didn't die, this bite of anger was really hard to swallow. How could something so ridiculous happen to yourself? How can you let him bully you like that? And after letting him bully him, he doesn't even care if he lives or dies? Instead of saying the responsible thing, He starts by letting himself die? What kind of asshole is that? Looking at Ling Xue's expression that was so angry to the extreme but unable to do anything about it, Ling Blood's mouth curled with a smile. Want to leave? Want to leave is still not too late. Continue. You and all the people under your command. One can't leave. Chapter 24. I don't want this kind of comfort. Hearing Ling Blood's words, Ling Xue's eyes glanced in the direction of the Bing Empire's army. Then, a little bit of sanity was restored. Indeed, nowadays, he was not a match for Ling Blood at all. If he continued, it would be nothing more than bringing all of his men to die at the hands of Ling Blood. He himself was able to come back from the dead, but the army under his command couldn't do that. He was no match for Ling Blood anyway, so why make a fool of himself? Although today is indeed suffocating. But, what can suffocating do? In the face of absolute strength, everything is futile. The next moment, she just drew back her sword with a cold snort. It was reluctant, but there was nothing to be done about it. Remember, I'm at loggerheads with you, she then said viciously. One day, I will make your life worse than death. Right now, he was not a match for Ling Blood at all, and could not help Ling Blood in any way. And of course it's all about laying down those harsh words. I will give you a little bit of time, after you are ready, to submit to the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, Ling Blood said indifferently. You dream. Cold Snow returned coldly. He did this to himself and now he wants to make himself subservient to him? Of course it's absolutely impossible. The entire Biming will forever be at loggerheads with Ling Blood? Humph. Ling Xue then huffed and snorted coldly, and then it was a wave of her jade hand. The icy blue space tore apart once again. Go! Her ice blue eyes glared viciously at Ling Blood before she turned around and swept away. Nowadays, he was indeed no match for Ling Blood, and if he wanted to take revenge, he could only think about it in the long run. Before reaching the immortal extreme realm, one could no longer get tough with this bastard. With Ling Xue's departure, on the side of the Biming army, they all gave a dry laugh. Then he rushed toward Windblade Rain and the others and slightly clasped his fists. Farewell. After saying that, they all hurriedly followed Ling Xue's pace, and oddly polite. Hua Jiankong smiled and put away the huge sword in his hand. Now that your majesty is at the immortal extreme realm, their emperors are all far from being your majesty's rivals, so they have no choice but to be polite. Jiang Broken Thousand also said. Wind Blade Rain, on the other hand, smiled faintly. They certainly listened to what he had just said, and as they might all be fellow officers in the future, they would certainly do well to treat each other with courtesy. It was Ling Xue's intention for the two countries to go to war, not theirs. Just deal with it superficially and gloss over it. With the departure of the Biming Empire's army, in the blink of an eye, the entire sky dome was a large portion empty. Feng Lingfang hurriedly swept in and came to Ling Blood's side, then bowed slightly. Your Majesty, the party and that Biming female emperor. It's pretty obvious what happened. Though, after all, Cold Snow's inexplicable anger told the whole story. There was also Ling Blood's tolerance of Ling Xue that told the whole story, but she was still trying to hold on to the faint hope that something like that hadn't happened. Hearing this kind of question from Feng Lingfeng, Ling Blood only looked at her slightly sideways and did not answer. And that, of course, is impossible to answer. He then raised his hand and rubbed Feng Lingfeng's little head. Then he turned around. This kind of action immediately caused Feng Lingfeng to pout her lips and stomp her feet for a while. Don't want that kind of comfort. What's this optional comfort? You won't even explain it. Even if it's just to cajole me a little to fool me. From now on, Biming probably won't make a mistake. Ling Blood then faced everyone and slowly said, give them some time, and they might submit of their own accord, so there's no need to rush. If he went after them now that Ling Xue was still angry, he would definitely not surrender. She'd rather fish out of water, so there's no rush. Give her some time and she'll make a sensible choice. After all, one's annexation of Beihaiming was not as simple as wanting more than just a piece of land. More importantly, it's manpower, material, and troops. Yes. Windblade Rain and the others nodded. So for now, they'll just hold the city here for now and wait quietly. Spirit Frost, follow me out for a walk. Ling Blood continued, and let us see when that demon emperor descends. Now more than a year has passed. The number of demon races out there, the overall strength of the demon races, should have become even stronger. The demonic source power that could be provided must have been stronger as well. That demon emperor should almost be descending into the world, right? And go and see that the world falls. Hearing Ling Blood's words, Feng Lingfeng was instantly delighted. Is His Majesty asking himself to go out alone with him? With just yourself? Doesn't this space for two come in? Yes. Yes. Immediately, Feng Lingfeng was the one who hastily nodded her head. That. Now, she then asked again. Do I have to wait for you to put on some makeup? Ling Blood looked back at her. Not. Feng Lingfeng hurriedly hung her head and gave a dry laugh. And she really did. After all, it's the first time you're going out alone with His Majesty, so you have to dress up, right? But where's the sense in making His Majesty wait? Immediately after that, Ling Blood didn't waste any time. Directly bringing Feng Lingfeng, he headed to the Great Wall of Glaciers. The Great Wall of Endless Glaciers. Its top and bottom are without boundaries. It's as if the whole of heaven and earth were literally cut off. And its thickness. Even if Hua Jiankong and the others were to travel through it, it would take more than 1 or 2 months. Naturally, it is also extremely thick. Ling Blood and Feng Lingfeng were standing in the air at this moment, standing before this endless wall of ice. What a unique barrier, Ling Blood said indifferently. This barrier was not only able to isolate the demonic aura of the Emperor's seed, even he himself, now at the immortal extreme realm, was unable to sense the world outside the wall. I really don't know where cold snow in this wall of ice came from. I'll have to ask Ling Xue for clarification later. Immediately after that, Ling Blood was slowly raising his hand, then slightly clenched his fist. Buzz! At that instant, that blood-red rich spiritual energy was madly condensing on top of his fist. And then, his eyes locked onto the narrow, twisting fissure between the ice walls in front of him. Then, a fierce punch was fiercely blasted out. Boom! With this punch, 100 feet thick pillar of blood-red light was directly blasted out. The pillar of light toward that endless wall of ice was to violently burst into it. Boo! Accompanied by a loud bang, the vast column of light directly into the entire ice wall, the potential to the entire ice wall, completely through. At this moment, within this endless ice wall, in the center, Su Xiaoye also brought a group of powerful people from the Staryu Empire towards the depths and kept on advancing. Your Highness, I think it's better to forget about it? You sacred martial heavenly realm is able to withstand this cold air. We really can't take it anymore. They didn't have the cultivation of the Saint Martial heavenly realm, so it was indeed a bit tough to be in the depths of this glacier filled with terrifying cold, and there's no way of knowing if there's an end ahead or not. They are really a bit scared. What if I continue and don't have the stamina to come back? I can't say we'll be at the finish line soon, so if we say we're giving up now, won't all this perseverance along the way be for nothing? Su Xiaoye exhaled a deep breath of white air, and there was no intention to retreat in her eyes. Boom! Right at this moment, a pillar of blood-red light suddenly burst forth straight from the depths. Chapter 25. Oh my god, Ling Blood is still alive. Get out of the way. Su Xiaoye's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted out. Yet, most people simply don't even have a chance to react. One could only see that blood-red pillar of light, with a devastating stance violently blasting away. Along the way, all the cold ice instantly turned into nothing, and those who couldn't dodge in time were instantly vaporized under this pillar of blood-red light. Boom boom! The blood-red light pillar was unstoppable, blasting straight all the way. It caused the entire endless ice wall to emit a tremor. This kind of bombardment lasted for a long time before it stopped, and when the pillar of light dissipated, Su Xiaoye and the rest of the group had already been reduced by half. The dead half. No crumbs left. It all happened in a split second. There was no time to react. What's this? What is it? Su Xiaoye's eyes widened. Her figure swept out in a hurry and stood in the middle of the place where the blood-red light pillar had just passed through. Standing here at this moment, looking toward the front and back, a huge tunnel with a diameter of more than 100 feet, the end of which was completely invisible on both sides. It was as if that pillar of blood-red light had pierced through the entire endless wall of ice, leaving behind such an unprecedented passage. Princess, what's going on? All the rest of the people were also gloomy at this time. That pillar of blood-red light just now, it killed half of their people. Everyone didn't even have time to let out a single scream, instantly obliterating them all. That's too scary, isn't it? Among them, most of them were Supreme Earth Realm. Instantaneous seconds for so many Supreme Earth Realms? Su Xiaoye couldn't say a word at this point. She just clenched her fists. His eyes were dead set on the depths of the unending cold tunnel in front of him. Of course she didn't know what was going on. All she knew was that she had sworn to Su Tian that she would complete the mission and return safely. As a result, now, half of his own men are instantly dead like this. The mission was not accomplished, but so many people died for no reason. If he hadn't led them into this great wall of glaciers, this wouldn't have happened. What face do you have now to go back and explain to your brother? Princess, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Why don't we hurry back? The rest of them then said in a rush. This endless wall of ice was too weird. The terrifying coldness itself was hard to resist. Now even more so. A pillar of light suddenly appeared and killed half of them. Keep going and God knows what will change. So it's better to get going. You go. However, Su Xiaoye said in a cold voice, you guys go back first. She's not happy about it. We need to figure out what's going on here anyway. Half of the men he brought with him are dead. How can he go back just like that? Hearing Su Xiaoya's words, the rest of them frowned. Why don't you leave now? What else does she want to do? The tunnel seems to run the entire length of the ice wall, so you'll just head straight back. Su Xiaoya continued. I'd like to see what's really in there. After saying that, she directly swept up and flew towards the depths of that tunnel. Your Highness! A wave of helplessness washed over the rest of the group. This blood-red light pillar was so terrifying. So if you came up to it, in case the other party had hostile intentions, wouldn't that be like sending them to their deaths for nothing? Is this too impulsive? The group looked at each other for a few moments. After a moment's hesitation, there was only to follow them all. Of course they couldn't just watch Su Xiaoye go up alone to die. At this time, on the other side of this ice wall, Ling Blood smiled faintly after blasting through a tunnel with his fist. From now on, if people from the Empire want to enter or leave Beiming, naturally they won't have to go through that much trouble. Following this tunnel, a road arrives straight ahead. That would save a good chunk of time and energy. If the imperial capital of the Great Plains Emperor is established in Beiming, then this ice wall, this tunnel, is the most uniquely blessed gate to the country. Feng Lingfang opened her mouth. A great wall of glaciers that stops almost everyone. Without the sacred martial heavenly realm, no one would be able to cross it at all. This is certainly the best gateway to the country. In the future, this tunnel will be the only entrance and exit. Ling Blood nodded his head indifferently. This was certainly the reason why he wanted to open a tunnel. Immediately after that, he waved his hand gently. Then he brought Feng Lingfang towards the interior of this tunnel in a single sweep. Straight, wide tunnels are naturally easier to traverse. Although the cold was still there, as long as there was a path, it was possible to pass quickly, thus reducing the time spent inside this ice wall. Ling Blood brought Wind Spirit Frost with him and flew forward at full speed. On the other hand, Su Xiaoye led the rest of those people towards their direction, quickly rushing. It wasn't long before Su Xiaoye just steeply stopped. She waved her hand in a hurry, and everyone behind her stopped. She could only see her eyes staring dead ahead at the end of the tunnel. From there, it was already clear that someone was coming towards the area at full speed, and that speed is far, far faster than they are. Sure enough, there's someone. Su Xiaoye's gaze instantly turned cold. So those subordinates who died just now were killed by the people on the opposite side. She herself was the princess of the Starry Empire, and her elder brother was the emperor of the Starry Empire, the master of the world. Whoever the other person is must be given a reasonable explanation. Otherwise it will never stop. Thinking so, Su Xiaoye just led the crowd to stand in place, waiting with a cold face. And as they waited, Ling Blood and Feng Lingfeng, from the opposite side, quickly flew in, getting closer and closer. As they got closer, they were finally able to get a good look at each other. And as the other party's appearance came into view, the expressions of Su Xiaoye and the others instantly changed from the coldness they had at the beginning, gradually turning into shock and fear, because they saw the man that everyone absolutely cannot forget, saw the blood-red eyes. That's Ling Blood, Emperor of the Great Plains Dynasty. Ling Blood. That Ling Blood who had gone up in smoke in front of everyone in a battle at the Great Plains Imperial capital more than a year ago. The tyrant who should have been dead. The devil. How? Possible. Su Xiaoye's pupils widened and her mouth opened wide. A face full of horror and disbelief. Ling Blood was clearly dead. Clearly his soul had been scattered. Why is there a second Ling Bleed here? Is he still alive? Gosh, that's a lot to take in. Originally, they said that they came here to look for those remnants of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, wanting to see what the other side was up to. As a result, actually met Ling Blood directly? Ling Blood is still alive? This matter must be reported immediately. Go! Go! Immediately, Su Xiaoye was the one who hastily shouted out. Everyone turned around in a hurry and returned to the original route at full speed without saying a word. Buzz! However, of course it was too late. They had only just planned to return the way they came when a blood-red barrier completely closed off the entire tunnel, blocking their way back. They were able to discover Ling Blood, and Ling Blood had naturally discovered them even earlier. Chapter 26, How can Su Tian be qualified to be the emperor? When they saw that the back road had been completely cut off, Su Xiaoye and the others all had their hearts sinking hard. Done. This is a complete and utter disaster. Ling Blood wouldn't let them go. Wouldn't let everyone go. Why? Why on earth is this demon still alive? If he is still alive, what will happen to the world outside? How will the Starry Empire, in turn, respond? That boy Su Tian is always so careless, letting someone he cares about fall into my hands again. At this time, Ling Blood and Feng Lingfang were already behind Su Xiaoye and the others. In the past, a carelessness had landed Su Tian's wife, Bai Luoxing, in his hands. This time, it was Su Xiaoye, Su Tian's younger sister. Instead, how dare you come to Beihai? Feng Lingfang also frowned and said, "What? Did that Su Tian send you guys here to eliminate the roots?" On the opposite side, Su Xiaoye and the others turned around, their faces full of fear, not saying a word. Everyone's gazes were dead set on Ling blood. He was still the same Ling blood, and all over his body, he still exuded that same kingly aura as always. So, the bloody light column that ran through the entire glacier Great Wall just now was his doing? To be able to penetrate the entire glacial Great Wall with a single strike, this was impossible even for the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm, right? Is he still stronger than he was before he died? What the hell is going on here? How the hell did he do that? When he first flew away in ashes, he didn't even leave a little remnant of his soul behind, even though he was prepared to be reborn after death. But there was no reason to restore peak cultivation so quickly. It's only been a year or so, and now, not only had he regained his peak cultivation, he was even stronger than before? If he was even stronger than before, what would the Starry Empire have to deal with? Su Tian couldn't even be his opponent anymore. "Your Highness, you go first, we'll stall him." Immediately, the crowd behind Su Xiaoye was saying in a deep voice. In any case, someone had to tell Su Tian about Ling Ling's blood being alive. Today, at least one of them here must return alive for Su Tian to get ready. Otherwise, the only just established Qingyu Empire would see its demise. Su Xiaoye gazed at Ling blood and looked at Feng Lingfeng. Her own strength was that she was about the same as Wind Spirit Frost, and there was no way that these people she brought with her would be a match for Ling blood. So, doesn't stand a chance. There was simply no way that anyone could get out of here alive from under Ling blood's eyes. "Princess?" Ling blood eyes looked at Su Xiaoye. That flat voice slowly sounded. "So, after I died, that Su Tian also established a new empire? He made himself an emperor? A change of dynasty? Ha! But come to think of it, if Su Tian became the emperor, Bai Luoxing would be the empress. Then of course Bai Luoxing, who was the empress, could better control everything in the entire world. It certainly could have been more assured that the demon emperor would succeed in descending to the world. Humph! Would Su Tian also qualify to be the emperor?" Feng Lingfang snorted coldly. In her eyes, there was no one qualified to be an emperor other than Ling blood. Across the room, Su Xiaoye didn't say a word. Right now, she was at a complete loss as to what to do. "Your Highness, go!" Everyone was pulling Su Xiaoye behind them with one hand. Then one by one, their breaths erupted and rose up, surrounding and attacking towards Ling blood. In their opinion, all of them combined their hands and were at least able to stall Ling blood for a moment and a half. With just a little bit of time, perhaps Su Xiaoye would be able to escape from here. However, of course they are all whimsical, and in the face of their joint attack, Ling blood only slowly raised his palm and gently waved it. Wow! A blood-colored aura swept away steeply. Then, it was to see everyone under Su Xiaoye's command, swept alive into pieces by that blood-red aura. With just one casual move, all of them were powerless to fight back. Su Xiaoye didn't even have time to turn around and leave, and all of her men, their corpses were already gone. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the tunnel red. There were some beads of blood that splashed down on Su Xiaoye's face. Su Xiaoye's entire body instantly froze in place, wide-eyed. He didn't dare move a muscle. One should never have come to the northern dimming pole. One should never have brought them along into this glacial Great Wall. Even after entering this Great Wall of glaciers, there was actually a chance to leave just now before meeting Ling blood. As long as she didn't think about pursuing the matter, the rest of them would be able to survive at the very least. But now, all dead. Just like that in front of her. Dead. I was thinking about it before, and I don't care who the other person is. As the princess of the Starry Yu Empire herself, she must make the other party give a reasonable explanation and seek justice for her subordinates. And now, explain? Do you want Ling blood to explain himself? What princess of the Starry Empire? Even if his own brother Su Tian had come, it would still be the same in Ling blood's eyes. Who would have thought that Ling blood would still be alive? Ha! Why are you so self-righteous? Why did you have to come inside the Great Wall of Glaciers, and swore something about it as an adventure? Now, because of himself, all of his men are dead. What to do? What else can we do now? With all his men dead, what face would he have to go back alive? And how could himself go back alive? Just then, Ling blood, who had resolved everyone, took a step over from the opposite side. Su Xiaoye's entire body stood in place, only feeling that her legs were powerless, and she didn't even have the strength to back up. With the heart of this devil, Ling blood, what would he do with himself? At this moment, within Su Xiaoye, she had already thought of all sorts of tortures that were worse than death. Kill me. Immediately afterward, Su Xiaoye's somewhat trembling voice rang out. Instead of falling into Ling blood's hands and suffering that torture that was worse than death, she'd rather be dead. His own sister-in-law had fallen into the hands of Ling blood in the first place, and had suffered a great deal of humiliation. That kind of humiliation was something she could never endure. You want to die? Ling Blood Eyes looked at Su Xiaoye, then said, or, are you afraid to live? There are many people in this world who are afraid to die, but few who are afraid to live. Su Xiaoye at the moment is the latter. Su Xiaoye didn't say anything. Her lips couldn't help but tremble at this point. She did want to die compared to enduring the torture of Ling Blood. Since you are afraid to live, then I will let you live well. Ling Blood smiled faintly, then raised his hand to steeply point at Su Xiaoye's brow. Buzz! In an instant, Su Xiaoye only felt that her internal breath was sealed as much as possible. Not a single trace of aura was available anymore. Now, she couldn't even blow herself up if she wanted to. Immediately after that, Ling Blood casually waved her hand, and a blood-red spatial distortion was generated behind her. Then, another palm pushed her into that spatial distortion. Teleport her directly to Windblade Rain and the others. Lock her up. Ling Blood to the Windblade Rain and other people voice, if any of you want to do something to her. Also just do it. Chapter 27 Su Tian. You're the real dimwit. No. No. Su Xiaoye stared with wide eyes, her face filled with panic and despair as she didn't enter that spatial distortion. Heaven knows what kind of physical and mental torture he would endure if he fell into the hands of the army under Ling Blood's command. Now, however, nothing was left to her. She had no room for resistance either. All that was left for her now was remorse. That Su Tian is shameless. How dare he call himself an emperor? After sending Su Xiaoye away, Feng Lingshang just said in a cold voice, in this world, only Ling Blood is qualified to be the emperor. Ling Blood alone was qualified to be the lord of the world. That Su Tian was so foolish that after killing Ling Blood, he shamelessly established a new dynasty and became the emperor? Does he deserve it? Ling Blood, however, smiled faintly. It is reasonable for a truly dim ruler to lead the entire world to its demise. Su Tian was the new emperor, and the entire world would end up completely destroyed under Su Tian's leadership. That's the most logical ending. This world needs a baptism of Holocaust. After the catastrophe comes, Su Tian falls, and the living people talk about it, he can slowly take back the world. But before that, Bailuoxing does have some value to utilize. Go! Ling Blood then beckoned, and then he took Feng Lingfang and swept towards the outside of the ice wall. First, we'll go to Bailuoxing and put her to use. Maximize your benefits. The other side, the imperial capital of northern underworld. Colts now lost big and got himself hitched. At this point, she was burning with anger, but had nowhere to vent it. It's just stifling. Asshole. In the Great Hall, before the crystal throne, Ling Xue's jade fists were clenched. The more I think about it, the more I feel like an asshole. How can you be such an asshole? That Ling Blood. How dare he use such an underhanded method? Originally, hers was fearless, not afraid of any enemy because of immortality. Who would have thought that Ling Blood would do such a shameless thing? It's really true that he can't kill himself, but he can bully himself forever. Colds now gritted her teeth for a moment and swore inwardly over and over again. Sooner or later, one day, I will definitely castrate that bastard Ling Blood, skinning him and scraping his bones and torturing him over and over again, so that he would live and die as if he were dead. Your Majesty, what happened just now? Right at this moment, in the middle of the Great Hall, many of the top brass were filled with confusion and asked, what's going on? Why is Her Majesty so angry? What's the point of asking so many questions? Shut the up. Cold Snow's icy eyes looked at everyone. What happened? Such a thing, of course, could never be spoken of in any way. All of them immediately hung their heads in a hurry, not daring to say more than a single word. Your Majesty, why are you so angry with us subordinates? Ling Xue then took a deep breath, gradually stabilizing her emotions. Now that bastard is at the immortal extreme realm, there's no way the Biming Empire will be his opponent. She then slowly said, from now on, don't make an enemy of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty for the time being, and don't get entangled with them. Hearing this, everyone was silent. We shouldn't have made an enemy of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty in the first place. That's why they fight big battles in a perfunctory manner with each other and just call it a day after the fight. Immortal Extreme Realm. Only Immortal Extreme Realm can deal with it. Colds now then said slowly. Therefore, if she wanted to take revenge, the only way was to reach the Immortal Extreme Realm first. But now Beihai no longer had any method that could reach the Immortal Extreme Realm. The heaven and earth aura condensed by that altar had already been completely absorbed by Ling Blood. It was impossible for anyone else to reach the Immortal Extreme Realm here in Biming. So, Ruo Shi, a few of you follow me outside. Ling Xue's gaze then looked towards a female general in the middle of the hall. Yun Ruo Shi, one of the top powerhouses of the Biming Empire, late stage of the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm. Now that Beihai Ming wouldn't have any more methods that could break through the Immortal Extreme Realm, Then of course the only way to find it was to go outside to that vast world. Yes. Yunruo she nodded. In the meantime, you can just guard the imperial capital. Ling Xue then commanded. That bastard said that he would give me, Beihai Ming, some time to prepare for submission. So let him wait for a complete demise. If one had also reached the immortal extreme realm, coupled with one's ability to be immortal, then, Ling blood is naturally not enough. Yes. In the Great Hall, many of the top brass nodded. Immediately after, Ling Xue is with Cloud Ruo Creek, and then bring a few maids and attendants, together to leave Beiming, to the outside world. On the other side, outside, Starry Empire, Imperial Capital. There is an execution ground in the Imperial Capital, which is specially used for public execution of people who have committed the most heinous crimes. And today, another group of criminals was welcomed. The reason these criminals were criminals was of course because they had been secretly slaughtering the demon race, killed a lot. Even though Ling blood was dead, there was still a significant portion of people in this world who didn't trust the demon race. After Ling blood's death, they also continued to hunt demons, and the Xingyu Empire had clear regulations against indiscriminate killing of innocents and demons. Killing a demon is the same offense as murder. So today, these people who were caught by the Starry Empire were publicly executed. And on the scene, Su Tian and Bai Luoxing were also there. At this time, Bai Luoxing, who was already a few months pregnant, was holding a big belly. Do you have any last words? Sitting on top of the high platform, Su Tian gazed at the dozens of people bound to the execution platform. Everyone was silent. They have no fear of death. Anyway, if the demon race is not removed, the world will sooner or later perish. Sooner or later, you're going to die, and they have no regrets about what they have been doing. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Among that group of criminals, there was even a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old. That little girl looked dirty all over, but those big eyes were extremely clear. Su Tian, you're the real dim-witted ruler. You're the one. The little girl then let out a hissing hiss. In the eyes of the world, Ling blood was a dim-witted ruler and a devil, but in the eyes of those of them, Ling blood was right. Su Genius was truly a dim king compelled by the demon race, unbridled. Hearing the little girl's words, the execution platform's enforcer immediately roared in anger, intending to teach the little girl a lesson first. However, Su Tian on top of the high platform beckoned. He then stood up slowly and said slowly, "That's nothing but a baseless theory. For these countless years, how many kind-hearted demons have lived and died with each other? It has been proven that the human and demon races can coexist peacefully. Reality is greater than all theories. And you are the ones who are really compelled by that tyrant who once was, to lose his true self. Demon Emperor seed, baseless, and the demon race and the human race coexist peacefully, love and care for each other. But the iron is really real thing. It would have been clear which one to believe. Sunga, keep her, she's just a child and doesn't know any better." Just then, Bai Luoxing's soft voice rang out, looking extremely kind. "Demonis, you don't have to pretend." That little girl stared at Bai Luoxing with a deadly gaze and said in a cold voice, "Do you really not know how disgusting your disguise is?" Chapter 28, What's in my belly is also a half-demon demon. Since they've been killing demons up until now, then it was naturally self-evident what kind of person Bai Luoxing was in their eyes. And that's never going to change. No matter how kind and gentle this Bai Luoxing was in front of everyone, she was a demonis, a siren with a heart of gold. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. This truth is forever engraved in their bones. Hearing this, Bai Luoxing's willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. An innocent face. This, and next to him, Su Tian was of course heartbroken when he saw his lady being misunderstood. He hurriedly gently supported Bai Luoxing, signaling her to sit down first. Now she was carrying a big belly, so she should not be angry, nor should she let anything get to her. After all, the baby in your belly is the most important thing. "Mother, why don't you go back first?" Su Tian then said softly. The next step was the execution. A spectacle that, indeed, was not suitable for a pregnant person to watch. It's okay, after so many years, what other scenes have we not seen? Bai Luoxing laughed gently. Hearing this, Su Tian nodded his head gently. It was also true that he had been with her for so many years. What kind of bloody storm hadn't he experienced? What's a mere execution? Immediately afterward, Su Tian gazed towards the group of criminals and took a deep breath. The idea of that tyrant is like the domestication of a cult. He then said slowly, he has sat on that imperial throne for so long, that many have forgotten how to deny it in the face of his words. I understand you, and I understand everyone. Everyone is nothing more than an indiscriminate victim of his influence. I can give you guys a chance too. Since the establishment of the Xingyu Empire, you have killed too many innocent and kind-hearted demons, and you originally deserved to die. But, as long as you are willing to clean up your act, there will naturally be opportunities for you to redeem your sins from now on. People are good by nature. You are just compelled by that dead demon. I believe you can redeem yourselves. This is your last chance. And he certainly didn't want to kill if he could. He was certainly willing to give everyone a chance. After all, the world is alive. And anyone's life is a life. People and demons, they're all the same. Guys, turn around. Bai Luoxing continued. The demons you killed, their lives are lives, and your lives are lives. Since now His Majesty is willing to give you a chance, put down the butcher's knife. We can obviously create a peaceful and prosperous world together. Why not abandon those false ideas and live well? Bai Luoxing said this, but those people were even more filled with contempt and disgust. Pretending? Still pretending here? All of them said in a cold voice. Saying this on your lips, but in your heart you can't wait for us to be executed earlier. Can you? Looks like a virtuous wife and mother, but in reality is nothing but a shameless hypocritical demoness. Disgusting as hell. The one in the belly is also a half-demon sinner. No matter how disguised this Bai Luoxing was, no matter how disguised this world's demon race was, they all would never believe it. The so-called love is nothing more than a falsehood that can't fool them. Shut up. Hearing someone humiliate his own mother in such a way, Su Tian was instantly a bit angry. Such kind words. You guys don't appreciate it, so be it. Last chance. If you guys don't cherish it, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Oh, Su Tian, listen up. The people on the execution platform all roared loudly. As long as we are alive for one day, we will never stop killing demons until there are no demons in this world. The voices of the crowd filled the air above the torture chamber. It was a cry of faith. And seeing that everyone was always this determined, this incorrigible, Su Tian shook his head helplessly. Since they are incorrigible, keeping them will always be a scourge. That certainly should be killed. So, he then waved his hand gently. Execution. At once, the executioners were walking up to the stage. Then another public execution unfolded before everyone's eyes. On the execution platform, everyone, except the 12 or 13-year-old girl had to die. One could only see a cold blade light fall steeply, and between the blood spraying wildly, all of them landed on their heads with that firm and remorseless conviction. Blood stained the execution platform red, and a headless body fell down. Only the little girl, 12 or 13 years old, knelt in the middle of that body. Blood sprayed across her face, making her shiver, trembling from exasperation. Watching her former accomplice die in front of her like this, she only felt pain like never before. Painful and desperate, her hideous eyes then turned to the top of that high platform, staring at Su Tian. Then, letting out a hiss, fainter, boom. At the same time, above the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the next moment, heavy rain poured down. It's as if the heavens are feeling sad for this group of sober people who have just died, sounding out their grievances. On top of the high platform, Su Tian let out a long sigh. He didn't want to add to the killing if he could. The truth is that these people have killed too many innocent and good demons. Truly they are guilty, and unrepentant. Why is it that even now, there are still people who believe in the long-dead Ling blood? Isn't it obvious which one to believe? The baseless Ling blood, or the solid reality? Alas, Bai Luoxing followed with a long sigh at this time. Cats and dogs still have feelings, not to mention us demons who have the same spiritual intelligence as humans. Why do they just not believe it? As she spoke, her eyes were moist and red. It seems to feel sorry for these incorrigible people. Su Tian gently took Bai Luoxing into his arms and softly said, "Don't worry, time will prove everything. People like them who are incorrigible will naturally become fewer and fewer in the future. Right now there were indeed some people who were still killing demons, and some had even formed gangs, but he'll pull them out one by one. Sooner or later, these types of people will be removed altogether. At that time, the world will truly be at peace. Leave this child to me." Bai Luoxing's gaze then looked towards the little girl kneeling on the ground amidst the heavy rain and blood. Then he said, "If we just let her go unattended, I'm afraid that someone will turn against her. After all, everyone in the entire imperial capital recognizes him nowadays." Aha! Su Tian gently nodded his head. His own mother was so kind-hearted, but she had to be misunderstood by this small group of people. How sad is that? You guys, follow me as I escort the boy out of the imperial capital. Bai Luoxing then waved his hand. Then, it was with some attendants and maids, with that little girl, leaving the imperial capital. At this point, that little girl was already lifeless. No matter what Bai Luoxing wanted to do with her, she accepted it all. Chapter 29, The one who is truly incorrigible is Su Tian. Heavy rain is still falling. Starry Empire, outside the imperial capital. Bai Luoxing sent that little girl all the way out of the imperial capital. It didn't stop until it was far enough away from the imperial capital to come to a place where no one was around. Then, Bai Luoxing was taking out a dagger and walking forward. Seeing this scene, that little girl instantly just closed her eyes. Even if this Bai Luoxing wanted to kill her alive by 1,000 cuts, she would still recognize it. And behind Bai Luoxing, those attendants were all frowning slightly. What does the queen want? Want to kill the kid yourself? But come to think of it, this girl was already a sinner and should have deserved to die for daring to call His Majesty a dim-witted ruler. Deserved to die. There should be one less person like that in this world. However, just as everyone was thinking this, instead, Bai Luoxing raised the dagger in his hand and cut the rope on that little girl. Then softly he said, "Go, leave the empire and live. Nowadays everyone in the entire imperial capital knows you. And just because we don't kill you doesn't mean that those righteous people don't kill you. So, get out of here and go somewhere where no one knows you." The moment Bai Luoxing said this, the many attendants and maids in the back all sighed. The Empress was so kind-hearted that she was willing to spare the other party even when it was clear that he was a person who deserved to die. Unfortunately, these people who deserved to die for their sins never understood the Empress. That little girl also opened her eyes at this time and just looked at Bai Luoxing. Though at the moment, Bai Luoxing was indeed helping her, and did seem to be gentle and kind. But, she doesn't believe it. She would never trust any demon. No need for your hypocrisy. At that moment, she just gritted her teeth and said coldly. Hearing this, Bai Luoxing shook his head with a helpless expression. She then whispered, "Whether you think I'm phony or hypocritical, I don't care." As she spoke, she took out a small jade bottle from her storage ring, then put it in the little girl's hand. "You keep these pills. They will be able to support you for a while." Bai Luoxing then said softly, "How to live in the future is up to you. I can only help you up to here." After saying that, she turned around and left with her subordinate attendants. "Pretend it's for someone else." Just then, the little girl at the back was directly smashing the bottle towards Bai Luoxing. It slammed into Bai Luoxing's back, unbridled. A valet beside Bai Luoxing immediately roared in anger, and swept away to slap him out. Snap! That little girl's thin body was immediately directly slapped out several meters, ruthlessly smashing into the mud pit under that heavy rain. A splash of blood was already flowing out from the corner of his pale mouth. "The Empress was kind enough to save you, kind enough to help you, and yet you have repeatedly offended. Looking for death." The squire then spoke angrily. As he spoke he raised his hand, intending to just finish this little girl off completely. "Stop." However, right at this moment, Bai Luoxing shouted out in a hurry. She turned slowly to look at the little girl sprawled in the mud. Then he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Child, I don't care why you believe what that devil said. I sincerely hope you understand that humans and demons can coexist peacefully. My husband and I have had a bumpy ride, and we are in love, and we will live and die together. Again and again, we lay down our lives to be with each other. This is proof, and men and demons like us abound. Reality is greater than all eloquence, and the love between our demon race and the human race speaks with reality. And what about the devil's words of the demonic emperor's seed? Can it be supported by even the slightest bit of evidence? Boy, you're wrong. You're dead wrong. If you really don't believe in me and the demon race, I have nothing to say. You're on your own." After saying that, she turned around and waved her hand. "Go!" Everyone nodded, then coldly glanced at the little girl and turned to leave along with Bai Luoxing. And with the departure, Bai Luoxing was again flowing with spiritual energy, and with a voice that only that little girl could hear, he transmitted, "Little girl, even if everything that my demon race has been doing is a disguise, so what? Even Ling blood is dead, let alone you losers?" Hearing this, the little girl lying in the mud suddenly had her pupils shrink. "Demoness! Demoness!" She hastily hissed and cried out. "Did you all hear that?" She admitted it herself. "The proof! This is the proof! This is the proof!" However, no one listened to her. The maids and attendants who came along with Bai Luoxing only thought that she had suffered a great blow to both her body and mind, thus creating hallucinations. Not only did they not know the true nature of Bai Luoxing, on the contrary, after this return, they would publicize Bai Luoxing's good deeds. The Empress, even though she was offended by a little girl many times, still forgave the other and gave her help. How kind and gentle is that? Demoness! She's a demoness! She's deceiving you, deceiving the whole world, deceiving everyone. Beneath the downpour, the little girl lay on her back in a mud puddle and hissed frantically. Unfortunately, there's no one left to hear it. Bai Luoxing and the rest of the group, just like that, in the midst of her shouts, disappeared a little bit into the heavy rain. The little girl was in a state of utter dismay. That kind of pain and despair was eating away at her insides like crazy. Only just watched his associates die at the hands of the Starry Empire. Now again. He had heard the truth from Bai Luoxing with his own ears, yet no one believed it. How powerless is that? The truth isn't scary. What's scary is being the only one who knows the truth. And you are the only one who believes in the truth. The world is cloudy. God, where do you want the entire human race to go? Where do you want them to go? The little girl threw back her head and roared wildly against the roiling rain. What is truly hopeless is this entire world. It was everyone in the entire starry empire. It was that foolish Su Tian. Now, the foolish and faint-hearted rulers dominate the world, and the world will surely perish. The human race will have no future at all. Under the heavy rain, the little girl cried out in despair. Gradually, her body grew weaker and weaker. The downpour soaked her, and she only felt herself getting colder and colder and colder. The body is cold. The heart is colder. In the mud, she just curled up in a dirty ball. Disheartened, he waited for death. She's going to freeze alive here. Tomorrow, maybe someone will pass by and find her body. It may be a long time before anyone finds her body, long rotted and crawling with maggots. Anyway, that's where it all ends. Beneath the ice, she only felt her consciousness blurring and blurring. And just then, the rain suddenly stopped. She tilted her head back feebly. It was only then that I realized it wasn't that the rain had stopped, but that there was suddenly an umbrella, propped up above me. Who is it? Who else would hold an umbrella for themselves at a time like this? Her weary gaze shifted slightly sideways. Immediately afterward, a flash of fire violently tumbled out from the depths of those eyes that should have been completely cold, because she saw the man who held the umbrella for her. The man had one hand behind his back and one hand holding an umbrella. A cold sideways face with blood-red eyes. He is Ling Blood. Chapter 30 Foolish Justice, the Ultimate Sin. In this instant, she only felt as if her breathing and heartbeat had stopped completely. It was as if she could no longer see or hear anything in the world. In her eyes, only Ling Blood remained. That great stature. That cold side of the face. It's him. It was the man who should have been long dead. That true Lord of the world. A true emperor. Available at. Why? Isn't he dead? Could he be a ghost who came out from inside hell to pick himself up? Also, he and he were in the same category. So of course he should be the one to pick himself up. Right at this moment, Ling Blood slightly tilted his head sideways, those blood-red eyes looking down at the little girl. Then with a faint smile he asked, "What's your name?" Su Shinya, the little girl said back. Ling Blood nodded his head gently, and then he was reaching out his hand towards her. Come. Su Shinya strenuously propped up her body, then raised the small hand that was full of mud. Looking at Ling Blood's palm, she first hesitated. Are your own hands too dirty? Will it dirty His Majesty? But after hesitating for a moment, she still placed that dirty little hand in the palm of Ling Blood's hand. What do you care about that when you're dead anyway? Where would His Majesty take himself? Going to hell together? No, a man like your Majesty should be in heaven. Buzz. Right at this moment, just as Su Xinyao's small hand was placed on the palm of Ling Blood's hand, she suddenly felt a flash of hot spiritual energy pass through her. That vast spiritual power instantly dispelled all the cold and all the injuries on her body. Even her entire body, which was already soaked with rainwater, the moisture was instantly evaporated away. So warm. Never felt such warmth in my life. And still, such warmth comes from the person one looks up to the most. And so on. Why is it warm? How can the dead feel warmth? With the recovery of the body, Su Xinyao's consciousness is naturally gradually awake. No, one is not dead. One is alive. Then, if he is still alive, the Ling Blood in front of him is not a ghost? Is it real Ling Blood? Your Majesty? At that moment, Su Xinya just tried to shout. Seeing this little girl with this expression, Ling Blood gently smiled. You want to ask why I am still alive? Once these words came out, Su Xinya was instantly just completely sure. So, sure enough, it was him. Sure enough, it's His Majesty. His Majesty is indeed alive. Immediately, she was just bursting into tears of excitement, then hastily kneeled on the ground. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Her voice trembled with tears. It really is the same sire who should have been dead. He's actually alive? It seems that you seem to understand what kind of changes have happened in this world during this period of time? Ling Blood looked at Su Xinyo and slowly said, Your Majesty doesn't know. Ever since Your Majesty's death, that Su Tian has established a new empire called the Starry Yu Empire. Su Xinyo cried and began to complain. The Starry Empire has set an iron law that killing a demon is the same offense as killing a person. And killing a demon will also pay for your life. That Su Tian is a truly dim ruler, killing so many people because of the iron laws he set. So many. Those are the people who really shouldn't have been killed. That Su Tian deserves to die for his crimes. And that Bai Luoxing, that demoness, today's execution ground. She told of all the changes that had taken place in the outside world in the intervening time. Of course, everything that happened today, everything about Bai Luoxing, was all told. After saying that, her entire body couldn't help but let out a loud cry again. This whole world, the whole world, is beyond redemption. Nor is there anyone who can stop all the disasters from coming. Everything had been utterly hopeless. What awaits the human race is only a final demise. But now, is different, because Ling Blood was still alive. Their true emperor was still alive. As long as Ling Blood was still around, the world was still saved. There's still a chance for everything. Only Ling Blood could save the day. Only he could lead that small number of sober people against the demon race. To go so far as to torture a child's mind in such a way, that Bai Luoxing is truly a snake. Behind Ling Blood, Feng Lingfeng, who was also holding an umbrella, had an angry look on her face after hearing this. Bai Luoxing could have just killed the kid, but to torture the boy in a different way. Torturing others while solidifying a bit her image as a gentle and kind queen. It's just evil. But come to think of it, she was originally a snake demon and was originally a snake. Your Majesty, now that the human race is in danger, only Your Majesty can salvage everything. Su Xinyao continued. His Majesty is still here. Everything is still hopeful. Other than Ling Blood, there was no one who was a match for Su Tian and Bai Luoxing. Even though there was still a significant portion of them who were still constantly decimating the demon race and doing their best to stop the demon emperor from descending. However, they were actually all very clear that no matter any of them, they would only end up dying at the hands of Su Tian and Bai Luoxing. There was no way they would be a match for the Starry Empire. The only one who could rival the Starry Yu Empire was the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. And only Ling Blood. Get up and talk. Ling Blood said indifferently. Yes. Su Xinyao huffed and stood up. Originally, she was all over the place, too, but since Ling Blood was still alive nowadays, then of course she had to pull herself together. Together with Ling Blood, we can save the world from falling. If I save this world now, who is the person who saved it? Ling Blood then slowly asked. When these words came out, Su Xinyao pondered a little, then returned. It's us, and there's Su Tian in them. It's true that I should save you all, but why should I save Su Tian? Save this foolish world? Ling Blood continued. This, Su Xinyao couldn't say anything. Yeah, that Su Tian and the others were foolish and unaware. Why should they be saved? They should then pay for everything they do. They had once killed quite a few people from the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, and they had also killed quite a few people during this period of time. They all deserve to die. Su Tian is the head of all evil. Foolish justice, the ultimate sin. He's not entitled to any redemption. And what is His Majesty's intention? Su Xinyao then asked. To save, that is to save everyone. To save none, that is. How can this be? Does Your Majesty have any plans? Ling Blood gently smiled, then said, first follow me, to meet that Bai Luoxing. Hearing this, Su Xinyao was confused. Now, as she spoke she gazed at Feng Lingfeng. His Majesty is great, and this pretty sister should be great too. Add to that a dispensable self. 3 people, going to the imperial capital to meet Bai Luoxing just like that? Isn't that too dangerous? In case Su Tian and Bai Luoxing surrounded him, would His Majesty still have a way to escape? The next moment, not waiting for Su Xinyao to react, Ling Blood is directly leading her and Feng Lingfeng into the Starry Yu Empire Imperial Capital Palace. Chapter 31. Bai Luoxing certainly prefers a man like Ling Blood. The Imperial Capital of the Starry Yu Empire. The Imperial Palace. Bai Luoxing led the crowd all the way back. Then he joined Su Tian in the main hall. That kid I sent away was a bit obsessive. Bai Luoxing even looked for Su Tian to complain at this time. I've given her all the help I can, and I can't do anything about whether or not she'll be able to live in the future. Yeah, the Empress sent that wild girl outside of the imperial capital, not to mention giving that girl a bottle of life renewal pill. The attendant maidservants behind them all said, and that wild girl didn't appreciate it, but also contradicted the Empress a few times, not knowing what's good for her. The Empress is kind-hearted. If it were us, we would have finished her off with a knife long ago. What if she's still a child? Even if she's already a criminal? A child can just as easily kill a demon and commit a sin. Anyway, in their eyes, Su Xinyao just deserved to die, and the queen is just kind-hearted and tolerant. Say less. She is still young. Perhaps she will understand later. Bai Luoxing sighed. Yes, everyone just shut up. Su Tian also shook his head helplessly. Just a kid with that kind of unwavering faith. And there are a lot of people like that in the world. It's kinda a pain in the ass. Some, even in the form of gangs. The largest of these is Aurora Lodge. Sangong, what are you going to do with the side of the Extreme Bliss Villa? Bai Luoxing then asked. Nowadays, That Extreme Bliss Villa was the most powerful of the demon-killing organizations. It was the #1 gang under Ling blood. So, it has to be dealt with as soon as possible. Also, it's been so long since Little Yu and the others went to the binding pole. Why aren't they back now? Bai Luoxing then said with a worried expression. Compared to the Extreme Bliss Villa, what she was actually more worried about was still the binding polar region, or lingering blood. Although Ling blood had been dead for over a year, still, she was a little inexplicably uneasy. Mother, why do you have to worry so much now that you are pregnant? Su Tian gently helped Bai Luoxing over and made her sit down. Then with a face full of doting soft voice, you just need to recuperate and take care of yourself and the child in your belly. I will naturally take care of the rest. You're the emperor. Emperors don't do that well. Of course we have to do our best to assist you. Bai Luoxing laughed softly. Even if you need an aide, you don't need one that's quite as big as you are. Su Tian smiled and continued. I'm also used to it nowadays and know how to be this emperor. You're used to it. My ass. Bai Luoxing nodded his finger on Su Tian's nose and continued. You don't even know how to refer to yourself as I. Honestly speaking, if Su Tian were to refer to himself as I, it would undoubtedly be more imperial. More of a Ling blood kind of charm. Bai Luoxing actually preferred a man like Ling blood, of course. Unfortunately, Su Tian would never be Ling blood. He would never have the charisma, the imperial demeanor, that Ling blood had. Yes, can't I take my time? Su Tian accepted with a false sense of humor. Then said, anyway, you should worry less and take care of yourself. On the side of the Extreme Bliss Villa, I will have someone send them a final persuasion letter. If they still persist, then of course there is only to settle them once and for all. As for Xiaoyu's place, I believe that she will be back soon. You don't have to worry, at least she is my sister. Her strength can't be much worse than yours. Su Xiaoyu was in the middle stage of the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, close to the late stage. Bai Luoxing was at the late stage of the Sacred Martial Heaven Realm, and the difference really wasn't that great. Plus, the ones Su Xiaoyu brought with her this time were all Supreme Earth Realm powerhouses. With a lineup that strong, even if they met the remnants of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, they would be able to handle it. So there is indeed no need to worry. You go back and rest first. I'll take care of the rest. Su Tian then instructed. Then, Sangong, you don't get too tired. Bai Luoxing nodded with a smile. This little matter can't tire me out. Su Tian laughed. Then there was a wave of the hand. Then a few maidservant attendants took Bai Luoxing down to rest. After Bai Luoxing went down, Su Tian took a deep breath. Then came the command. Immediately send a final persuasive letter to the Extreme Bliss Villa. Tell them, if they still refuse to put down the butcher's knife, I will personally lead an army to step on the mountain village. This is the last chance the Empire gives them. Bai Luoxing's chambers. When she arrived at the bedchamber, she realized that none of the guards that should have been outside the bedchamber were visible at this time. At this moment, at the entrance of her chambers, 2 umbrellas were standing. The umbrella that was put away was just leaning against the door. The rainwater on top of the umbrella, running down the tip of the umbrella on the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai Luoxing immediately frowned slightly. Anyone? What kind of person had taken care of the guards and entered her chambers without anyone noticing? She's the queen. This is the palace. Bai Luoxing's gaze looked at the door as if he wanted to pierce through everything to see who was inside his chambers. But, can't see it. It was as if the entire bedchamber had been shrouded in a layer of fog at this point. Even at the late stage of the Saint Martial Heaven Realm, she couldn't see or sense anything. What's going on? Where are all the guards? The attendants and maids behind Bai Luoxing were all confused at this time as well. AWOL. What kind of guard is that? Bai Luoxing didn't say a word. Just sobered up and walked forward. I'd like to see who dares to play God inside the palace. Walking to the entrance of the bedchamber, Bai Luoxing was lifting her hand and gently pushing the door open. And just as soon as the door was pushed open, it was a petite figure that came into view. It was a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old, with messy hair, dirty and covered in mud. It was no one else but Su Xinyao. When he saw that it was actually Su Xinyao, Bai Luoxing's eyes dilated slightly. Even with her heart, she actually subconsciously took half a step back. How is that possible? This girl was obviously sent outside of the imperial capital by herself. Obviously already injured on the ground, only waiting to die. How was it that in just the twinkling of an eye, she had returned directly to the imperial capital unharmed, and had even come to the imperial palace? And without realizing it, he entered her chambers? Bai Luoxing stared blankly at Su Xinyao, and for a moment didn't even know whether she was a human or a ghost. And at this moment, Su Xinyao just stood there, a pair of eyes staring straight at Bai Luoxing. Those eyes, cold, angry, shadowy. It made even Bai Luoxing feel a bit inexplicably flustered and uncomfortable. Right at this moment, Just as Bai Luoxing was panicking a bit inside, a voice suddenly entered her ears. That's the sound tea makes when it's poured into a teacup. Hearing this voice, Bai Luoxing instantly turned his head sideways mechanically. The next moment, she was the one whose pupils suddenly shrunk and whose scalp instantly exploded. For she saw that in her bedchamber, at that table, was sitting a figure. That's Ling Blood. The person who was standing beside Ling Blood at this moment and was pouring tea for Ling Blood was naturally Feng Lingfeng. Chapter 32 Is Su Tian's child in your belly? Ling Blood. A trembling sound just came out of Bai Luoxing's mouth all of a sudden. His face was filled with horror, and his legs couldn't help but take 2 more steps back. No, how is that possible? That's not possible. Must be hallucinating themselves. He's dead. The guy's dead. She blinked hard, trying to dispel the illusion. Unfortunately, everything is true, and when one heard such a sound come out of Bai Luoxing's mouth, when one heard Bai Luoxing shout out that name, the squires and maids behind her were also taken aback. Then, one by one, they all looked towards the interior of Bai Luoxing's chambers. They certainly saw Su Xinyao, and then, saw Ling Blood and Feng Lingfeng. When they saw Ling Blood again, they all looked like they had seen a ghost as well. On each and every one of their faces, a flash of horror tumbled out crazily. The next moment it seemed about to let out a scream. It seemed about to turn around and hurry to get away. Wow! But just then, just before they could make any move, already a blood-red aura steeply filled the air. All of a sudden, before they could even react, they were instantly swung into nothingness. Ashes to ashes. Nothing left. Only Bai Luoxing was left alone, standing frozen in place, staring blankly at Ling Blood, not daring to move a muscle. Now she certainly knew that the Ling Blood in front of her was the real Ling Blood, and she certainly knew how the guards outside her own chambers had disappeared. Inside the bedchamber, Ling Blood, who was sitting in front of the table, slowly lifted his teacup and gently took a sip. Then raising those blood-red eyes, his gaze looked towards Bai Luoxing. You should remember that I once said. His bland voices then slowly sounded, this world is lost. But, I will not lose. Bai Luoxing still didn't say anything. Of course she remembers it all. That's why she had always been worried about whether Ling Blood would leave anything behind. And now, the originally dead Ling Blood appeared in front of her eyes again. Her worst fears had come true. Sure enough, this guy was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. This is your chambers. Do you not even dare to enter your own? Ling Blood's flat voice then rang out. Bai Luoxing's gaze was dead set on Ling Blood. This kind of tone, this kind of eyes, nothing could be wrong. He was Ling Blood. He was the Ling Blood who was supposed to have died. Now, he's back safe and sound. And unbeknownst to God, it came straight to her chambers. And so on. This is your own bedchamber. Right. This was the Xingyu Empire. Her territory. Su Tian's territory. Even if Ling Blood is still alive. So what? With him alone, can he fight against the entire Starry Empire? When Su Tian had led the crowd to be able to kill him once, how hard would it be to kill him a second time? Immediately, Bai Luoxing's internal aura just flowed a little bit. She was certainly no match for Ling Blood. But delaying Ling Blood for even a minute would allow Su Tian and everyone else to discover what was going on here. When everyone in the entire palace was added together, there was certainly no fear of Ling Blood. Buzz. However, right at this moment, just as Bai Luoxing was just about to make his move, a sudden burst of vast pressure steeply filled the air and landed on her alone. That terrifying pressure instantly pressured her entire body to stop her chi and blood. It was difficult for all the aura in the body to flow. When he felt this overwhelming aura, Bai Luoxing's face changed violently again. How is that possible? Even though he was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm, he himself was at least at the late Saint Martial Heaven realm. There's no reason to directly press down so hard that you can't even mobilize your breath. There shouldn't be such a big gap. Immortal Extreme Realm. At this time, Ling Blood's voice sounded again. Do you think that since I'm here, I'll still be afraid of this so-called new empire of yours? Today, even though he had been discovered, even though Su Tian had once again brought everyone in the world to surround him again, he was also completely fearless. Now he was the only immortal extreme realm under this universal sky, truly invincible. Not to mention Su Tian, even if that demon emperor descended into the world, he couldn't help him. As soon as Ling Blood said this, another flash of panic frantically churned out on Bai Luoxing's face. Immortal extreme realm? Has he reached that realm? How is that possible? It's fine that he's back from the dead, but now he's even managed to break through in his cultivation? How the hell did that happen? If he is now at the immortal extreme realm, who else can deal with him? Will the entire demon race only perish? It simply couldn't wait for the demon emperor to descend. If the immortal extreme realm was willing, it would be easy to kill all the demon races in this world. Done. The demon race had no future at all this time. What the hell was that for? Obviously everything is aimed at Obviously now the whole world has been completely controlled by the demon race. It was clear that the descent of the demon emperor had been inevitable. As a result, this Ling blood is still alive, and it's also reached the immortal extreme realm? In this way, the demon race is resting. In the next moment, Ling blood was putting away that breath pressure. Then smiling faintly, he said, "You can certainly do the same, or you can cry out for help. You can have Su Tian and the others come along now. I don't really care. Or, of course, you can shut your mouth and say nothing. Anyway, for now, it's better to keep the fact that he's still alive out of the public domain. Not that it would do much damage to him." Bai Luoxing didn't say anything and didn't intend to do anything. She certainly knew that there was no way she would be an opponent when facing the immortal extreme realm. Even if everyone in the entire Xingyu Empire such as Su Tian were to be added together, there was no way they would be a match for the immortal extreme realm. So now, there is only one way left for her. That's, at your mercy. Let Ling blood slaughter them. Bai Luoxing just froze in place in silence for a long time. After a long time, she lifted her feet and slowly walked into the chambers. Then he turned and closed the door behind him. "Since your majesty did not go directly to that Su Tian but came to me, necessarily, not to take revenge, right?" She then gazed towards Ling blood and tried to ask, "You sure have always been smart." Ling blood smiled and didn't deny it. Su Tian meant nothing to him, and there was no pleasure in killing directly for revenge. It's not as much fun as letting the Holocaust come down and baptize the world, but there is still a great deal of value in utilizing the Bai Luo star. Although nowadays it seemed like the entire world was dominated by Su Tian, but in reality, the person who really controls everything is this Empress Bai Luoxing. More importantly, she was still in control of everything Su Tian did. "In the belly is Su Tian's child?" Ling blood then asked indifferently. "I would have preferred to bear His Majesty's child, but unfortunately, His Majesty cannot see me." Bai Luoxing immediately had a flirtatious expression on her face. "Does your Majesty next want to kill this child? If your Majesty wishes to do so, you can. I can personally slap it to death with my own hands." Chapter 33, I will do whatever your Majesty says. Hearing this, Feng Lingshang and Su Xinyao both looked contemptuous and disgusted. Sure enough, a demon is a demon. Shameless, not to mention ruthless and uncaring. Disgusting in the extreme. I am quite impressed that he has the heart to tolerate you. Ling blood smiled and continued. Did he not suspect that it was someone else's seed? After all, before, Bai Luoxing had said that he had everyone in the entire empire lined up to do that kind of thing to her. It's fine that Su Tian doesn't dislike Bai Luoxing, but is it possible that he doesn't have any thoughts about Bai Luoxing being pregnant? He will never doubt me. He will always trust me. Bai Luoxing smiled charmingly. In his words, this is true love. Everything about Su Tian was now within her grasp. Su Tian would never suspect her of anything. Whatever she said, Su Tian would agree and believe. Of course, the child in this womb is indeed his. Bai Luoxing continued. Although he does not know my true face, I actually have only had a relationship with him alone. Although in Su Tian's eyes, in the eyes of the world, she had once been abused by Ling blood as well as Ling blood's men, but in reality, the only one who had actually had sex with her was Su Tian. So the child is indeed Su Tian's. Of course, the seed is Su Tian's seed, but a half-demon, and a half-demon is a demon. In the end, they all belong to the demon race, not Su Tian. Is your Majesty going to keep the boy? Bai Luoxing continued. As long as it's what His Majesty says, no matter what it is, I'll always do it, because she knew very well that there was no room for her to resist now. The entire demon race had no room for resistance. If Ling blood wanted to destroy the demon race would have no future. If Ling blood wanted the demon emperor to be unable to descend, the demon emperor would be unable to descend. Kill the boy and you think I'll let you go? Ling blood laughed. You think you can exchange your life with the life of a child? Of course not. Bai Luoxing also laughed. She continued, my life or anyone's life. Whoever His Majesty wants to die nowadays will definitely not live. It's just that has it ever occurred to your Majesty that our relationship might be able to improve? For example, our demon race and your Majesty can actually live in peace. Now since Ling blood was already at the immortal extreme realm, then no matter what methods they used in the demon clan, they would never be able to deal with him. Therefore, there was only a different way to get along with Ling blood. Talks and, is this the will of that so-called emperor seed of your demon race? Ling blood said indifferently. You could say that. Bai Luoxing nodded. All of their demons, though self-aware, were controlled by the emperor's seed. That imperial seed, at any time, can give them a mission. And now the mission given to her by the emperor's seed is, no matter what, she must make peace with Ling blood. One couldn't let Ling blood really exterminate the entire demon race. I'm curious, how much longer will it take before that demon emperor of yours descends into the world? Ling Blood then asked. This we don't really know. In any case, the current power of the demon source is temporarily insufficient. Bai Luoxing replied truthfully. That's why they're still trying to stop the human race from killing demons and secretly growing the demon race. It's only when there's no other choice that you know to negotiate with me. Ling Blood then let out a cold laugh. That emperor seed of yours is quite capable of making plans. Hearing this, Bai Luoxing's face changed slightly. So, he won't let go of the demon race? If he refused to let go of the demon race, then the demon race was doomed to have no future. Demon emperors, too, were destined to be unable to descend. I don't need any of the conditions you're making right now. Ling Blood continued. But don't worry, I won't stop your demon race from continuing to grow and preventing your demon emperor from descending into the world. I have tried to save the whole world, but they don't need it, so naturally I won't care anymore. But, from now on, you will do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to be half disobedient, half hidden, I will exterminate your entire demon race. These words, of course, were not only said to Bai Luoxing, it was also said to that demon emperor. He could indeed refrain from destroying the demon race, and anyway, he hoped that that demon emperor would descend to the world and teach Su Tian and the others a painful lesson, and as a price, he wants more than a condition. Rather, it's a myriad of conditions. From now on, whatever he wants, Bai Luoxing must give. Whatever he said, Bai Luoxing had to follow. Bai Luoxing controls Su Tian and the entire world, and he took control of the planet of Whitelaw. Deal. In the face of such a condition, Bai Luoxing, however, did not hesitate to agree. As long as Ling Blood didn't destroy the demon race, as long as the demon emperor was able to descend into the world, then even if Ling Blood told her to die, under the emperor's seed's intention, she would definitely not hesitate. She would absolutely agree to any request that was too much. Don't worry, Your Majesty, as long as Your Majesty doesn't move my demon race, when my demon race emperor descends into the world, the demon race will coexist peacefully with Your Majesty. Bai Luoxing continued. As for that Su Tian, I will naturally follow Your Majesty's wishes, to give him a fatal blow at that time. My demon clan will definitely avenge His Majesty's hatred. My demon clan won't touch a single hair of His Majesty's people even then, but Su Tian and the others, my demon clan, like His Majesty, will definitely not let go. Now what Ling Blood meant, of course she understood it all. Ling Blood wanted to take revenge, but didn't want to do so in that kind of direct obliteration. Rather, they hoped that the demon emperor would descend and make Su Tian and the others repent for what they had done. So right now, Ling Blood and their demon race were not rivals. On the contrary, one could even say they are in the same boat. Of course, Ling Blood was the captain of the ship, and everything was subject to Ling Blood's arrangements. This was clearly a delaying tactic to stabilize Ling Blood and allow the demon emperor to descend. And of course, Ling Blood was well aware that this was a delaying tactic, but he didn't care. Even if that demon emperor descended into the world, he was not a threat to him. It seems that what I said at first, you remember very clearly? Ling Blood smiled and continued. I remember just as clearly what you said back then. You said, you would be secretly working around Su Tian. Even if Su Tian had a chance to surpass the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, you would find a way to make him miss his chance. During this period of time, that Su Tian can have anything that you missed because of your underhandedness? It's in these places that Balism comes into play. Certain things that Su Tian and the others couldn't obtain under the demon race's manipulation, he could obtain them all, and the demon clan must give it. If they don't, the demon clan will be destroyed. This, Su Tian didn't meet any chances of surpassing the Saint Martial Heaven Realm. Bai Luoxing hesitated a little and continued. Ever since he killed His Majesty in the first place, his luck doesn't seem to be that good. It was true that Su Tian hadn't been as lucky everywhere as he used to be in the past year or so. It was as if after killing Ling Blood, he was no longer so favored by the heavens. Chapter 34, All the benefits of Su Tian for himself. Ever since Ling Blood died in the first place, it was as if Su Tian had suddenly lost a kind of light, a glow of determination and momentum in all things. This was something that Bai Luoxing, who had accompanied Su Tian for a long time, had deep feelings about. There were even times when not only did he lose that stern edge, but he became a bit indecisive. Probably because being an emperor forces you to think twice about everything. When you have concerns, you lose your momentum. Hearing this, Ling Blood only smiled faintly, because the time that belonged to him has passed, and he has long since ceased to be the protagonist. So, of course, there is no longer any protagonist glow. But, it was his subordinates who discovered an ancient site not long ago. Bai Luoxing continued. The age of that site is still far before the birth of my demon race. There might be some unknown ancient secret treasures inside. But after that ruin was discovered, those people tried to go in but accidentally activated the forbidden boundary. No one can enter nowadays. and the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm can't do it either. The knot will open itself in about 2 months. Su Tian has already made plans to lead the crowd into the ruins 2 months later, and I was certainly ready to go in with him. No matter what heavenly chance secret treasure he encounters, I will find a way to make him miss it. Anyway, as long as she was by Su Tian's side, Su Tian would never be able to reach the immortal extreme realm. For example, when it was vital that she suddenly said her stomach hurt, then where would Su Tian care about anything else? Su Tian must be focusing on her and the child. Ancient ruins? Ling Blood smiled faintly. It seems that you will indeed not hide anything. It was something she could have never said out loud, but she did. It's true that she didn't intentionally hide it. Our demon race is now genuinely interested in coexisting peacefully with His Majesty. Bai Luoxing smiled charmingly. We are absolutely unable to resist the Emperor Seed's intention. Just as the Emperor's Seed controls all demons, so that demons and people live in peace and love each other until death. All demons, all absolutely unable to resist, will embody as if they were real, willing to die for the human race, willing to give everything for the ones they love, until the Emperor descends. Before your so-called demon clan Emperor descended into the world, of course you were sincere. Ling Blood laughed. Perhaps in time our demon Emperor will put away his rapprochement with His Majesty, but that is not something we can sway. Bai Luoxing didn't hide it. It's the kind of thing that even the dumbest person can understand, and there's certainly no need to hide it. The demon race was now willing to coexist peacefully with Ling Blood, but there was indeed no way of knowing how long this peaceful coexistence would last. Anyway, it will last until the demon Emperor descends is all. Until then, the demon race would absolutely obey whatever Ling Blood wanted and did. And Ling Blood certainly didn't care about this false peace. Then where are the ancient ruins located? Ling Blood simply asked next. Yuanyang Continent, Great Canyon of Taishu. Bai Luoxing replied truthfully. Ling Blood nodded his head gently. Since an ancient ruins existed there, it would be better to go and take a look and enter early. When Natsu Tian and the others went back 2 months later, what was left for them was, of course, nothing but a void. Nowadays, although he was already at the immortal extreme realm, there was no upper limit to the path of cultivation, so if he could continue to ascend, of course he should continue to ascend. Furthermore, with so many people under his command, there was still a lot of room for improvement in their strength. If there were any secret treasures of chance that they needed, they could certainly seize them for them. Is there anything else your Majesty wants to know or anything else you want? Bai Luoxing then asked. Anyway, right now it was. As long as Ling Blood didn't destroy the demon race, he would fulfill all of Ling Blood's needs, no matter how excessive or difficult the request. In Su Tian's hands, there is an extremely mysterious jade slip that hides some unknown hidden secrets within. Ling Blood said indifferently. Now, bring it to me. That was the only hole in Su Tian's body that hadn't been filled even in the original story by the grand finale. That jade slip was bound to be uncomplicated. In addition, Su Tian also has a spirit drawing stone that is capable of absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Ling Blood continued. Bring it to me as well. That spirit drawing stone was not as useful as that ancient altar in Beihai, but it was still not small. Take it over and give it to your own men later. Now. Bai Luoxing gazed at Ling Blood. Ling Blood gently lifted his teacup and faintly said, now. Good. Then, please wait a moment. Your Majesty. Bai Luoxing nodded. Then he turned around and opened the door to leave. Then close the door behind you. Go and ask Su Tian for these 2 things now. After Bai Luoxing left, Su Xinyo immediately looked toward Ling Blood with big eyes. Your Majesty is not going to kill this demoness? What good will killing her now do me? Ling Blood smiled. Keeping her for the time being would be more useful instead. I see. Su Xinyo nodded. If your Majesty wants to save this world now, it would be like saving Su Tian and everyone else. So your Majesty is planning to wait until the demon race emperor descends and Su Tian and the others get their retribution before settling the demon race. In this way, save those who should be saved, and let those who should not be saved pay the price they deserve. And until then, Shiratsuki can be fully utilized. Therefore, all Ling Blood was doing now was maximizing his benefits. Take away all of Su Tian's benefits. Take away all of the benefits of the demon race. In the end, it only protects those who deserve it, like her, and no one else. Ling Blood smiled gently and did not deny it. From now on, all of Su Tian's benefits would be his own. And in the end, Su Tian and the others would only be left with nothing. The other side. Su Tian had just finished arranging things regarding persuading the Extreme Bliss Villa to come out of the Grand Hall. As soon as he came out, he saw that Bai Luoxing was outside. Didn't I tell you to go down and rest? Su Tian hurriedly went up to hold her in place and softly said, why did you run out alone? Rest from what? For me to be bored inside that bedchamber? Bai Luoxing pouted. I might as well come out for a walk. Then at least there should be a few attendants around. Su Tian frowned. Attendants? Following me around all day isn't going to do anything. Might as well let them do their own thing. Bai Luoxing laughed and said, Sangong, I'm only less than 6 months pregnant. It's not so bad that I need someone to watch me even when I walk. Su Tian shook his head. Just in case you my ass. Don't say those unlucky words. Bai Luoxiao hastily raised her hand to block Su Tian's mouth. Right. Su Tian hastily stopped talking. By the way, Sagittarius, I want to take the spirit drawing stone and use it for a while. Bai Luoxing then just opened her mouth. Chapter 35, How I Wish the Child in My Belly Was Ling Blood's. Spirit-inducing stone? What are you doing with that? Su Tian had a curious look on his face. The spirit-inducing stone was at the root of the palace, and it was placed there when the palace was first established to attract the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so that the whole palace will always be full of aura. If it was taken away, the aura of the palace would naturally diminish. Don't ask so many questions. I'm useful anyway. Bai Luoxing smiled and said, By the way, didn't you accidentally obtain an extremely mysterious black jade sketch before? Give me that one as well. This, Nyangzi, that jade slip may involve some unknown existence. Su Tian hurriedly said, There are some dangers. This can't be touched. The spirit drawing stone he could certainly give to Bai Luoxing unconditionally, but that jade slip wasn't simple. Where exactly the things inside that black jade slip came from, he still hadn't been able to figure it out until now. It could indeed be dangerous. If he gave it to Bai Luoxing, he wasn't too comfortable with it. I know. I'm sure. Instead, Bai Luoxing said, Just give it to me. You'll know what I use it for later. Looking at Bai Luoxing that way, looking at the smile on Bai Luoxing's face, although Su Tian was a little worried, he still flexed his fingers and took it out. It was a pure black jade slip with some extremely ancient and obscure patterns carved on it. Be careful. Don't feel free to use your divine sense to probe this jade slip. Su Tian admonished. I know. Don't worry about it. Bai Luoxing directly snatched the jade slip from his hand and continued. You get busy. Wait for me to give you a surprise after a while. Surprise is certainly not in the cards, but as long as she spoke her words out, Su Tian would believe them unconditionally. Looking at Bai Luoxing's departing back, a gentle smile surfaced on Su Tian's face. What kind of a surprise would this maiden of his own give him? He was beginning to look forward to it a little. After getting the jade slip, Bai Luoxing went back to fetch the spirit drawing stone. Then he returned to his chambers with the jade sketch and the spirit guide stone. This is what His Majesty wants. She placed both the jade sketch and the spirit guide stone on the table in front of Ling Blood at the same time. The black ancient jade slip, the spirit guide stone that emitted a 7-colored glow. Is there anything else your majesty needs? Bai Luoxing then asked. Ling Blood stood up with a faint smile. The things that Su Tian here himself wanted at the moment were these two things. If there was more in the future, he would naturally let Bai Luoxing get it for himself unconditionally as well. Immediately after that, Ling Blood raised his hand. The fingertips lightly touched the tip of Bai Luoxing's eyebrows. Buzz! A blood-red spiritual energy immediately disappeared into Bai Luoxing's brow. From now on, you are at my beck and call, waiting for my orders at any time. Ling Blood said indifferently. From now on he could contact Bai Luoxing any time, no matter how far away the sky was. Bai Luoxing, on the other hand, must unconditionally obey all his commands. Yes, Bai Luoxing nodded gently. Right now, she really didn't have any choice. She could only obey whatever Ling Blood wanted or did. Immediately after that, Ling Blood stopped talking. After collecting the black jade slip and the 7-colored spirit-inducing stone, he took Feng Lingfeng and Su Xinya with him and disappeared in place with a buzzing sound. Only Bai Luoxing was left alone, standing in the middle of this bedchamber. With Ling Blood's departure, Bai Luoxing took a deep breath. In any case, it was good that Ling Blood had not made a move against her, nor did he intend to make a move against the demon race right now. The demon race did absolutely not have any means to resist Ling Blood. The only thing to do was to stabilize him until the Demon King descended. Should we make an enemy of Ling Blood after the Demon King's descent before making plans? Really? A moment later, Bai Luoxing raised her hand to stroke her rounded belly. How she wished that the child in her belly was Ling Blood's and not Su Tian's. How he wished it was Ling Blood he was holding instead of Su Tian. If one was truly able to pin down Ling Blood, then one would truly be invincible. At this moment, the kind of desire she felt for Ling Blood was undoubtedly far more intense than before. Unfortunately, a person like Ling Blood would never be taken by anyone, much less be taken by her. On the other hand, the Polaris Villa, the Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa was situated outside of the Starry Empire, between the mountains and ravines. The entire mountain villa was condensed by strong people from all sides, all of whom shared the same philosophy as Ling Blood. Even though Su Tian Xingyu Empire was extremely strong nowadays, and had also set ironclad laws, however, The entire Extreme Bliss Villa was still doing their best to eradicate the demon race, going against the Staryu Empire and never giving up. At this moment, at the gate of the Extreme Bliss Villa, the Starry Empire sent a team of 100 or so people. The main thing is to give one last notice to Polaris. Our Majesty has already said that this is the last chance for your Extreme Bliss Villa. The leader of the group presented the letter of persuasion in his hand. If you, the Extreme Bliss Villa, still persist in your insistence, His Majesty will lightly lead his army and step on the Extreme Bliss Villa. Hearing these words, the people from the opposite side of the Extreme Bliss Villa were all stony-faced and didn't say a word. They knew very well that if Su Tian really led an army of strong men to kill them, the entire Extreme Bliss Villa would be powerless to fight back. After all, there were several sacred martial heaven realm powerhouses in the Xingyu Empire, and the number of large armies was even more immeasurable. As for them, the Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa, they only had one sacred martial heavenly realm, and so many thousands of people in the area. Oh, Your Majesty? What kind of a sire is Su Tian then? Right at this moment, an extremely flirtatious cold laugh suddenly rang out, only to see that the people of the Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa were spreading out towards both sides. At the back, a woman with an enchanting figure walked up step by step with those long jade legs and twisted that water snake-like waist. The woman was wearing a mauve slimming long dress. Her concave and convex enchanting body was displayed to the fullest. That face was also born extremely delicate and charming, carrying an innate power of seduction. In her hand, she was also shaking a fan. This person is the Villa of Extreme Bliss's Villa Master, Gzue. A letter of persuasion? She winks, her flirtatious red lips hooked in a cold smile. Then take the epistle. Without even looking at it, the snow-white slender jade hand directly tore the epistle into pieces. Throwing it with his hand, the debris in the sky flew with the wind. That was her answer. She could never surrender and would never stop killing demons. She would inherit Ling Blood's will and pass it on forever. Seeing Gzue act like this, the people of the Staryu Empire all suddenly changed their faces slightly. And then, the leader of the one coldly laughed. Oh, since the banker is so persistent, then, there is nothing we can do. Go! After saying that, he waved his hand, intending to take everyone with him to leave. Since it was useless to persuade him one last time, then of course, he could only go back and let Su Tian lightly lead his army and step on the Extreme Bliss Villa head-on. Go! But right at this moment, Gzue's icy voice was ringing out. People can leave, but the demon has to stay. After she said that, the fan in her hand just shook violently. Buzz! All of a sudden a lavender fan shadow just kept forming around her. Half of the Starry Empire is demonic. Half of the team that came to persuade them to surrender today were also demons. Since these demons had come to the Extreme Bliss Villa, Gzue certainly couldn't let them go back alive. 4 demons, she had always killed one on sight. Chapter 36 Ling Blood is everyone's true emperor. Swish! A purple fan shadow swept away, and all of the demons inside this team of the Staryu Empire were instantly penetrated through their chests. Between the wild spurts of blood, he collapsed on the spot. Gzue! How dare you so blatantly obliterate someone from the Empire? Those remaining roared at once. They were never expecting that this Gzue refused to surrender as well. How dare you make a direct move? They were sent by Su Tian and were considered imperial envoys. People? They're not people. Gzue gently turned the fan in her hand and smiled charmingly. You, one of the people at the head of the Xingyu Empire, immediately raised his hand to point at Gzue. It was full of anger, but I didn't know what to do. To make a move. It was certainly impossible for him to be Gzue's opponent with him. After all, Gzue was an existence of the Saint Martial Heaven realm. Moreover, this was the Extreme Bliss Villa, Gzue's territory. What? Gzue smiled coldly and then said, are you guys leaving? If you want to leave, get out earlier, otherwise, you will stay here forever like these demons. Hearing this, the remaining ones gritted their teeth. They had come on behalf of the Starry Empire, only to be treated with such contempt now? This Gzue was simply rampant. But, right now there is nothing they can do. Good, Master of the Extreme Bliss Villa. Remember what you did today, and I hope that when His Majesty arrives, you'll still be able to be as reckless as this. The leader of the group snorted coldly, and then also only waved his hand. Go! After saying that, he took the rest of the people and left together. Right now is not Gzue's opponent. Only go back to report everything truthfully, and then slowly turn back to clean up this Extreme Happiness Mountain village. When His Majesty personally leads the Imperial Army, what is Gzue worth? Looking at the departing people of the Starry Empire, Gzue snorted coldly. She then turned around and faced everyone in the Extreme Bliss Villa. Looking at the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, she certainly knew what was going through everyone's mind right now. Everyone, I'm afraid that what Su Tian has issued this time is only the last announcement indeed. She then proceeded to say indifferently, but I, Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa, will never submit to him? Will never submit to the demon race. If Su Tian is really pressing in with a large army, my Extreme Bliss Villa is indeed no match. So, everyone present, if you want to quit Extreme Bliss Villa, I will never stop you. There is indeed no way out at the moment. If Su Tian had made a serious move, the Extreme Bliss Villa would have no room for resistance. So if the group wanted to disband and draw a line in the sand with her, she would never stop it. Hearing Gzue's words, everyone looked at each other for a few moments. Then with a clench of his teeth, he said in a deep voice, we are indeed no match for Su Tian. But, if we withdraw and scatter our hands from now on, when the Demon King descends, this world will also perish. Sooner or later, I'll die. So what's there to fear? Therefore, even if we're not a match for that Su Tian, we'll still have to resist to the end. I'm waiting for, to never quit, though it is true that there is no way out at the moment, but as demon slayers, they would have had no way out. So, simply fight to the death. Looking at the crowd was this kind of though fearful and not retreating. Gzeo let out a long sigh. Ever since Ling Blood died in the first place, this entire world has been destined to be beyond redemption, doomed to end up in perdition no matter what. It is really sad. A dim king is in power and a demon queen is in charge. The world is muddy. There were only so few sober people, but they had to be constantly decimated by that Xingyu Empire. All of you, since you all have this determination, then we, and just that Su Tian fight to the end. Gzue then said heavily, the Extreme Bliss Villa can be unwanted, but all of us must do our best to live. No matter what, the demon race will definitely not be allowed to succeed. Everyone, quickly get ready to leave the Extreme Bliss Villa. The world is so big and the sky is so far away, that Su Tian might not be able to find us. From now on, we are big deal to live in the shadows, to get rid of demons and defend the way, until death do us part. They will never stop killing demons. Even if the end result was destined to be extinction, they would never stop. Hearing Gzue's words, everyone nodded heavily. Then, find a way to live and always fight the demon race to the end. For the future of the human race, prepare quickly and leave the Extreme Bliss Villa. Gzue then commanded. Everyone nodded, and then they began to make preparations. This boundary of the Polaris Villa is not wanted now. As long as the person is still there, that is, all of them, in the future, would be in the shadows, forever fighting against the Starseeker Empire. Inside the Polaris Villa, in the middle of the square, a statue stands, the statue of Lingering Blood. In the eyes of these few of them, Ling Blood was the true emperor of everyone, the true master of this world. This man who had once swept the world and unified the 8 wastelands was qualified to be the lord of this world. At this moment, thousands of people up and down the entire Extreme Bliss Villa were converging and standing above this square. Although His Majesty is dead, we will forever inherit His Majesty's will and be at loggerheads with the Xingyu Empire. At the very front, Gzue said in a loud voice, the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty at first General Hua and General Jiang. They led the remaining people to the northern dimming pole. I always feel that the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty won't go extinct just like that, so there is no need for you all to be dismayed. When we have the chance, let's also go to that northern dimming pole and find the 2 generals of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. Maybe everything still has a chance. Indeed, in that battle back then, Ling Blood was the only one who stayed behind to fight for his life against Su Tian, and the rest of them went to the northern dark pole. That was also a sizable army, and 2 of them were at the Saint Martial Heaven realm. If they were able to meet with Hua Jiankong and the others, they would be able to better resist the Xingyu Empire. It is not allowed to say that there is still a chance to stop the Demon Emperor from descending to the world. Everyone nodded heavily. Even if there is no hope, the faith in their hearts will never be shaken. Go! In the next moment, Gzue's eyes moved away from the Ling Blood statue. Then with a wave of his jade hand, he was planning to take everyone with him to leave. Buzz! However, right at this moment, just as everyone was planning to leave the Extreme Bliss Villa to find a new landing spot, in that mid-air, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. This sudden movement, of course, caused everyone to be aware of it. Immediately, all of them tilted their heads and looked towards that above. Only there, a blood-red spatial distortion was slowly generated. At the same time, there was an extremely vast and extremely familiar aura that filled the entire heaven and earth. Upon seeing that familiar splash of blood red, upon feeling that familiar breath of pressure, everyone immediately had their pupils slightly dilated and their hearts violently trembled. This is, no, can't be right? Am I hallucinating? You saw it, you felt it, right? This is His Majesty. Chapter 37. What qualification does this world have for His Majesty's deliverance? Everyone was staring with wide eyes, just staring at that blood-red spatial distortion in death. although they were all already guessing in their hearts. At this moment all of them didn't even believe it themselves anymore. After all, it really should have never been possible. And just as the crowd watched and waited, in the next moment, 3 figures slowly appeared from within that blood-red spatial distortion. The head of the group was a man with a slender figure and his hands behind his back, a cold face with honorable blood-red eyes. All over his body, he exuded an innate imperial aura. It was no one else but Ling Blood. And naturally, those who followed behind Ling Blood were Feng Lingfang and Su Xinyao. When they saw that it was actually really Ling Blood, a flash of shock tumbled out on everyone's faces. For a moment, it was impossible to even speak. Is this really His Majesty? It's really Ling Bleed? Is he even alive? At the forefront of everyone, Ji Ziyue was just as wide-eyed, her entire body frozen in place. Within those beautiful eyes, they still couldn't help but mist up a bit, for the man who was supposed to be never to be seen again, reappeared in her sight. He's alive and well, and that aura emanating from him, his world-beating cultivations seem to be still there? What the hell is going on here? How on earth did do that? Your Majesty? Ji Ziyue then proceeded to slightly open her red lips and attempted to shout. In midair Ling Blood's blood-red eyes looked down. Then with a faint smile, where do you plan to take them? To hide? When he heard Ling Blood's voice, when he saw that look in Ling Blood's eyes, everyone was instantly and utterly certain. Yes, it really is Lingering Blood. It really is their emperor. Their emperor really is alive. See, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. At that moment, all of them knelt down in unison and in a hurry. Only this emperor is qualified to make them kneel and worship. At this moment, everyone was so excited that their faces were swollen red and their eyes were filled with fervor. His Majesty is not dead. Their real emperor, he's not dead yet. The world is not completely hopeless. The next moment, Ling Blood was sweeping down with Feng Lingfang and Su Xinyao. Get up! Everyone then stood up. And then they all looked at Ling Blood with feverish gazes. As long as Ling Blood was still around, there was still hope for this world. It's not over yet. As for them, they didn't have to hide at all. And they didn't have to fear Su Tian's Xingyu Empire. Your Majesty. Why? Why is Your Majesty still alive? Ji Ziyue's reddened eyes stared at Ling Blood. If there was no Ling Blood, she would be the leader of all the demon slayers. How exhausting it is to be a leader. She certainly knows very well. But now that Ling Blood had returned, in the future, Ling Blood would of course be the true leader. I'm just posing for that Su Tian. Ling Blood smiled, then said, I have heard that Yu Extreme Bliss Villa is the biggest thorn in the side of the Starry Yu Empire nowadays? Indeed, when His Majesty first fell, we didn't stop killing demons and have persisted until now. Ji Ziyou said, only that Su Tian has issued a final notice to the Extreme Music Villa, and next time he will personally lead the army and besiege the Extreme Music Villa. So you guys plan to hide forever in the future? Ling Blood smiled. There is no other way. Ji Ziyou nodded, then said, but now that His Majesty is still alive, then we have no fear of that Su Tian. Ling Blood smiled again and continued, that Su Tian doesn't know that I'm still alive, and I don't intend to let him know now. Then what does His Majesty mean? Everyone was looking at Ling Blood with curious gazes. And you don't have to hide. Ling Blood then raised his hand and flexed his fingers. Buzz. At that moment, an invisible boundary was what completely enveloped the entire Extreme Bliss Villa. He was at the immortal extremity realm, and the boundaries he had laid down, even if Su Tian had come, of course they would all be impossible to open. Immediately after that, Ling Blood casually waved his hand again. A blood-red breath flowed between everyone's eyebrows. This boundary cannot be breached within the sacred martial heaven realm, and no one can freely enter or exit except you. Ling Blood then said, now, in this Extreme Bliss Villa, no one can do anything to you. Everyone was tilting their heads and looking at the invisible boundary. Is it really okay? His Majesty was at the peak of the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, and that Su Tian was also at the peak of the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm. Su Tian should be able to open it, right? Don't worry, all of you. His Majesty is now at the immortal extreme realm above the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm, and even if all of the strongest members of the Starry Yu Empire were to come together, there is absolutely no way that they would be able to open this boundary. As if she could see the worries of the crowd, Feng Lingshang spoke up. When these words came out, everyone was suddenly taken aback again. Above the Holy Martial Heavenly Realm. Immortal Extreme Realm? Is there such a realm? Then nowadays, does His Majesty not have to put that Su Tian in his eyes at all? If Your Majesty wishes to take revenge, will you not be able to do so at any time? The entire demon race, the entire Xingyu Empire, could not possibly be a match for Your Majesty, could they? That's right. If Ling Blood wanted to take revenge now, straight away, he took all of them and killed the Xingyu Empire. It would be able to wipe out Su Tian and the others altogether, and at the same time, completely stop the demon emperor from descending into the world. Instead of killing them now, let them feel what it's like to eat their own. Su Xinyao also opened her mouth and said, anyway, His Majesty's immortal extreme realm, even if it is the demon king descending into the world, there is nothing to fear, and there is no medicine in this world, so let's not save it. Hearing these words, everyone's gazes were directed towards Ling Blood. So, this is what your majesty intends to do now? This was also the reason why he didn't go directly to Su Tian but came to the Extreme Bliss Villa instead? But think about it. His Majesty once did his best for this whole world, but could not be understood by the world. Now what qualifies this world for your majesty's deliverance? Might as well leave them in that ignorance to their final demise. Even if the corpses and blood flow everywhere by then, they are all to blame. Indeed it should be so. Killing is better than executing one's heart. That's Su Tian and the others. They should get the retribution they deserve. Gzue also spoke. Anyway, Ling Blood could do whatever he wanted. Now, since Ling Blood was still alive, everything they did would be at Ling Blood's behest. There are still quite a few demon slayers and defenders in this world. Ling Blood's voice then rang out. The Extreme Bliss Villa can gather those people here. Except for the Extreme Bliss Villa, the survival of life and death in this world has nothing to do with me. Chapter 38, there's even a story like this on that asshole? Yes. Gzue nodded heavily. I'll call on the world. Since Ling Blood was still alive, and since Ling Blood was at the immortal extreme realm, then of course they are fearless. It is possible to directly and openly call for those who want to join the Extreme Bliss Villa to slay demons together to be unconditionally admitted. When the demon emperor descends at the end, His Majesty can ignore all the rest except for the entire Extreme Bliss Villa. Prepare yourself, bring a few people with you, and go with me to the Great Canyon of Taishu tomorrow. Ling Blood then looked at Gzue and faintly said, the Grand Canyon of the Great Void? Gzue's willow brows frowned slightly as she then said, I heard that the Xingyu Empire discovered an ancient site in that Great Canyon of the Great Void, but accidentally activated a forbidden boundary to prevent them from entering, and so on. No one else can enter, but your majesty is now at the immortal extreme realm. He could enter before everyone else and scour the interior, letting Su Tian and the others gain nothing. Your majesty can enter early. I'll get ready. Immediately, Gzue was the one who hastily nodded her head. Wouldn't it be absolutely safe to enter the ancient ruins with His Majesty? Wouldn't it be a breeze to explore secret treasures while staying safe? Your Majesty is giving the Extreme Bliss Villa a chance to grow as well. Immediately afterward, Ling Blood was temporarily staying at the Extreme Bliss Villa. As for all the people in the Extreme Bliss Villa, they certainly didn't have to flee now. With His Majesty here, no matter what tactics that Su Tian used, he absolutely couldn't do anything to help them. On the other hand, Yuanyangzhou, the Yuanyang continent is in the center of this world, and it is also where the famous Taishu Grand Canyon is located. At this moment, in the middle of a city with beautiful scenery in the Yuanyang continent, one of the most prosperous pavilions in the entire city was called the Immortal Cloud Pavilion. Today, the entire Immortal Cloud Pavilion was contracted by a mysterious visitor. No one knew who the other party was. They had only heard that it was a stunning woman that they had never seen before. People who saw it said it was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen in their lives. And that woman, of course, is Cold's now. At this time, on top of the pavilion, above Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful face, she was wearing a strange smile. I didn't expect that there was such a story on that bastard. After she came to the outside world, she had heard everything about Ling Blood. He had heard about Ling Blood's death at the hands of Su Tian in order to kill all the demon clans in the world to stop the demon king from descending into the world. In the eyes of the world, Ling Blood was a tyrant devil. The emperor who once unified the world wanted to kill all the demon clans to stop the demon king from descending into the world, but he was not understood by the world, and he ended up dying at the hands of all the people in the world. Ling Xue sneered. Ridiculous. Of course, it wasn't Ling Blood who was being ridiculous. Rather, it's this whole world, because she also knew that the demon emperor seed did exist. Unfortunately, that great original emperor is still alive, and this world is only going to be subject to his revenge. Yunru, she said from the side. Now Ling Blood was not only still alive, but his cultivation was even at the immortal extreme realm. There was no way that what Su Tian, what Xingyu Empire, or what demon race would be his opponent. If he takes revenge, no one can stop him. With that bastard's nature, I'm only afraid that he won't retaliate directly, but will wait until that demon king descends to the world, and retaliate against this world with a lesson in reality. Ling Xue said indifferently. Yunru Shi, who was on the side, nodded. Then came some curiosity. I don't know what's going on, but ever since the last time he fought Ling Blood, It seems like His Majesty has been calling him an asshole. Did he do something to be an asshole? So, that demon emperor seed, is it true or false? Yunruoshi then asked. From what the public had heard, Ling blood was a big devil. The demon emperor seed is a lie he uses to weaken the people of the world. What exactly is going on? As an outsider, Yunruoshi of course does not know. Of course it's true. Ling Xue nodded her head gently. The demon emperor seed does exist, but before its descent, it is impossible for anyone to find it. She knew a lot about that so-called demon race. One could even say it's all clear. Hearing this, Yunruoshi immediately frowned slightly. In that case, wouldn't Ling blood be correct? What's wrong with the whole stupid world? If that's the case, this Great Plains Emperor isn't exactly a dim-witted devil. Yunruoshi then muttered. When these words came out, Ling Xue's eyes but immediately looked over. Yunruoshi instantly hastened to hang her head down. But he's also still a rampaging, ambitious, self-righteous asshole, complimenting Ling blood in front of His Majesty. This is certainly not proper either. After all, His Majesty and Ling blood are at loggerheads. Then, if the Demon King really descends, what strength is it? This Great Plains Emperor let it go. Indeed able to retaliate against the whole world. But at that time, can he cope with it? Yunruoshi then asked curiously. Immortal Extreme Realm. Ling Xue returned. Now that bastard is also the Immortal Extreme Realm. Of course, there is no fear of the Demon King descending to the world. The Demon King cannot threaten him. The Demon King can threaten this entire world. Yunruoshi nodded. So it was true that he would not seek revenge on Su Tian and the others. Instead he would have that Demon Emperor descend as soon as possible, so that the demon race would come to help him take revenge and make Su Tian and the others repent. That's the only way to get rid of the hate. But, if the Demon King is at the Immortal Extreme Realm, wouldn't we, Biming, also be threatened? Yunruoshi then said with another frown. There were no demons in Beihai, but after that Demon Emperor descended to the world, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't lay his hands on Beihai. So, I need to reach the Immortal Extreme Realm as soon as possible before that, Ling Xue said in a deep voice. Only when he reached the Immortal Extremity Realm would he be able to seek revenge on Ling blood. It was only then that he could deal with that Demon Emperor as well. Your Majesty. Just then, suddenly a subordinate came to report. Just now, I learned from the people's mouths that there is a large canyon here in the Yuanyan continent. Deep within that Grand Canyon, there exists an ancient ruin. Because the person who discovered the ruins accidentally activated the forbidden boundary, it is currently inaccessible. The knot will open of its own accord in about 2 months. Emperor Su Tian of the Xingyu Empire intends to lead the crowd to the ruins together 2 months later. And, everyone can go in and explore the secret treasures of chance fairly inside. The ancient ruins here are extremely old. As far back as over 100,000 years ago. It's something that's not exactly a secret now. That Su Tian had his heart set on the world, so he didn't intend to keep it all to himself. Rather, it's about giving everyone a chance to get in there and get a piece of the action. 100,000 years ago? After Ling Xue heard these words, her ice blue beauty eyes changed slightly. In that case, before she descends to this side of the world, that might indeed be a valuable sight. Then get ready and head to the ruins tomorrow. Ling Xue then said. But isn't they're currently inaccessible? Yunruoshi was a bit curious. Tomorrow? How? Ling Xue smiled faintly. If others can't, we may not. Chapter 39. She was much more voluptuous than herself. Starry Empire. The team that was sent to the Polar Villa came back with only half of its men left. Or maybe everyone is still alive. But all the demons are dead. Immediately Su Tian was furious. Good one Extreme Bliss Villa. Good one Gzue. I gave her a chance several times. So what if she didn't appreciate it, but even dared to kill my imperial soldiers? The Villa of Ultimate Bliss had thousands of people, and he certainly didn't want to go on a killing spree if he could. Therefore, it was not the first time that persuasion was given to Polaris. This last time, I didn't expect that Gzue still didn't accept it and instead killed half of the soldiers he sent. It is really rampant. Your Majesty, this Extreme Bliss Villa is really insistent, so why give them a chance? The soldier who had just returned bowed and said, since she, Gzue, dares to be so rampant, let her understand the consequences of rebelling against the Empire. You guys go down and rest first, and come with me to the Extreme Bliss Villa tomorrow, Su Tian said in a cold voice. This time Gzue had killed so many soldiers under his command. He was indeed a bit angry. Since the other person is really incorrigible, there is certainly no need for more power. Speak directly with force. Yes. All the soldiers nodded and then turned to leave, waiting to go to the Extreme Bliss Villa together tomorrow to seek revenge on that Gzue. Next to Su Tian, Bai Luoxing shook his head helplessly at this moment. After Ling blood left the imperial capital, the odds were that he went to that Extreme Bliss Villa. If Su Tian traveled again tomorrow, he would of course be returning empty-handed for nothing. Sunga, why don't we just forget about it? At that moment, Bai Luoxing was persuading. They are after all, also thousands of human lives. Mother, you're just too much of a sweetheart. Su Tian took a deep breath and continued. The demons they mutilated, how are they not thousands of lives or more? The other party was really rampant, and now that they had even killed soldiers of the empire, there was certainly no way he would stop there. Hearing this, Bai Luoxing shook his head helplessly. Is he so incorrigible that he's even a little beyond his own expectations? I've persuaded him myself, but he can't stop? Forget it, let him be. Then, anyway, no matter what he did, it wouldn't cause any damage to the demon clan is all. Night, the sky is full of stars and the moon is bright. At the Extreme Bliss Villa, in Gzue's room. At that moment, she stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself in it. She changed into a long red dress, which was open on both sides, revealing her slender jade legs. There are a few half coverings in the private areas, plump and voluptuous. It's like a ripe peach waiting to be picked. After carefully dressing up for a long time, and also carefully scrutinizing for a long time, Gzue was satisfied and pursed her red lips. Then he turned, picked up his tea, and walked out of the room. She knows very well that opportunities are always something you have to know how to take for yourself. Since the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty had been established for countless years, Ling Blood had never had any women around him, never saw him move on any woman either. It was probably because he was born to be a king, and none of the women under this heaven had that qualification to make him put them in his eyes. Gzue was of course well aware that she wasn't qualified to be worthy of Ling Blood either. She also didn't have the luxury of being able to accompany Ling Blood all the time. But, even if Ling Blood is just on a whim to her, she will be willing to solve the momentary needs for Ling Blood. Once and for all, it was an honor. If after one, there is a next, then naturally it is best. Although Gzue was not confident that she was worthy of Ling Blood, she could be confident that she was no less than any woman under this universal sky. Even that demon empress Bai Luoxing, compared to her face and body, she was not inferior. Tonight, since Ling Blood was staying at the Extreme Bliss Villa, then of course she had to seize the opportunity. Maybe Ling Blood didn't have that urge for himself, but, as long as the two of them get along, she relies on her own appearance body. More or less some grasp can hook Ling Blood a few points of interest. With that thought, she carried the teapot and went to Ling Blood's room. However, when she arrived, she saw that there was already a silhouette, standing in the doorway of Ling Blood. Wind Spirit Frost, under the color of the night, the two women bumped into each other, and immediately looked at each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Master Shoji this? Feng Lingfang's big eyes looked up and down on Gzue. Damn, she is much more voluptuous than she is. If you were to compare your body alone, you are far from being her match. Gzu smiled awkwardly and then said, I'll make a pot of tea for His Majesty. Hearing this, Feng Lingfang immediately frowned slightly. Making tea in the middle of the night? Who did you learn that from? You learned it from me? By the way, I still don't know the girl's name. Gzue then laughed. Wind Spirit Frost returned. Oh, so it's the sister of the marshal. I've heard about it before. Gzue laughed and then said, Miss Wind this is. Feng Lingfang also smiled awkwardly, her eyes rolled, then said, His Majesty is resting. I have to keep watch for His Majesty. In fact, she certainly wasn't here to show Ling Blood the door. She actually wanted to run in at night and meet Ling Blood to see if there was a chance. But after wandering around outside Ling Blood's door for a while, he didn't dare knock, because Ling Blood did seem to have rested. Disturbing His Majesty's rest? That's certainly not proper. Really? Gzue looked at Feng Lingshang with skepticism. What about you? Are you really just here to deliver tea to His Majesty? Feng Lingfang beamed. The two of them looked at each other, and after a moment, they both laughed heartily. Anyone who actually understands what the other is here for. Has Your Majesty already rested? Gzue then asked. Maybe, and I'm afraid to knock. Feng Lingfang lowered her voice and said. Gzue's beautiful eyes glanced in the direction of Ling Blood's room. After a moment's hesitation, there was only a helpless shake of the head. Feng Lingfang didn't even dare to knock on the door at will, so of course she didn't dare either. One couldn't really go and disturb Ling Blood's rest. Forget it, next time. Anyway, there must be another chance later. Unsurprisingly, His Majesty should be staying at the Villa of Ultimate Bliss from now on, right? Miss Wind has been following His Majesty for so many years. Could it be that she has never had one? Gzue then asked curiously. Hearing this, Feng Lingfang's pretty face blushed, then pursed her lips and shook her head. Indeed not. It's probably true that I don't have that kind of charm. Gzue smiled and shook her head, then raised the teapot she was carrying. We can't sleep anyway. let's talk? Feng Lingfang nodded. So, the two of them went outside the courtyard and sat down at the stone table to chat. Ji Ziyue poured the tea, then asked with a smile, the reason you have never been favored by His Majesty is because you don't dare to take the initiative? This, sort of. Feng Lingfang gave a dry laugh. In case your Majesty really has no me in his eyes, won't it only make your Majesty even more disgusted? If a man can't see a woman, then the more that woman takes the initiative, the more counterproductive it will indeed become. Especially a man as high and mighty as Ling Blood. He doesn't need a dog liquor to satisfy his vanity. Chapter 40, Your Majesty, shouldn't it all rain? Shouldn't it? You are so beautifully born. Would His Majesty really have no interest in you at all? Perhaps you should be bolder. Ji Ziyue then laughed. So far, His Majesty has never had any woman by his side, but sooner or later, he will. And looking at the world, if it is necessary to pick out so few top women, you are bound to be among them. So who else is worthy of His Majesty but one like you? Indeed, the most top-notch and powerful beauties in the entire world are just a few. Wind Spirit Frost is definitely at the top of the list. Although she herself felt that she was not worthy of Ling Blood, if she had to find someone who was worthy of Ling Blood, she was considered extremely close. Doesn't the Lord of the Manor? Feng Lingfang smiled. With such a face and charm, Master Zhuang is also a worldly beauty when looking at the world. I naturally know that I am not worthy of your Majesty, but if there is a chance, I will naturally fight for it. Ji Ziyue laughed. Tonight is the night that I intend to take the initiative to fight for the opportunity. Just, since His Majesty has already rested, it is not good for me to disturb. Me too. Wind Spirit Frost gave a dry laugh. Both of them raised their teacups and sort of blew each other off. No. Right at this moment, Feng Lingfang again suddenly thought of something. She put down her teacup and continued. In that Beihai, there is a Beihai female emperor. Its looks and temperament are unrivaled in the world. And there are no two in the ancient world. Far above you and me. Her strength is still at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm. As much as I hate to admit it, it's true that in every way, she's a good fit for your Majesty. And, His Majesty seems to like her quite a bit. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have done something like that. Face, identity, strength, and even name, she was indeed a perfect match for Ling Blood. Hearing these words, Ji Ziyue's willow brows frowned slightly. Bing Empress? Lord Zhuang does not know. After that Bing Polar Glacier Great Wall, there is also an extremely vast country, Bing Empire. Feng Lingfang then told Ji Ziyue everything about the Bing Polar region, and Ji Ziyue was shocked after hearing it. Behind that impenetrable wall of ice, there's a paradise? And there's a stunning woman who doesn't come out of the world in the middle of that paradise? In that case, wouldn't you and I have no chance? Ji Ziyue then smiled bitterly, though she had never met that Bing Empress. But just from even Feng Lingfang's mouth, he could hear that he was definitely a true and absolute beauty. What even Wind Spirit Frost thought looked good, that definitely looked good. And the other party is honorable and powerful, indeed in every way, is very worthy of Ling Blood. More importantly, Ling Blood liked it. In the past, it was true that he could not find any woman worthy of Ling Blood under the heavens. But now, there is. Maybe. Feng Lingfang beamed. Anyway, she was thinking that she really didn't stand much of a chance if she was compared to Ling Xue. But she wouldn't give up just the same. I can't be a queen, but I can at least be a consort, right? Your Majesty should have gotten all the rain, shouldn't he? Even if it's just once in a while, when I have the chance, I must go and see what kind of a supreme beauty that is. Ji Ziyue took a sip from her teacup. The two continue to make small talk. At this point, the room. Ling Blood's eyes were tightly closed. His divine sense had already entered the interior of that black jade slip. In the original, Su Tian had also explored this black jade slip. However, he was simply unable to probe into the deepest secrets. And the deeper he went, the more Su Tian's consciousness would feel like it was being eroded. So this pit was not filled until the grand finale. But while Su Tian couldn't do it, Ling Blood could. At this time, Ling Blood's divine sense had already arrived at the deepest part of this jade slip. Here, it was a vast void world like a cosmic sea of stars, boundless. When Ling Blood's divine sense arrived here, it looked around. There seems to be nothing here? Gee. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Soul Elemental Pearl? Immortal Extreme Realm? Not simple. Hearing this voice, Ling Blood's eyes narrowed slightly, because despite hearing the voice, he still couldn't feel any presence in this void sea of stars. Buzz. Right at this moment, in the distance ahead of him, between that sea of stars, a blood-red light abruptly lit up. It was an eye, a huge blood-red eye, like a huge blazing sun, emitting a blood-red ghostly light of the void. Buzz. Immediately after this first eye, in the four directions of this eye, there are two blood-red eyes in each direction. 9 eyes in all, arranged in the shape of a cross. Immediately after that, an extremely large body that looked like it should be a female slowly coalesced with the 9 eyes in the shape of that cross as its center. This gigantic figure was like enveloping the entire cosmic sea of stars. The entire body was covered in black metallic battle armor, or as if it was black scale armor that grew on the body itself. Those 9 blood-red void eyes grew above her chest, and her limbs, all of them, were bound by huge chains. The chains stretched all the way into the depths of the surrounding void and sea of stars, with no end in sight. Compared to this huge body, Ling Blood's figure was like a drop in the ocean, a tiny speck of dust. The sense of oppression is extreme. Ling Blood gazed at the immense black figure. What is this thing? The comic book gods group. Ha! Buzz! Right at this moment, an extremely majestic force of erosion steeply enveloped towards Ling Blood, crazily eroding his consciousness. Ling Blood frowned slightly as his blood-colored aura surged up, blocking all of this erosive force. TSK. The immortal extreme realm was able to resist the erosion of my divine sense. You really are extraordinary. No wonder you were able to fuse the soul elemental pearl. That huge body, hoarse voice then echoed out in this entire void starsea. Hearing you say that, the immortal extreme realm, is still nothing? Ling Blood's blood-red eyes looked at this huge void black shadow. What do you think? That black shadow in the void did not directly answer Ling Blood's question. Ling Blood just laughed and wasn't surprised. There are heavens beyond the heavens. And this is the old and never-ending quaint setting of almost all metaphysical novels. For example, Ling Xue was from another world, and this contraption in front of him that looked like the heavenly god group should also be from another world, the larger world. So the original was supposed to have a second and third season, intended to be a trilogy or something. And yourself? Just the ultimate villain of the first book in the trilogy. It's the first big villain, a classic, but not the strongest when you look at the trilogy along the lines of the original. You recognize my soul elemental pearl? This soul elemental bead seems to be of great origin? Ling Blood then asked. That soul elemental pearl was something he had acquired by chance alone, long time ago. This mysterious huge black shadow was recognizable. I'm afraid it's a big deal. More than a come on? The huge black shadow said. Unfortunately, you've only activated one of its 9 powers. A true soul elemental pearl is capable of absorbing any kind of power between heaven and earth, no matter how violent, no matter how blended, and even, including the power of the void of my clan, and, able to refine it in a moment. Chapter 41, Only I Can Help You. Ling Blood was now fused with the soul elemental pearl, but the true power of the soul elemental pearl had not been stimulated at all. A true soul yuan bead. That was the most top-notch supreme divine object when looking at the heavens and the universe. Yes? Ling Blood smiled and then said. Then, you should be able to help me activate the soul elemental pearl's ability. Oh, ha ha. The huge black shadow burst out laughing. She continued. Of course I have a solution, but why should I help you? You look like you need help now too, Ling Blood said indifferently. As he spoke he glanced at the chains on this huge black shadow, and hearing Ling Blood's words, this huge black shadow instantly fell silent. Yes, of course she needed help. Of course she needed someone to throw the shackles off of her. Unfortunately, you can't help me at the immortal extreme realm, she then said in a deep voice. Can't help you now. What about the future? Ling Blood smiled faintly. Since you know how powerful the soul elemental pearl is, you should be able to guess what I can achieve in the future. Once these words came out, the black shadow in the void fell silent once again. And it does make sense. With the soul elemental bead in his body, his future is bound to be extraordinary. Don't worry. From now on, this black jade slip can only be on me alone. Ling Blood continued. So from now on, before you leave here, in addition to me, you can no longer see the second person. And if you want to get out of here, again, only I can help you. Therefore, there is no solution to this question. She had to help herself. There was no choice. Think of it as a investment, and she can only invest in herself. No one else. No second choice. Are you really able to help me? At that instant, the voice of that black shadow in the void was the one that resounded once again. This is not something you should ask. You have to understand that you have no choice. Ling Blood said indifferently. Ha, ha. Ha! That black shadow of the void with its 9 blood-red eyes of the void stared at Ling Blood. Your tone of voice can really be like that long-fallen king of my clan. You, Void One? Ling Blood said. Since she had just mentioned the void, then her so-called race should be the void, right? Not bad. My void clan. The black shadow's hoarse voice continued. The void clan that should have long ago unified the heavens. Let me guess. Your so-called void clan. There used to be a destructive battle in a bigger world, and then your void clan lost. And your king died. Ling Blood then laughed. And you have fallen to this. you should still be considered a top-level senior in the Void clan. You're a good guesser, the dark shadow of the Void said in a cold voice. I am one of the 7 Void demon envoys of the Void clan. Ghost wound. Ling Blood nodded. This was all a very common setting for the general background of a metaphysical novel world, so of course he could guess. But the king of my Void clan will never truly perish. Ghost Wound's voice then rang out. He is definitely still alive. And one day, he will return again and lead my Void clan to sweep the heavens and dominate the 10,000 realms once again. Ling Blood smiled. Sounds like this Void one is also a villain setting? But it doesn't matter. That's all for later. And the problem at hand for yourself is, tell me, what would it take to activate the Soul Elemental Pearl's ability? Ling Blood continued. The faster my strength increases, the sooner I will be able to help you open this shackle. Now, of course, it's a good idea to get yourself the benefit of the doubt first. As for helping her open her shackles later, that's for later. Of course, there isn't much that can be done at the moment, and you don't have any mana on you, Ghost Wound said. On the contrary, this jade slip, which was originally left by a human powerhouse, if fused with the Soul Elemental Bead, it would be able to enhance the Soul Elemental Bead's devouring and transforming ability to a certain extent. Ling Blood nodded and then said, then, what kind of strength is needed to help you open this shackle? God, Ghost Wound said. Although you can live forever in the immortal extreme realm, you are ultimately nothing more than the mortal realm. You have to transcend this mortal realm first. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled again. Another setting of gods, emperors, immortals, and all that. In the future, as long as you are willing to help me more, I will naturally help you, and cooperate happily. Ling Blood then spoke indifferently. You better really want to cooperate with me as well, Ghost Wound said in a cold voice. Even if I am not sincere, you have no other choice. Ling Blood spoke without the slightest bit of politeness. I am not begging you, while you are begging me. You, the Emperor, do have the arrogance that an emperor should have. Ghost Wound let out a laugh. Indeed, she had no choice now. Either she will be imprisoned here forever, or she will pray that Ling Blood will really be able to help her. Ling Blood smiled faintly, and without further words, he directly exited the void world of this jade slip. In the room, Ling Blood slowly opened his eyes, and then he raised the black jade slip in his hand. Immediately after that, without hesitation, the blood-colored aura surged up and directly integrated it into his body, and then, once again, closed his eyes. The black jade slip and the soul elemental pearl began to fusion crazily within his body. In the end, the originally dark red soul elemental bead completely turned into a pitch-black color. Ling Blood could also clearly feel that the aura of heaven and earth around him had begun to actively absorb uncontrollably towards his own body. It could devour heaven and earth aura on its own without cultivation, and it is true that both its transformation and absorption speed are greatly improved. If he were to absorb the spiritual energy of that altar in Beihai now, it wouldn't take months at all, only a few days. Ghost Wound did not lie. This one called Ghost Wound was originally supposed to be Su Tian's greatest golden finger in the future. And now, she is her own. With her around, one's future cultivation journey would be even more like a fish in water. Since there is a more vast existence in this world, there is no king's land under the sky. Of course it's in your own hands. He himself, the ultimate villain of the first movie, should be the most supreme being since he survived hegemony over the heavens and domination of the worlds. The next day, Yuanyang Continent, Great Canyon of Taishu. The entire canyon was more than 100,000 feet huge up and down, like a hideous scar on top of the earth. Above the scars, ancient vines grow in a pristine turquoise color. At this moment, in the deepest part of that large canyon, underneath the earth, was a large circular formation. Around the large formation stood a stone pillar covered in vines, and on top of the stone pillar, various ancient runes were carved. And at the center of the large formation was the entrance and exit of the ancient ruins. The entire entrance and exit also appeared circular, only at this time it was covered by a golden boundary. No one can get in. At this moment, above that golden boundary, a group of silhouettes stood in the air. The leader of the group was a person with an ice blue silk dress, a pair of slender jade legs, and a pair of ice blue eyes. It's cold snow. Behind Ling Xue was Yun Ruoshi and the others. At this time, Yun Ruoshi and the others were all a bit curious. This boundary was something that even Su Tian couldn't open. Will His Majesty be able to do it? Chapter 42, Meeting Again. Ling Xue didn't talk nonsense. She just slowly raised that snow-white and delicate jade hand. Buzz. In the next moment, an ice-blue ice cone was steeply generated in mid-air. Huge ice cones, emitting a sharp cold light, were all aimed at the boundary below. And then, with a wave of Ling Xue's jade hand, wow! At that moment, that roiling ice cone was falling steeply. Knock knock. Immediately afterward, a muffled sound kept coming, and the ice pick landed on top of that boundary, erupting a burst of terrifying cold air. It caused the ground and stone pillars around the boundary to continuously condense a layer of frost. All eyes looked down. When the cold dissipated, everything came into view. The knot is intact, not damaged in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Ling Xue's willow brows slightly knitted. Immediately after that, she removed an ice blue transparent hairpin from her head. Buzz! The hairpin zoomed steeply in midair, the tip facing downward, and then, it shot down in a steep explosion. Knock! There was another loud bang that filled the entire depths of the Grand Canyon. However, it still didn't work. Although Ling Xue's hairpin was extremely special, it did not shatter when it hit. But the knot, too, was just as intact. Above Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful and pretty face, her expression suddenly became slightly grave. Her hairpin was the means by which she thought she could open this boundary. Turns out, didn't work either. At that moment, she was the one who once again controlled the hairpin to rise up into the air and fall down again. Knock! It didn't work. She did not give up. And again, she controlled the hairpin to stick it down again. Knock knock. A muffled sound continuously filled the depths of this Grand Canyon. But, has always been useless. It won't open is it won't open. Yunruoshi and the others were all silent at this time, just quietly watching. So, is really still out of the question? Then we'll just have to wait until 2 months from now to enter with the crowd. After several more attempts, colds now stopped somewhat feebly. The harder it was to open this boundary, the more it meant that the interior was definitely valuable. But right now you can't get in is you can't get in. If he waited for 2 months before going in, he might not be able to ensure that the most valuable secret treasures of opportunity inside would fall into his hands. How can this be? Buzz! And just then, just when Colds now was at her wit's end and didn't want to leave, suddenly a blood-red spatial distortion was slowly generated in midair across the room. Ling Xue's beautiful eyes looked away, followed by a slight frown on her willow brows, because of course she knew who was coming. Your Majesty, it is that Emperor Ohara. Yunruoshi hurriedly spoke. Is he going to enter this ancient ruins as well? Ling Xue didn't say anything. Since he was here, of course he was going in. Right. He is the immortal extreme realm. Perhaps he can open this boundary. Then can't we enter together? Yunruoshi then said again in a hurry. Colds now, however, remains silent. Getting that asshole to help himself? The odds are, of course, that he won't help. Under the gaze of Ling Xue and the others, a group of people slowly walked out from the blood-red space on the opposite side. The person at the head of the group was none other than Ling Blood. Behind them were Feng Lingxiang, Su Xinyao, and Ji Ziyue and other people from the Extreme Bliss Villa. Dozens in all. As soon as Ling Blood arrived, those blood-red eyes were looking towards Ling Xue on the opposite side. See you again? How dare she run out of Biming? Immediately, Ling Blood was smiling gently. You're here too? On the opposite side, Ling Xue snorted coldly, then put away that hairpin directly. She didn't want Ling Blood to see that she wanted to go in. Unfortunately it certainly can't be hidden. And at this moment, behind Ling Blood, Ji Ziyue and the others' eyes were also looking towards Ling Xue on the opposite side. Although it was the first time Ji Ziyue had seen Ling Xue, but with her self-consciousness, she could of course conclude it straight away. This should be that Biming female emperor that Feng Lingfeng said last night. It's true that she has a stunning face and extraordinary temperament. It was indeed honorable and absolutely beautiful, and it was a perfect match for Ling Blood. But shouldn't this one be in Beihai? What's with the outside world? And to this great canyon of the Great Void? That's her. At this time, Feng Lingfeng whispered from the side. See, Ji Ziyue smiled bitterly, and then his gaze quietly looked towards Ling Blood. Looking at the smirk that Ling Blood was carrying at the corner of his mouth at this moment, not only did she see that the other party was the Biming Empress, she also saw that indeed His Majesty was interested in this Biming Empress. I believe this is the first time you've left Biming? Ling Blood's voice then sounded. What? You want to enter this ruins and look for a way to break through the immortal extreme realm so that you can seek revenge on me? When these words came out, Ling Xue across the street just gave him a hard stare, then coldly returned. None of your business. Hearing this, and looking at Ling Xue's expression like that, Ji Ziyue was instantly a bit confused. This woman's attitude towards His Majesty, it's not normal. Did something happen between her and His Majesty? And His Majesty said, revenge? What revenge? What revenge can there be between His Majesty and her? Indeed it is none of my business. Ling Blood smiled and then asked, but, you can't seem to open this boundary? You may not be able to open it either. Ling Xue's icy blue eyes stared at Ling Blood, using a provocative method. It's true she couldn't open it, but Ling Blood should be able to, and if Ling Blood opened it, he himself would be able to enter. Yes? Ling Blood certainly knew what Ling Xue was thinking, but he also just smiled faintly, and then raised his palm. Blood-red spiritual energy gathered crazily and blasted down towards the bottom with a steep palm. Boom! Boom! The blood-red palm print landed steeply on top of that boundary, and a loud sound spread throughout the entire heaven and earth, only to see that the blood-red palm print and the golden boundary was like a red-hot iron, ruthlessly shaking together. The entire boundary sent out a tremor, and then, boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound, the palm print eventually penetrated the entire boundary, leaving a huge hole. Seeing this scene, Ling Xue's willow brows slightly knitted. Sure enough, the immortal extreme realm would be able to open it. Go! After opening and opening, Ling Blood smiled faintly and then swept toward the bottom. Behind them, Feng Lingfang and the others all hurriedly followed. Colds now watched them go in, thinking to herself that she would follow them in behind. But just then, just as she was thinking this, after Ling Blood, as well as everyone he brought with him, entered the interior of the boundary, it was when he suddenly turned back and raised his hand. Buzz! All of a sudden that hole that had just been punched out by his palm, just disappeared and went away, and the boundary became intact once again. Seeing this scene, Ling Xue immediately changed her pretty face. You've obviously opened it, and you have to go back and close it? This asshole did it on purpose, didn't he? Ling Blood did of course mean it. After he closed the boundary, he cast a meaningful smile at Ling Xue, and then turned around with the intention of entering the ruins. You stop! Ling Xue instantly shouted in a hurry. Chapter 43, if you beg me, I'll open it for you. If you don't go in now, you really only have to wait until 2 months later to go in with the group. By then, there would be too many wolves and not enough meat. Plus what value would there be if a piece had already been scavenged by Ling Blood? So no matter what, you have to go in today. Something? Ling Blood turned back, his blood-red eyes looking at her. I'm going in too. Colds now then suddenly spoke in a strange tone. Hearing Ling Xue's words, the smirk on Ling Blood's face suddenly rose even higher. He then said slowly, does this have anything to do with me? You. Of course, Ling Xue knew that Ling Blood was deliberately teasing her, but there really was nothing else she could do at the moment. If you want to go in, you can only rely on Ling Blood. Open it, count me as owing you a favor. Ling Xue continued, what am I going to do with your favor? Ling Blood smiled. Furthermore, letting you in, if you do find a way to break through the immortal extreme realm, this seems to be harmful to me, right? Hearing this, Colds now fell silent. It was indeed the case that she was at loggerheads with Ling Blood, but now she wanted Ling Blood to help her, and of course Ling Blood would not agree. It's not impossible to help you. Ling Blood then suddenly said, as long as you open your mouth and beg me, I can open it for you, and I don't need your favors. Hearing this, Ling Xue's willow brows tightened. He doesn't even want his own favors, yet he has to bow down to him and open his mouth to beg? Feng Lingfang and Ji Ziyue also looked at each other at this time. Surely His Majesty is interested in this woman, or he wouldn't be teasing like this. It's a good deal, isn't it? You don't lose anything. Ling Blood's voice then sounded. Colds now gritted her teeth and said nothing. Doesn't lose anything? As long as one bowed down to him. With the first time, one was only afraid that there would be countless times in the future. This time he pressed himself once, and later he would press himself for the rest of his life. Hard to talk? Inside the boundary, Ling Blood smiled gently. Then he waved. See you then. With those words, he turned around with the intention of spilling the beans. You wait. Seeing that he was about to leave, Ling Xue was the one who hurriedly shouted. Something suddenly occurred to her. So he continued, help me open the boundary, and I can tell you one thing you don't know, about where the Demon Emperor seed really is. Oh, hearing this, Ling Blood's eyes narrowed slightly. Tell me about it. This Ling Xue was not a small person. Maybe she really knew something about the Demon Clan Emperor. Open first, Colds now said. A gentleman has no jokes. As long as what you say is indeed valuable, I will definitely help you open it. Ling Blood said indifferently. Hearing this, Ling Xue's icy blue eyes looked at Ling Blood, and after hesitating for a long time, she could only admit defeat first. So she opened her mouth and said, the Demon Emperor seed doesn't exist at all, or, it has no form of existence. Hearing this, Ling Blood and the others were slightly surprised. So, indeed no one will ever find that so-called Emperor seed? The way the Demon Emperor is born, is to wait until the power of the demon source is enough. It can choose a great demon at will, and the chosen one, is the Demon Emperor, Ling Xue continued. Hearing this, Ling Blood nodded. So it is. So, that Demon Emperor, it is extremely likely that he is a great demon like Bai Luoxing. Feng Lingfang spoke. After all, Bai Luoxing was the topmost existence among the demon race. If the Demon Emperor were to choose a demon as a carrier, Bai Luoxing would indeed be suitable. Or maybe, it's the baby in her belly. Ling Blood smiled, then gazed at Ling Xue and said, half-demons can also be used as carriers for the birth of a demon king, right? That's right. Colds now nodded. Half-demons are also demons, and as long as there is a demon bloodline in their body, they can be demon king carriers. Great. Ling Blood smiled again. Then he waved his hand and turned to leave. What do you mean? Ling Xue instantly sank her pretty face and shouted in a hurry. Didn't we agree to help ourselves to open the boundary? I said, if what you say has value, I will help you open it, but what you say does not have any value? Ling Blood didn't look back. It was indeed worthless, and he didn't care who ended up becoming the demon emperor. Ling Xue was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Isn't that just pure assholery? If you say it's worthless, then no matter what I say, you can just flat out deny it. It was only then that Colds now reacted to the fact that she had been tricked. Feng Lingfang and the others all gave a dry laugh as well before following Ling Blood, leaving Colds now and the others dry and cold outside. Going back on your word. What a gentleman. Asshole. Colds now broke into a fit of anger. This was purely a deliberate attempt to catch himself. Simply. Yun Ruoshi and the others all shook their heads helplessly. Now there's really no way around it. Boom. Right at this moment, just as Ling Xue was so angry that her 7 orifices were burning with smoke, inside the boundary, a blood-red palm print suddenly blasted up steeply, knocking out a gap in that boundary. Seeing this scene, Yun Ruoshi and others were all happy at once. Your Majesty, he really is still considered to be a man of his word. Seeing the gaping hole that Ling Blood had opened, Ling Xue had nothing but anger above that pretty face, because it certainly proved that she was screwed again. That bastard Ling Blood. It seemed like he just had to deliberately make himself angry as much as possible for him to be happy. Asterisk. Afterwards, Colds now only cursed. Then he brought Yun Ruoshi and the others all swept in. As they entered, the boundary was once again closed by Ling Blood. No one other than the 2 groups of them could enter early. After entering the boundary, there was a straight, golden tunnel. It's like a gorgeous city gate aisle, only this aisle is facing down. The 2 gangs, Ling Blood and Ling Xue, headed all the way down. While flying downwards, Ling Xue slightly turned her head sideways, her icy eyes glancing fiercely at Ling Blood. This kind of look is not like saying thank you, Ling Blood said indifferently. Humph. Colds now grunted softly. Thank you? If she hadn't been unable to fight, she would have wanted to dismantle Ling Blood right now. If you reach the immortal extreme realm in another day, don't forget that I helped you today, Ling Blood continued. Hearing this, Ling Xue directly withdrew her gaze. When he reached the immortal extreme realm, he would be the first one to clean up, lock him up first, abolish all his cultivation, and then torture him slowly. Let him taste the humiliation too. No, he's a man. He couldn't possibly know what it was like. Instead it was nothing but a cheap shot. It seems that the demon race has also fallen, to the extent that they still need to use such means as emperor seeds to cultivate the immortal extreme realm. Right at this moment, Ghost Wound's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Blood's mind. Since the jade slip she was in had already fused with the soul elemental pearl, she was of course inside Ling Blood. Chapter 44. Of course she's not simple. She's immortal. So you know the demon race well too? Ling Blood asked in his mind. Naturally. Ghost Wound returned. All the demons in this world are just one of the demon races? Ling Blood continued. How does the complete demon race compare to your Void Clan? The district demon race is also qualified to make comparisons with my Void Clan? Ghost Wound let out a cold laugh and continued. In the eyes of my Void Clan, there are only 2 races in this endless world. Either it's the Void Clan, or it's the 10,000 clans of the heavens. It was only when the 10,000 races of the heavens were added together that they were enough to compare to the entire Void One race. So, the demon race is naturally not enough to look at in the eyes of the Void One. The demon race was merely a part of the many enemies of the Void Clan. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled faintly without saying anything more. So if she were to be released in the future, it might even bring some calamity. But in the end, it's still up to you whether you want to release her or not. After all, is a profit-oriented villain himself, compared to the demon race. It is this woman who seems to be not too simple. Ghost Wound's voice then rang out. She was talking. Of course, about Colds now. Can you tell what she is from? Ling Blood asked. Not quite sure. In short, it is never simple, Ghost Wound said in a deep voice. Ling Blood didn't ask much either. Of course she's not simple. She's immortal. The group made their way through the tunnel, and before long, they came to the end. As we descend, the view opens up. The world is wide open as far as the eye can see. Below were mountains and ravines, with cities and palaces rising from the ground, brilliant and ancient. White clouds filled the sky above and the sun shone brightly. Here, it's like a whole new world. And the golden tunnel above Ling Blood and the others' heads at this moment was the gateway to this world. The only entrance and exit. It looks like this should have been an extremely prosperous country before, Ling Blood said indifferently. Why did this side of the country end up buried under this boundary? Why is there no one alive now? What happened here over 100,000 years ago? Go! Colds now didn't waste any time. After glaring at Ling Blood, he led Yunruoshi and the others towards the vast sky and earth below. Ling Blood was not in a hurry to act. He just stood in place while closing his eyes. Buzz! In the next moment, that vast divine sense sensed between the entire heaven and earth. There was no presence of any living creature. There were no people, much less demons, not even beasts, not even a body. What's all this about? Such a vast side of space, so prosperous? There should have been a lot of talent here in the past. Even if all those people are dead, they should have left dry bones behind. 100,000 years is a long time, but not so long that everything is reduced to nothing. Right at this moment, just as Ling Blood was curious as to why there was not a single living being in this world, he suddenly sensed an extremely unique fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from a city in the distance. Go! In the next moment, Ling Blood's figure swept towards that direction. Feng Lingfang and the others all hurriedly followed. It wasn't long before the crowd arrived at an extremely prosperous and huge city. Here, it was even more massive than the former imperial capital of the Great Plains dynasty. In the center of this city, an ancient giant castle rose up into the sky. There should have been an empire on one side of this world before, and this is the imperial capital. And that castle is the palace. Of course, Ling Blood didn't care about that. What he cared about was that in front of that castle, there was an extremely vast square. In the middle of the square stood an ancient altar that looked like a pyramid. The spiritual power fluctuations he sensed were coming from that pyramid altar. Ling Blood did not hesitate and directly led the crowd in a sweep, slowly landing on top of that pyramid altar. At the top of this altar, a black and gold-colored ring stood suspended in the air. It was like an old mirror, but the lenses had all been broken and removed, leaving only the frame. What is it? Ling Blood gazed at the black and gold circle, and then glanced at the ancient lines on top of the huge altar that spread throughout the vast plaza and even beyond it. Obviously, it's a sacrifice. Ghost Wound's voice resounded in Ling Blood's mind. Someone wanted to forcefully break through to become a god, and used an extremely secretive ancient method of sacrifice. But unfortunately, they failed to keep it under control and drew fire. So, this is the reason why not a single living person or even a single corpse was left behind in this world even though there are no obvious signs of war? Ling Blood asked in his mind. Nice. Ghost Wound returned. Someone in this world should have reached the peak of the immortal extreme realm before and wanted to break the extreme to become a god. Unfortunately, they don't even realize that no one can become a god by way of cultivation and thus become a god. So the sacrifice itself was a big mistake. A mistake in exchange for the death of all living beings in the entire world. Hearing these words, Ling Blood was a bit curious, then asked, what conditions do you need if you want to break the pole and become a god? It needs to be led by a divine source. Ghost Wound returned. Without a divine source, no cultivator would be able to break through this layer of shackles. Divine source? Ling Blood smiled. From another god realm? Nice. Ghost Wound continued. This world has never seen a god realm powerhouse at all, so there is no god source in this world. So of course you can't break the pole and become a god. The people on this side of the world didn't know about this and wanted to use the sacrifices to break through to the god realm. In the end, it backfired and buried all the living beings in the entire world. And what is this ring? Ling Blood then looked at the black and gold circle suspended above that altar. Door. Ghost Wound returned. Through this door, one can go to other worlds, and the key to this door is divine power. The god realm can activate this door. This world, on the other hand, did not have the existence of the god realm, nor did it have a divine source to allow anyone to reach the god realm. So, naturally, no one will be able to activate the door. Is this not unanswerable? Ling Blood smiled again. Without a divine realm, there was no divine source, and without a divine source, no divine realm would be born, and you can't activate the door without divine power. Going around and around and around. And the people of this world are stuck on this side of the world forever? The people from this ancient ruins should have wanted to reach the god realm in the past, and then go to a bigger world. Unfortunately, it didn't. That's true by definition. But, this world certainly has a divine source in existence now. Ghost Wound smiled faintly and continued. When you arrive at the peak of the immortal extremity realm in another day, I can give you the divine source to help you break the extremity and become a god. The divine source was just a trigger. As long as it was there, it didn't need to be strong. Even a trace of it was enough. In addition, that woman, there seems to exist an even more terrifying power in her body. If she wants to break the pole and become a god, I am afraid that she will be able to do it without using a divine source. Ghost Wound continued. Ling Blood was slightly surprised. More terrifying than divine origin? This Ice Queen, she really isn't simple. That is to say, there is a ban on others practicing. She cultivated, yet she would not be hindered in any way at all. Chapter 45 Ling Xue is pregnant. Ling Blood then waved his hand and put away the suspended black and gold circle. Although this door couldn't be activated now, it would certainly be useful in the future when he marched into the great world. This sacrifice ended in failure in the first place, and although more than 100,000 years have passed, it still retains a lot of sacrificial spirit energy. Ghost Wound's voice then resounded. The spiritual power produced by the sacrifice cannot be absorbed by normal people at all, but you have the Soul Yuan Pearl, but you can do it. Absorb and refine this residual spiritual power, and your strength is bound to increase by a considerable amount. Ling Blood nodded. The next thing he did was to raise his palm, and blood-red spiritual energy surged up, and then a palm fell towards the top of the altar. Buzz! All of a sudden, those lines above the entire ancient altar were activated, emitting a burst of blood light. The lines filled the entire altar, and then the entire imperial capital, and even the entire world. From within that ancient pattern, those residual spiritual energy began to seep out. It's like breathing from the undead in the ground. Such spiritual power. Indeed, the rest of the people besides him could not absorb and refine it at all. I need some time to refine the spiritual power of this place. Ling Blood then said. Back then, this side of the world didn't experience any wars, and all the treasures of the various parties were kept extremely intact, so you guys find them on your own. Back then, everyone on this side of the world died, but all the treasures were left behind. The empire, the clan, the bottom line is bound to be strong. Scooping it all up would naturally be a huge fortune. Feng Lingfang and Gzue and the others nodded, and then they began to start from this ancient imperial capital, scavenging profusely. Ling Blood, on the other hand, had a blood-red aura surging up within his body, forming a blood-red boundary that enveloped the entire top of the altar, and then the long absorption and refining began. The other side. Ling Xue brought Yun Ruoxi and the others and discovered an old clan site, Xian Yun Sword Sect. The entire clan was extremely huge, surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. How did such a huge clan fall in the first place? Yun Ruoxi and the others were all a bit curious. None of them, of course, understood that this ancient site looked so prosperous and huge, and that there was no war. Why was there no one left behind in the first place? Everyone seems to have completely vaporized in an instant. Buzz! Just then, a sudden buzz sounded. Above the earth below, a sudden burst of blood-red sacrificial lines filled the air, instantly spreading across the earth and mountains. The entire sacrificial array was originally centered on the altar, but when it went completely out of control, it filled the entire world, resulting in countless living beings in this side of the world, leaving no one behind. Now that Ling Blood had activated it, the array pattern naturally reappeared. What's this thing? Yun Ruoxi and the others were all slightly changed in color. Nowadays, this altar naturally no longer possessed the kind of power that had obliterated everyone in the first place. The only thing that could be felt was the faint aura that permeated out from within the blood-colored lines, the spiritual energy from the dead souls from over 100,000 years ago. Ling Xue's icy blue eyes followed the direction of the source of that sacrificial pattern. Looks like someone activated something? I think it's Ling's blood that did it, isn't it? After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and ignored it. Instead, he swept towards the ancient sect below. Ling Blood's matter had nothing to do with himself, and the important thing right now was to find a way to break through the immortal extreme realm as soon as possible. Entering the sect gate, what met his eyes was a huge stone monument, like a giant sword from the clouds. It stood in the center of the sect. Above the stone monument, there were neatly carved words. That's a list. It was the list that ranked the strength of the entire clan in the first place. As Ling Xue and the others gazed over, the three names in the first echelon were the ones that attracted their attention. This was because behind these three names, all of them were labeled with a realm of strength, the immortal extreme realm. Just one clan alone has 3 immortal extreme realm existences? This side of the world is truly extraordinary. Yun Ruoxi and the others were all a bit surprised. Outside, an immortal extreme realm Ling Blood was invincible. And once, on this side of the world, this one clan, there were 3 colds now, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. It was because she knew that the immortal extreme realm was actually nothing at all if one looked at the heavens. Without wasting any time, Ling Xue then led Yun Ruoxi and others to start searching in the entire clan. Everything in the entire clan was indeed still intact. Pill pavilion, weapon pavilion, technique pavilion. It's simply a treasure trove to be taken at will. Yun Ruoxi and the others were of course ecstatic, and directly went on a scavenging spree. This harvest would undoubtedly allow the overall strength of the Bing Empire to be raised by a large margin. And Colds now was not too interested in all this. They were useful to others. But to her, who was already at the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm, they were of little use. What she needed was to reach the immortal extreme realm. As she explored, Ling Xue came to a hidden place in the sect. Here, around, ancient palace in the ground, there existed an intricate large formation within the palace, which still emitted a faint ghostly light to this day. And when Ling Xue came here, the first thing she saw was a translucent shadow standing in the middle of the big formation. It was a woman in purple, dignified and elegant. Only those eyes, they were pale, only pale, nothing else. She just stood there quietly, and it seemed as if she had been standing there from a long time ago, never moving. Is there anyone? Yun Ruoshi and the others were immediately startled. They couldn't even see half a person in the entire clan. And here there's a vapor? Spiritual bodies. Ling Xue said faintly. Artificially created spirit bodies. This was not a living person, nor a soul, but a spirit that had coalesced from aura. Because it was a spirit body and not a living thing, it naturally wasn't forced to be sacrificed by that sacrificial ceremony in the first place. Yes, I'm spiritual. At that moment, the woman in purple spoke. This is also the reason why I still exist now. What happened in this world? Before? Yun Ruoshi opened her mouth and asked. A sacrifice. A sacrifice initiated to become a god. Cleanse the entire world of all living things. The woman in purple then proceeded to tell all about the past of this world. After hearing this, Yun Ruoshi and the others were shocked. The complete annihilation of all living beings in the entire world caused just to surpass the immortal extreme realm? This is too much to lose. Yun Ruoshi then whispered. If it succeeds, it will open the door to a new world. So, everyone is willing to try. The woman in purple said. A person who has grown up in a room and has never seen or heard of the outside world will not yearn for it. But if he is allowed to see the outside world and is made to stay in the room forever, he is bound to live a life worse than death. Colds now didn't say much. She certainly understood all of this. She was well aware of how vast the big world outside was. I am originally a spirit body created by the Xianyun sword sect and the guardian of this forbidden land. And although I also have the strength of the immortal extreme realm, I am unable to leave the forbidden land. The purple-clothed woman continued. My responsibility is to help the successive patriarchs complete their inheritance. But unfortunately, the clan has been followed by no one. As she spoke, she raised her palm. Buzz. At that moment, from the big formation below, a huge 7-colored light ball was suspended. Before each patriarch takes office, he receives an inheritance from the clan. She continued. If you complete the inheritance, you will be able to reach the immortal extreme realm. The immortal extreme realm is naturally the realm that one must reach to be a sovereign. Now that everyone in the clan has ceased to exist, it is fate that you have come here. Are you willing to accept this inheritance? Become the new patriarch and rebuild the clan? She was just a spirit body, though she wouldn't feel alone or anything. But the mission of the clan was the reason for her existence in the first place. Therefore, she would not forget to let the clan continue to grow. Now that she had finally met a living person again, she didn't care what the other person really was. As long as the other party agreed to rebuild the Xianyun sword sect, she would be willing to give this immortal extreme realm power to the other party. Hearing this, Ling Xue smiled faintly. Sure enough, the method to break through the immortal extreme realm existed here. It's a good thing I got it. I will help you rebuild a Xianyun sword sect, a stronger Xianyun sword sect. At that moment, Ling Xue just faintly said, no, you can't. However, the woman in purple was a direct refusal. When these words came out, Ling Xue instantly frowned slightly. What's that supposed to mean? There is a power in you. A power that I cannot see and understand either. The woman in purple returned. The power of the inheritance might repel with the power in your body, which is not beneficial to you. Her pale eyes looked at Ling Xue as she spoke. As long as she was within the range of this forbidden land formation, as long as her strength was still below the immortal extreme realm, she could directly pierce through the other party's body and peek at everything within them. You are pregnant now, and if rejection occurs, I'm afraid it will also threaten the newly budding fetus in your belly. The woman in purple then spoke again faintly, and as soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly had their pupils suddenly dilated. Then a pair of gazes all looked toward Ling Xue at the same time. Your Majesty? What the hell? Pregnant? Her Majesty is pregnant? How is this possible? When was this? What kind of person unknowingly has progressed to this point with His Majesty? This is their Supreme Empress, Her Majesty. What kind of man did this to you, asshole? And above Ling Xue's stunningly beautiful pretty face, there was also a flash of consternation that instantly tumbled up. What did you say? She said she was pregnant? Pregnant yourself? No, It's not possible to just get hit like that. Where is the one time that? Did you not realize it yourself? The woman in purple gently smiled, then said, that's right, after all, it only just sprouted. It looks like less than a month. Hearing this, Colt's entire body froze in place. Because, since that day when that bastard Ling Blood did that kind of thing to himself, and counting carefully, they crossed the ice wall and rested in the outside world for a few more days. Only 20 days or so did pass before and after. So, is real? Are you really pregnant? Pregnant with the child of that bastard Ling Blood. Chapter 46, Why should I give him children? Throughout the great hall, there was silence. Yun Ruoshi and the others froze and looked at Ling Xue, and Colds now stood frozen in place. How could this happen? He himself was planning to teach that bastard a good lesson after reaching the immortal extreme realm. As a result of his own bad child? How can this be revenge? And, if she is pregnant, she can't accept the inheritance of the Xian Yun sword sect, or she will threaten the fetus in her abdomen. Unless, Ling Xue's pretty face was grave and silent. A moment later, she suddenly raised her hand, icy blue cold air brewing up, and she wanted to slap her palm towards her belly. Your Majesty, what is your Majesty going to do? Yun Ruoshi and the others hurriedly shouted, 10,000 times no, 10,000 times no. As they spoke they both knelt straight down. How can you do such a thing? That's His Majesty's own child. How could I not? And it would be a disservice to His Majesty. That said, whose kid is this anyway? What kind of person had the ability to take down their Empress Majesty? Could it be? Yun Ruoshi and the others snapped back to one thing. That was that day when Bei Ming attacked Ling Blood. His Majesty and Ling Blood stayed in that boundary for a long time. Could it be that? Is the Ling Blood? Of course it is. So that's why His Majesty was so angry at that time. No wonder His Majesty has called Ling Blood nothing but an asshole since then. Sure enough, that Ling Blood was doing asshole things to her. And pregnant. That's a lot of. Though, it was not done willingly by His Majesty. But, no matter what, this is also His Majesty's child. Do not want it, right? Ling Xue's jade hand hovered in front of her body. An inner struggle. How could she still want to give him a child when she couldn't even bring herself to hate Ling Blood? Why should I give him children? But, really don't want it? She closed her eyes and carefully sensed the newly sprouted seed within her. Yes, a new life indeed. It's like it's just been buried in the earth and is just starting to revive. It was so small and tender, so in need of care. How can one bear to erase it? Slowly opening her eyes, Ling Xue gritted her teeth and struggled for a few moments before only unwillingly withdrawing her hand. Seeing this scene, Yun Ruoshi and the others were relieved. In any case, as long as His Majesty doesn't fool around, you carry on the legacy. Ling Xue then rushed at Yun Ruoshi. Then he turned around and left the hall in a rage. Yes. Yun Ruoshi nodded. Then said, you few hurry up and follow His Majesty. Don't let His Majesty do anything stupid. Understood. Everyone nodded and then hurried to catch up. Although that was Ling Blood's seed, and His Majesty and Ling Blood were at loggerheads. But, it's a new life anyway, and the first one in Her Majesty's womb. So of course we have to take care of His Majesty. Can't let her do anything stupid. In the midair of the Xian Yun sword sect, Ling Xue swept out. At the back, everyone except Yun Ruoshi followed. Ling Xue's icy blue eyes looked at those sacrifice formation patterns above the ground below. Follow these lines and you'll find Ling Blood. But at this moment, she didn't know how she was going to face this. Going to find Ling Bleed? What's the point of looking for that asshole? Is she going to have to be his woman and be a good wife and mother from now on? That's just ridiculous. What's he got to do with it? Colds now lifted her hand and gently placed it on the small of her back. For a moment completely at a loss as to what to do. Your Majesty. Behind her, everyone's gazes changed slightly, fearing that if she couldn't swallow a breath, she would suddenly erase the child. Follow me and do what? Do what you have to do. Colds now looked back at the crowd. The crowd gave a dry laugh. The immediate thing to do is to take care of His Majesty and stabilize him. Ling Xue took a deep breath, her gaze looking down at the sacrifice patterns that spread across the entire mountain and earth. In the next moment, a swish swept towards the source of these lines. Keep up. Behind them, everyone rushed to catch up. On the other hand, Beiming, Grand Marshal, the Beiming State Master seeks an audience. In the middle of the city residence, a subordinate suddenly came to report. Master of the state? Windblade Rain was a bit curious. How many of them came? Just a dozen or so, the subordinate said. Wind Dagger Rain nodded. If it was just a dozen or so people, I'm afraid that it was really just a meeting. So he headed outside. At this moment, outside the city walls, the old Beiming State Master was waiting quietly with some attendant subordinates behind him. In the hands of those subordinates, they were also carrying all kinds of exotic treasures and elixirs. It looks like it's coming as a gift. When he saw the arrival of Wind Blade Rain, The State Master was slightly cupping his fists and bowing. The old immortal has met the marshal. Wind Dagger Rain gazed at the State Master and those heavy gifts behind him. What is the intention of the State Master? My Majesty had something to do and left Biming. So the old man took the liberty of wanting to talk to your Majesty about some important matters. The State Master smiled faintly, although Ling Xue was bent on taking down the Great Plains dynasty. But in fact, they, who are human subjects, do not want to be enemies with the Great Plains at all. Therefore, he was indeed taking advantage of Ling Xue's absence now, and wanted to come and talk to Ling Blood about the matter of peace. There's no need for people to really die for each other. After all, Ling Blood was an immortal extreme realm, an existence that surpassed the Saint Martial Heaven realm. Making an enemy of Ohara will not end well. My Majesty is resting. If the State Master has something to do, just discuss it with me, Wind Dagger Rain said indifferently. He certainly wasn't likely to tell the people of the Biming Empire that Ling Blood wasn't there, or else he was only afraid that the other side would take advantage of the situation. Hearing this, the State Master frowned slightly. He was wanting to talk to Ling Blood personally, but since Wind Dagger Rain had said so, he certainly couldn't force himself. It is true, after all, that emperors meet emperors and ministers meet ministers. Oh, these are a peace of mind of the old monks, but also a peace of mind of the Biming Empire. But also please accept the marshal first. The State Master then smiled faintly. Gifts are exempt. If the State Master has anything important to say, just say it. Wind Dagger Rain did not accept it directly. The State Master frowned slightly. The gift was not accepted, and of course he himself was not in a good position to ask for it. But for someone like Wind Dagger Rain, since he had said that he was exempt, it would be inappropriate if he himself had to force it on. So, he took a deep breath and then said, "Then the old man will be straightforward. In fact, our Biming Empire has no intention of being enemies with the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty at all. Biming and Great Plains, there was no grievance or enmity. But, our Empress Majesty, however, has to eradicate the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. It's only because my Biming Empire has an ancient mirror that His Majesty got from who knows where, capable of peering into the future heavenly chances. Through that ancient mirror, I saw the future of the Biming Empire's national fortune." He said all the reasons why Ling Xue wanted to eradicate the Great Plains royal dynasty to eradicate Ling Blood. And after hearing what the State Master had said, Wind Blade Rain instantly just laughed. So that's how it is. Chapter 47 Inexplicable. Why is the marshal laughing? The State Master didn't quite understand what was so funny about it. Oh, does the State Master have any unanswered questions? Wind Dagger Rain laughed. It is indeed difficult for the old immortal to understand that success is also a Great Plains, and defeat is also a Great Plains. The State Master slowly said, "It's easy." Wind Dagger Rain laughed again. Then said, "If your family's majesty becomes our family's majesty's empress, may I ask, if the Biming Empire is considered dead?" At these words, the State Master's eyes narrowed slightly. Then it dawned on me. Yeah, it can still be like that. If Ling Xue became Ling Blood's queen, then Biming would be considered to have ceased to exist, but everyone would still be around. The name is dead, and after attaching themselves to the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, they would undoubtedly be able to become even stronger. This would explain why a dead country can still be strong. I understand. At that moment, the State Master also laughed. Beihai Ming and Great Plains, indeed, are not to be killed by you and me, nor are they to be annexed by each other, but merged. If we have to find someone in this whole world who is worthy of my majesty, it's only you, the Biming Empress. Wind Dagger Rain continued. And if we had to find someone worthy of your Biming Empress, it would only be my majesty. They were originally made for each other. The old man thinks so indeed. The State Master nodded, then frowned slightly. Just our Empress Majesty is only afraid that she will not agree. After all, since the last time, she seemed to hate Ling Blood even more. Oh, why should the State Master worry about these? Wind Dagger Rain smiled. Between them, there is only the path of development. The State Master nodded, then laughed. No wonder the Marshal said that day that we would be a family in the future. It is enough for us, as human subjects, to do our part. Wind Blade Rain continued. Sometimes, don't have to be too serious. Your Majesty likes to fool around. Our Majesty also spoils her, while we occasionally cooperate is. Ha ha, understand. Don't worry, Marshal. The State Master stroked his beard and laughed. Indeed, those of them who were subordinates had to obey the Emperor's orders. But you don't have to be too serious, just perfunctory once in a while. For example, when you go to war, just fight casually, don't really fight for your life. Since the State Master is here, if you are interested, why don't you have a cup of tea in the city before leaving? Wind Dagger Rain then extended his hand and took the initiative to invite. After all, it is true that we are all colleagues from now on. Oh, the honor is great. The State Master certainly didn't refuse. Immediately after that, he was leading his men to enter the city with Wind Blade Rain. Ancient ruins. Above the ancient altar, the blood-red boundary coalesced there. Ling Blood had already entered a frantic state of absorption and refining. With the soul elemental bead, such an absorption wouldn't take much time to end. Swish! Right at this moment, an ice-blue silhouette swept in from the distance. It's Cold Snow. Behind Ling Xue, all the attendants of the Biming Empire, all followed. I knew His Majesty was coming for Ling Blood. Then, if His Majesty tells Ling Blood about this matter, in the future, between Ling Blood and Ling Blood, there is no need to always have the face of a life-and-death enemy, right? When they noticed Ling Xue's arrival, Feng Lingshang and Ji Ziyue, among others, also swept over in a hurry. What is this woman doing here at this hour? You don't think you want to take it by force while His Majesty is in seclusion, do you? What's that asshole doing here? As soon as Ling Xue came, it was her beautiful eyes that were looking at the blood-red boundary and asked in a cold voice. This sacrificial array had once obliterated all living beings on this side of the world. What was Ling Blood doing activating it now? Feng Lingfang and the others didn't answer Ling Xue's question, but only asked, what is it that you have to do? Tell him to come out and see me. Colds now said, My Majesty is in seclusion refining his spirit power. No one is allowed to disturb him. Feng Lingfang hurriedly said. Hearing this, Ling Xue was slightly surprised. Refining the aura? How is that possible? Those residual spiritual energies that seeped out of this sacrificial array were the spiritual energies of the undead. It was impossible to absorb and refine it. Whatever he's doing, let him out first. Colds now didn't think anything more about it. Just continued. As she spoke she slowly raised her hand, and the ice-blue cold air crazily condensed. It seemed as though if Ling Blood did not come out, she would take the initiative to make Ling Blood come out. On the opposite side, Feng Lingfang and Ji Ziyue both frowned slightly when they saw this. Now that His Majesty is refining his spiritual energy in seclusion, if he were to forcefully interrupt, it might cause the aura to reverse and the consequences would be unimaginable. So no matter what, of course, we can't let Cold Snow disturb His Majesty. I'm sorry, My Majesty is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb. Feng Lingfang instantly repeated it again. You want to stop me? Ling Xue's face was slightly icy. She was in a rage right now and just wanted to find Ling Blood to casually vent. Even though it wasn't an opponent, it had to find Ling Blood to vent. And you can't see it? She was, of course, even more pissed off. Even if we can't stop you, we will never give way. Feng Lingfang said in a deep voice. Seeing this resolute attitude of the girls, Ling Xue coldly wore her pretty face, and the terrifying cold aura of the peak of the Saint Martial Heaven realm had already begun to permeate heaven and earth. Your Majesty. At that moment, those subordinates behind her all hurriedly opened their mouths and shouted, How about, or not, since we can't see each other, won't it be the same if we see each other next time? Don't really start a fight and affect the great original Emperor's seclusion, then the loss will not be worth it. After all, in the end, the other party is also the father of the child in Her Majesty's stomach. Cold aura raged around Ling Xue, and her icy gaze looked at the blood-red boundary. If she were to force her hand, indeed Feng Lingfang and the others would not be able to stop her. And in fact, with her wanting to open Ling Blood's boundary, the probability is actually also unable to do it. And even if it could be opened, it would inevitably affect Ling Blood. Would that really be the result you wanted? At this moment, she herself wasn't quite sure if she should care about Ling Blood's well-being. After all, at the end of the day, this asshole did father the child in his belly as well. After a few moments, she only gritted her teeth, then put away that horrible cold air, coldly said, When he comes out then let him come to see me. Tell him, if he does not come, do not regret it. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. All of the subordinates who followed Ling Xue here rushed to follow Feng Lingfang and the others after giving a dry smile. What is this Biming Empress up to? Ji Ziyue looked at the departing backs of Ling Xue and the others with a confused expression. Can't you say something before you say it? Does it have to be that His Majesty has begun his seclusion and she suddenly runs up here again? Feng Lingfang shook her head. She certainly did not really know what this Ling Xue was trying to do. Anyway, it does seem to be suddenly somewhat inexplicable. Chapter 48 She is indeed a better match for His Majesty. Then again, is there any enmity between His Majesty and this Biming female emperor? Ji Ziyue then asked curiously. Earlier, Ling Blood had said that Ling Xue had sought revenge on him. What kind of revenge? This is a long story. Feng Lingfang gave a dry laugh and continued. That day in Beihai, this Beihai Empress who should have died suddenly killed the door. And then, she then proceeded to tell all the things that Ling Blood had done. And after hearing that, Ji Ziyue was stunned. There's such a thing? It seems that Ling Blood really likes this woman, doesn't it? This was the first woman who was able to arouse that kind of interest in Ling Bloody, and still allowed Ling Bloody to forcefully take it. She is indeed more compatible with His Majesty. Ji Ziyue then proceeded to shake her head with a smile. In comparison, indeed this Bing Empress was more suitable to be the Empress of the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. In the whole world, you can't find a second person who is as good as Ling Xue. Feng Lingfang beamed and didn't say anything. This was certainly something she was well aware of, so she didn't even have the luxury of being queen or anything anymore. All I ask is that Ling Blood will leave herself a consort position in the end. By the way, just now I realized that there is a forbidden place in that castle. Ji Ziyue continued. That forbidden landgate is impossible for me to break through alone, so please ask Miss Feng to do me a favor. Good point. Feng Lingfang nodded. Then the two of them went to the forbidden land of the castle together. The other side, outside world, Aurora Hills. Ji Ziyue brought some people to follow Ling Blood to the ancient ruins, and all the rest of them stayed in the Polaris Villa. At this moment, everyone up and down the entire Extreme Bliss Villa was a little worried, because Ling Blood is gone, and yesterday, the people from the Starry Empire had said that Su Tian would personally come to his door today. If Su Tian came, they wouldn't be able to deal with it if Ling Blood and Ji Ziyue weren't there. Is the boundary left behind by His Majesty really able to block Su Tian? It should be possible, right? After all, His Majesty is now at the immortal extreme realm. Then what if Su Tian brings all the strongest members of the Xingyu Empire along with him? Is it possible for many powerful people to join forces? Don't know. But since His Majesty is letting us go, that means His Majesty should have absolute certainty. What everyone was worried about, of course, was whether or not this boundary left behind by Ling Blood would be able to stop the Staryu Empire's army. Buzz. And at that moment, just as everyone was all abuzz, above that heavenly dome, a spatial rift exploded steeply. Then, a large army from the Starry Empire tumbled out in great numbers. The person leading the way at the very front was none other than Su Tian. When they saw Su Tian, everyone's faces changed. Sure enough, he would personally come with the Imperial Army to besiege the Extreme Bliss Villa. Joy Lodge? In midair, when Su Tian appeared, his gaze was towards the entire mountain village below. At this moment, his face carried a few moments of coldness and anger. I gave you a chance once, and more than once. His voice then reverberated high above the sky. But you, Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa, not only don't know what's good for you, but you even killed my empire's soldiers. Nowadays, is still blatantly calling on all parties in the world to kill people who kill demons? Rampant to the extreme. I didn't want to add to the killing, but things have come to this point, and the only way to kill is to kill to control the killing. The only way to do that is to destroy the Polaris Villa and kill these people from the Polaris Villa. Then the killing because of the Ultimate Lodge will truly stop. So today, he indeed did not intend to let go of the Extreme Bliss Villa. And at this moment, everyone up and down the entire Extreme Bliss Villa did not say a word. Everyone was tilting their heads as they looked at that Xingyu Empire's army, looking at Su Tian who stood at the forefront of all of them. Now of course they didn't dare to do anything rash, because it wasn't certain whether Su Tian would be able to open the boundary or not. Where's Ji Ziyue? Su Tian's voice then sounded. Yesterday, Ji Ziyue had killed so many soldiers under his command, so of course he wanted to avenge his subordinates today. The first one who wouldn't let go was Ji Ziyue. Our Zhuang master is not here. Today there is only us, to accompany to the end. Inside the lower lodge, someone spoke up. Hearing this, Su Tian frowned slightly. That Ji Ziyue knew that she would come, and she was the only sacred martial heaven realm in the entire Extreme Bliss Villa. And it turns out she's not even there at a time like this? Or has she escaped? Run off without all your men? It is not impossible to think that. After all, which of these demon killers is not a ruthless person? Since she's not here, let's get rid of you guys first, and she'll naturally have no way to escape. Su Tian snorted coldly, then said, I can give you one last chance. Put down the butcher's knife and turn back to the shore. Otherwise, shoot to kill. Despite his extreme hatred for the Extreme Bliss Villa right now, he still chose to give the other party another chance. Truly a last chance. After all, the other side is also thousands of lives. Oh, and why do you need to say more? Below, the people from the Extreme Bliss Villa all laughed coldly. As long as we are alive, we will never stop eliminating demons and defending the Tao, much less be in your company. All of them had firm expressions. Death, of course, scares anyone, but fear of death doesn't mean they will bow down. And now, with a boundary left behind by Ling Blood, everyone might not die. Hearing these words and looking at the entire Extreme Bliss Villa up and down in this manner, Su Tian shook his head helplessly. since the other party is so persistent, then of course, there is no other choice. At that moment, he just raised his hand, and white aura brewed up crazily, and then, a vicious punch fell towards the bottom. Boom! A huge white fist print erupted out steeply, fiercely bombarding on top of that invisible boundary. Knock! In the next moment, a loud bang spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. However, inside the boundary, nothing could be sensed. Not even the earth was half shaken. The invisible boundary blocked all of Su Tian's attacks, and not even the slightest bit of spiritual energy was able to penetrate. Seeing this scene, everyone's hanging hearts were finally completely put down. Sure enough, the boundary laid down by His Majesty was simply untouchable even by Su Tian. It was true that the immortal extreme realm was far from being comparable to the Saint Martial heavenly realm. Outside, after Su Tian's punch went down, he immediately frowned slightly. What's going on? Even though this extreme bliss villa was protected by a boundary, with one's cultivation at the peak of the Saint Martial heaven realm, there was no reason for this punch to go down without any reaction. Immediately, Su Tian was the one whose gaze was fixed, his fists clenching once again. Buzz! This time, an even more volatile and dense aura crazily continued to condense above his fist, and then, he landed another punch. With this punch, he had no reservations and used his full strength. Boom! Thud! In the next moment, the fist seal landed on top of that boundary, and with another loud bang, the ground shook in the world outside. However, inside the boundary, it remained motionless. Chapter 49, Su Tian, who the hell are you? Seeing this scene, Su Tian's face completely changed. This boundary is so strong? You couldn't open it with all your might? And inside the boundary, the faces of the people of the Extreme Bliss Villa all had smug smiles on their faces. In this way, as long as they stayed in the boundary or something, no one could do anything to them. He, Su Tian, what kind of a thing are you? You also want to destroy my Extreme Bliss Villa? At that moment, the crowd just finally dared to branch out. You foolish and dim king, what if we kill the demon? We just want to kill all the demon races in this world until there are no demons in this world. We will kill all the demons, which includes your wife, and you will never be able to do anything about us? Ha ha. Now that it had been determined that Su Tian was unable to open this boundary, then of course they can be as arrogant as they want. Within this boundary, it's absolutely safe, unbridled. And when they heard these words from the people of the Extreme Bliss Villa, the powerful people from the Starry Yu Empire behind Su Tian immediately roared out, and then a silhouette of people all swept out, while aura tumbled up and steeply blasted down towards that boundary. Knock knock, however, is still not working. A ripple is a ripple. Even if all of them were strong enough to join forces together, they would all be just as useless. Seeing this, all of the people in the Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa were instantly even more pleased with themselves. Oh, dim king, how many truly innocent people have you killed over this period of time? With a dim ruler in power and a demon queen in power, this world will surely come to an end under your leadership. At that point, all of you will pay for what you did in the first place. Su Tian, you will become a true sinner of the ages. You will be the one to blame for the downfall of this world. When the catastrophe comes in the future and the corpses are strewn everywhere, it will also be caused by you, Su Tian, and it has nothing to do with us. Faint ruler, fool, not only are you a fool, your entire starry empire is a fool. A fool. A sound of broken curses continuously resounded in the Extreme Bliss Mountain Resort. Everyone was cursing out the repressed anger they had been feeling in their hearts at this very moment in front of Su Tian by name. He had wanted to curse long ago, but he was no match for Su Tian. In the past, they even had to avoid Su Tian no matter where they were. But now, it doesn't have to be. With one of Ling Blood's protective boundaries here, they could curse as much as they wanted. And hearing this tirade of abuse from the Extreme Bliss Villa, Su Tian's face in midair grew more and more ugly. A bunch of unruly people, looking for death. Under Su Tian, the various powerhouses were still bombarding the boundary one after another, but everyone's attacks seemed to be hitting the rocks with eggs. Even if they exerted all their strength, in the end, they were unable to shake the entire boundary by half. No wonder the Extreme Bliss Villa dared to be so arrogant. Su Tian sank his face, now naturally knowing why Ji Zio dared to kill his people. It was also known why the Extreme Bliss Villa dared to directly and publicly call on all parties in the world to kill the demon. Just because of this one boundary. Faint ruler, get lost and go back to your Xingyu Empire. Then prepare your coffin and wait for the demon emperor to descend and for the world to bleed. Below, the people from the Extreme Bliss Villa were not at all polite in their words at this time. There was not the slightest hint of placing Su Tian in his eyes, not placing the Xingyu Empire in his eyes. A bunch of rats. They can only shrink in this turtle shell and yell. If you have the ability to open this boundary and fight head-on, The people from the Starry U Empire also had ice-cold faces. Right now the other party was so broken and humiliated their emperor, and they could do nothing about it. It does seem a bit stifling. What's wrong with us just cowering here? If you have the guts, open this boundary yourselves. Of course, the people from the Villa of Ultimate Bliss didn't eat this set. Instead, they were even more arrogant. What? You don't have the ability, but you still want to use aggressive tactics? You can't even open the boundary. Why are you barking outside? Assholes. The people of the Starry Empire gritted their teeth in anger. But powerless is powerless. All the angry attacks fell on top of that boundary. But the boundary remained motionless. Immediately afterward, all gazes were directed towards Su Tian, waiting for Su Tian's command. Nowadays, they can't open this boundary and teach the people of the Extreme Bliss Villa a lesson. How can this be? Su Tian had a sullen face at this moment and didn't say a word. With this boundary in place, they indeed couldn't do anything about the Extreme Bliss Villa at all. Where the hell did this not come from? How could it be that even his own self, who was at the peak of the sacred martial heavenly realm, was unable to open it? Anything else you want to say? If you don't, get lost. Or, of course, you can continue to stand there. We at the Extreme Bliss Villa can change people every day to scold you idiotic fools. Guaranteed to be the same every day. The people of the Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa certainly didn't care at all about the so-called face at this time. Just make the other person feel bad anyway. And seeing the people from the Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa being this arrogant, the entire Starry U Empire gritted their teeth. But again, there was really nothing they could do except grit their teeth. Although you guys are inside, that GZUS should always be outside. At this time, Su Tian spoke again. When we find her, we will naturally be able to open this boundary. And at that time, you will regret what you said today. Thinking about it, there really is no way out now. Only GZUS could be found. GZUS was the head of the manor, so she should be able to open this boundary. Hearing this, the person from the Extreme Bliss Villa laughed again. You'd better not find our lord of the manor, or the one who regrets it will be you. Su Tian didn't know that Ling Blood was still alive right now. It would have been a shock to learn that. Or, Ling Blood will kill him directly. Su Tian didn't say any more. Immediately after that, he waved his hand. Go! After saying that, he turned around and left together with all of them. Take care, idiot dimwit. The people from the Polaris Villa were still cursing. The people under Su Tian were all unwilling, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only follow Su Tian and leave together, leaving behind the people up and down the Extreme Bliss Villa. They stood at the same spot and laughed in triumph. Ancient ruins. 10 days passed slowly, and the refining and absorption of Ling Blood used to take more than 10 days before it was near the end. At this moment, the ancient patterns that spread across the mountains and earth of the entire ancient ruins had dimmed. Those spiritual powers from the undead had been completely absorbed by Ling Blood. In the middle of the boundary, Ling Blood slowly stood up, slightly clenching his fists. The strength has indeed increased a lot. If it was the early stage of the immortal extreme realm before, then it should be the middle stage now. It was good that there was a strengthened soul elemental bead to help or else 10 days of wanting to finish refining all this spiritual energy would never have been possible. Ghost Injury, which was supposed to be Su Tian's golden finger, was really useful. That demon emperor, at the time of his birth, was at the early stage of the immortal extreme realm? Ling Blood then asked in his mind. Not bad. That's a means used by the demon race to cultivate seedlings. Ghost Wound's voice returned in his mind. In all the heavens and all the worlds, a realm that countless people have used up their entire lives to achieve, the demon race's emperor seed is able to do so from birth. Every cultivator starts from a different place. The starting point of a demon emperor was the immortal extreme realm. Chapter 50, today, borrowing medicine for guts. Listening to you. Demon emperor seeds. There are many more? Ling Blood then asked. That's natural. Ghost Wound returned. That is a means unique to the demon clan. Casting a wide net and waiting for enough time, one can harvest quite a few seedlings whose births are immortal extreme realms. This time may be long or short. For example, the demon emperor seed in this world had taken a long time, and it had been 100,000 years by now. Ling Blood faintly smiled. That the entire endless world, the complete demon race, should be quite powerful. Immediately after that, Ling Blood didn't say much and opened the boundary with a wave of his palm. To the eye, the ancient formations of this altar had completely dimmed. Looking at the ancient sacrificial array, the corner of his mouth slightly curved up in an arc. The next moment he slowly bent down, his palm falling towards the top of the altar with a slap. Buzz! At that moment, the entire sacrificial grand formation was wildly condensed towards his palm. Finally, it transformed into a blood-colored light ball that was no more than the size of a palm. Within the light mass, lines filled the air, like an intricate blood vessel of varying sizes. The killing power of this grand formation is extremely strong. If it is slightly improved and controlled, it will undoubtedly be another extremely powerful means. This sacrificial array has been altered by those people in the past, and now it's unstructured and incomparably messy, so don't play with fire and burn yourself. Ghost wound reminded in Ling Blood's mind. This kind of grand formation is equivalent to one that has gone off the deep end. If Ling Blood acted recklessly, a side of the world might die because of a formation. If this grand formation was taken to the outside world, if it was forced to be activated, it would be able to make all the people and demons and even beasts in the entire world, all of them lose their lives. Ling Blood just put the large formation away with a faint smile. He certainly wouldn't mess around if he wasn't absolutely sure. Your Majesty. Right at this moment, Feng Lingfang suddenly swept in with a face full of anxiety. His Majesty has finally come out. Ling Blood's gaze looked at Feng Lingfang, only to see that at this moment, Feng Lingfang's body dress was a bit tattered, and there was a strange blush above that pretty face. It looked a bit inexplicably wretched, as if it had just escaped from a tiger's mouth. What happened? Ling Blood asked at once. This is a long story. Feng Lingfang gave a dry laugh and continued. The banker accidentally broke into one of the castle's forbidden places. That forbidden place was a bit odd. After the banker went in, it was as if he had been struck by an evil spirit, and now he is still inside. Earlier, Zhizhue had discovered a forbidden land, so he took Feng Lingfang and went to open the door to the forbidden land. And after entering, Zhizhue started to become strange, as if she had been hit by some drug. At first, she also thought that she could suppress it herself, and the result was that as time went on, the medicine became more and more rampant. Later on, it was as if he had gone crazy. Not even women were spared. So he started grabbing Feng Lingfang to try to do that kind of thing. Feng Lingfang struggled a bit before she was able to escape. Zhizhue, on the other hand, was still alone in that forbidden land. Now, apart from Ling Blood, I'm afraid that each person would be able to save her. Hearing Feng Lingfang's words, Ling Blood's expression was also a bit strange. His eyes sized up Feng Lingfang. So this is Zhizue's doing? Yes. Feng Lingfang nodded with a red face. She knew that she had some good looks, but she never thought that her looks could even seduce a woman. Zhizhue seemed to be possessed now, and it was with great difficulty that she was able to break free from Zhizhue's grasp. It was unheard of for a woman to want to do that to herself. Ling Blood gazed towards the huge castle that towered over the clouds and smiled faintly. The next moment was a sweep towards the interior. At this time, in the center of that castle, in the forbidden land below, this was a fully enclosed palace, and in the palace, a layer of pinkish-purple mist filled the air, extremely psychedelic, and at the center of that mist, Zhizhue stayed there alone. At this moment, she was unclothed, and her pretty face was flushed with agitation for a while, as if she had indeed entered the devil. Your Majesty. When her gaze looked over and saw Ling Blood, a flash of extreme fire and thirst immediately surged up in that enchanting beauty's eyes. She was now completely unable to hold back. She needed Ling Blood. The one thing she had always needed the most was Ling Blood. Seeing this scene, Ling Blood did not say much. Straight away, he swept away in a single bound. Swish! With a wave of his hand, those mists around him immediately dispersed towards the surroundings, revealing an empty space in the center. Your Majesty. The next moment, before he could do anything, Zhizhue was already directly crashing into his arms. Of course she knew this was an offense to Ling Blood, but at this moment, she really didn't have much sense left. After crashing into Ling Blood's arms, she was just tightly clinging to Ling Blood and wriggling, itching to integrate herself into Ling Blood's body as a whole. And in the face of such Zhizhue, Ling Blood could only helplessly shake his head. And then the blood-red spiritual energy surged up crazily, surging into Zhizhue's body, helping her to expel the poison. Your Majesty. Zhizhue was completely uncontrollable at this moment, and that hot jade hand roamed over Ling Blood's body for a while. Outside, Wind Spirit Frost beamed at the sight, her face depressed. I should have known I was poisoned by the mist. Just then, she had a sudden flash of inspiration. Just because you didn't win before doesn't mean you can't win now. At that moment, she just took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Your Majesty, let me help you. After saying that, she also rushed into that mist. Then, without resisting in the slightest, he inhaled those mists into his body. Next, leave it to your Majesty, to your own uncontrollable urges. This is a rare opportunity. Don't dare on weekdays. Today, borrow a drug for courage. Outside, all of them had been extremely rich in harvest over these 10 days. All sorts of ancient techniques, weapons and even some pills that have been preserved to this day. All in the bag. After this trip to the ancient ruins, after going out, there would undoubtedly be many more top powerhouses in the world. At this moment, On a stone staircase outside the castle, Su Xinyao sat there with a gray head. She has certainly been extremely productive over this time. Ling Blood had given her a storage ring, and she hated the fact that the entire ring was stuffed. All kinds of things as long as they want, no matter whether they are useful or not, all collected in it. In order to fill her storage ring, she also had to crawl in and rummage through whatever little edges and corners she could find, make it look like a little mouse. And at that moment, in her hand, she was carrying a sword. It was an extremely tiny sword. The blade was barely the thickness of an adult's thumb. The straight blade of the sword, though tiny, was extremely tough and sharpened iron like mud. She held the thin sword and swung it gently, taking advantage of it. Above her small face, a smile of satisfaction immediately surfaced. For a child who is still young, there is nothing more rewarding than finding your own natal weapon. Swish! Right at this moment, a group of silhouettes suddenly swept in from the distance. It was someone from the Bing Empire, and the person leading the way was none other than Ling Xue. Chapter 51. Ling Xue is jealous. She had come after sensing the disappearance of the large formation pattern. Since the great formation ripples had disappeared, it meant that Ling Blood had already come out of the gate. As soon as Ling Xue arrived here, her gaze was directed towards the altar above, and then her willow brows slightly frowned. Where are the people? The next moment, her gaze naturally looked towards Su Xinyao, who was sitting on the stone stairs. Where did Ling Blood go? Su Xinyao tilted her head to look at Ling Xue, then her eyes looked around. Your Majesty seems to be inside the castle. Ling Xue did not hesitate and directly swept in with a long stride. Then it was straight to that forbidden land. Then, she saw the image of two disheveled women like water snakes entwining Ling Blood in the midst of that pinkish-purple cloud. When she saw that unbearable picture, Ling Xue suddenly changed her pretty face. What's all this? What is this asshole doing? For a moment, Ling Xue only found it somewhat inexplicably difficult to accept. Although between her and Ling Blood, there wasn't a clear relationship yet, and it was more of just hatred. Still, seeing such an image was a bit inexplicably hard for her to accept. Desolation. She instantly gritted her teeth and said coldly, then turned around and swept out. Out of sight, out of mind. This asshole. One should never have come to him. After coming outside in mid-air, Colds now again gritted her teeth a little. She herself is now pregnant with his child and has come to him twice. What's he doing as a result? He's actually talking to another woman. And there's more than one? It's just asshole-ish. Looking at that huge castle and recalling the images she had just seen, Ling Xue's pretty face was icy cold. In the next moment, she steeply raised her hand, and towards the bottom of that castle was a palm drop. Go and accompany your harem of 3,000 beauties properly. Boo! When this palm fell, there was a loud bang, the earth trembled, and the entire castle instantly collapsed. Below, Ling Blood, who was in that forbidden place, raised his head, and that was when he saw the entire ceiling steeply collapsing down. He could certainly sense that it was Ling Xue's aura that caused this place to collapse. What's wrong with that woman? Ling Blood frowned slightly and didn't think much about it. Just the blood-red aura surged up, forming a boundary that enveloped him and Gzue as well as Feng Lingfeng. Then proceed to exorcise them. Outside, with Ling Xue's palm afterward, the entire castle was instantly reduced to rubble. And the Ling Blood trio, of course, were buried under that rubble. Of course, Ling Xue also knew very well that this was not a threat to Ling Blood. She was just pissed off and wanted to vent. Incompetent rage. Go! After doing so, she let out a cold snort, turned around and swept away. She had already made sure that from now on, what happened to Ling Blood, this asshole, had nothing to do with her, and the child in his own belly has nothing to do with him. The people from the Bing Empire looked at Ling Xue's appearance like this and shook their heads helplessly. Then they all hurriedly followed suit as well. On the stone stairs in front of the castle ruins, Su Xinyao stood up. She looked back at the ruined and dusty castle. What's this Bing Empress doing? Why does it feel like she's angry? Who's messing with her? Su Xinyao didn't understand and only beamed before continuing to sit down and wait for the Ling Blood trio to come out. This expulsion of poison by Ling Blood lasted for a long time. Only after a long time did Feng Lingfeng and Gzue gradually regain their senses. At this moment, the two women were both unclothed, and above that pretty face, they were both carrying a touch of redness. They know very well that it's time to be more proactive. But just now, under the effect of that medicine, it was just a little too active. In retrospect, it's a disgrace. It's like trying to find a hole in the ground. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness for any offense. Gzu reddened her face and bowed low. I didn't expect the mist psychedelic effect to be so strong, and I really wanted to help your Majesty just now. Feng Lingfeng also laughed dryly. Ling Blood didn't care about this. He just raised his hand and violently sucked it in. Buzz. However, that pinkish-purple mist just kept coalescing towards the center of his hand. Finally, It transformed into a pinkish-purple pill the size of an eye. This medicinal power. Not even the Saint Martial Heaven realm could resist it. Saving it for later might be useful. This place. Thought it should be the former royal family's South Surly and barren place. I thought it was hiding some secret treasure. Gzue then let out a dry laugh. I thought it was closed for some reason. Who would have thought it was for this reason? Shouldn't have just barged in. What's going on out there? At this moment, Feng Lingfang tilted her head up and looked at the ruins above that head. What's going on here? The entire castle palace. As if it had collapsed directly? Ling Blood didn't say much, but simply led the two of them in a vertical sweep, breaking through the ground. Outside, Su Xinya was waiting alone in front of that stone staircase. Your Majesty, just now that Beihai female emperor came to look for your Majesty, and then seemed to be very angry. When she saw Ling Blood, she just hurriedly talked about what had just happened. Ling Blood nodded. Of course she knew it was Ling Xue. There is no one who would do such a thing except colts now. But, what is she angry about? Is it hard for her to be jealous when she sees herself in such contact with another woman? That said, she came once before, when His Majesty was in seclusion. Feng Lingfang continued. She also said that she told His Majesty to go see her after he got out of the gate, or, otherwise let His Majesty not regret it. I really don't know what's the matter with that Ling Xue that could still make His Majesty regret. Keep searching the ruins. I'll go and take a look. Ling Blood smiled, and then he swept away towards the distance. Since she was able to come to herself twice, she must have something important to do, and go and see. As Ling Blood left, only the three of them, Feng Lingfang, were left in the same spot. Feng Lingfang's gaze and Gzue exchanged a glance, and both of them blushed. I am really sorry. Gzue looked embarrassed. Looking back now on what happened before, it's just embarrassing. How dare you not even let go of Feng Lingfang, who was also a woman? No, never mind. Feng Lingfang gave a dry laugh. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. This is something that will rot in your stomach for the rest of your life. Never, ever, ever mention it again. Xianyun Sword Sect. After returning from Ling Blood's place, Ling Xue was all fired up. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. That asshole still thinks he's something. It's still the same as any other man? Your Majesty must not be angry. At that moment, the subordinate whispered a reminder. After all, she's pregnant. Anger hurts, so she can't move the fetus. What am I mad about? Ling Xue's beautiful eyes looked towards the crowd and coldly said. All of them laughed dryly without saying much. Why are you so angry? It's all written on your face. No one is to be told anything about my pregnancy. Ling Xue then coldly commanded. Is this not going to tell that great original emperor? Everyone was instantly confused. This is Ling Bleed's child. Not even Ling Blood? Chapter 52 Stingy. What's the point of telling that asshole? What good would telling him do? Ling Xue snorted coldly. Originally, she was still a bit hesitant to tell Ling Blood or not, but seeing that image of Ling Blood with another woman was too much for her to bear, so she made sure that the child, although she was going to keep it, was also her own child alone and had nothing to do with Ling Blood. That bastard Ling Blood, dying or living, has nothing to do with him in the future. Tally up what you've gotten over this period of time. Ling Xue proceeded to change the subject, trying to shake that bastard Ling Blood out of her mind. Yes, the subordinate nodded. All the secret treasures of the entire Xianyun Sword Sect have been pocketed by us, and in addition to the Xianyun Sword Sect, all of the previously existing major powers around the area, such as pills and treasures, have all been searched by us as well. This includes heaven-ranked pills. Everyone was taking out all of their harvest, then classify those pills' secret treasures, etc., into levels. Undoubtedly, this harvest, if brought back, would definitely be able to more than double the overall strength of the entire Biming Empire. It could definitely allow the Biming Empire to give birth to more supreme earth realms and sacred martial heaven realms. Ling Xue looked at the harvest of the crowd, and then she was picking out some high-grade pills and treasures from among them. Although she can't inherit the power of the Xianyun Sword Sect leader, relying on these high-grade pills and materials, it is also possible to reach the immortal extreme realm. Enough is enough. After picking out everything she needed, a smile of satisfaction finally surfaced above her stunningly beautiful pretty face. It was good that this ancient ruins had abundant resources, and after all, it was still possible for one to reach the immortal extreme realm using normal cultivation methods. Plus, Yunru she was also at the immortal extreme realm after completing the inheritance. At that time, the entire Biming would be two immortal extreme realms. It was just as capable of dealing with Ling Blood. Immediately after that, Ling Xue put the selected pills and materials into her storage ring, intending to find an opportunity to impact the immortal extreme realm after she returned. Phew! But just then, just as she was stowing everything away in her storage ring, an extremely strong suction force came steeply and the storage ring instantly flew out. Flying to that mid-air, just arrived Ling Bloodhand. Ling Xue's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly tilted her head to look. I only saw Ling Blood grab her storage ring, and then the corner of his mouth slightly arched. It seems that you still found a method to break through the immortal extreme realm? Since she had found a method to break through the immortal extreme realm, then of course she herself had to stop her from breaking through the immortal extreme realm. Otherwise she could indeed be a threat to herself in time. You, Ling Xue's pretty face sank, and then her delicate body swept up in front of Ling Blood. Give it back to me. Give it back? Ling Blood laughed. Letting you successfully break through the immortal extreme realm and then come to me for revenge? Do you think I should let you reach the immortal extreme realm? Hearing this, Ling Xue's willow brows frowned tightly, and she just stared at Ling Blood in death. Swish! The next moment, she reached straight for it. But of course, it was dodged by Ling Blood. After Ling Blood's figure slightly sidestepped her, he put the storage ring on his hand. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, you won't be able to surpass me. The corner of his mouth was hooked with an evil smile, and he just looked at Ling Xue. Otherwise, how else can I bully you in the future? Asshole! Ling Xue's pretty face was icy cold. Then the cold air in her body surged up crazily and continued to snatch it. However, it didn't work. Even if she used all her abilities, she could not snatch the storage ring back from Ling Blood's hands. At this moment, she looked like a child who couldn't reach the icy candies in the adult's hand. It could only spin around and jump around Ling Blood, unable to do anything. If Ling Blood didn't give it to her, she would never get it. Below, the people from the Bing Empire all watched this scene, then shook their heads helplessly. This kind of thing, they can't control also don't have that ability to control That said, this Great Plains Emperor is really something. Why does he like to bully His Majesty? It was with great difficulty that His Majesty gathered the materials to break through the immortal extreme realm, and he just robbed them like this. If His Majesty were to research for a method to break through the immortal extreme realm, then I'm afraid that it would only be true that it would never be found again. This was certainly clear to Coles now. All the people she brought with her had been scavenging for so long before they barely managed to scrape together some materials from them that were enough to reach the immortal extreme realm. Right now, if Ling Blood didn't give it to himself, he was afraid that he would really never be able to reach the immortal extreme realm. Then consider yourself at his mercy forever. You give it back. Ling Xue couldn't grab Ling Blood no matter how hard she tried, so she could only growl helplessly. Finally, there was a feeble stop. Then, just like that, she stood in place, her chest heaving for a while, her two beautiful ice blue eyes staring at Ling Blood in death. Keep grabbing. The stuff is right here. As long as you can touch my hand, it's considered a win for you. I'll give it to you. Ling Blood smiled and raised the storage ring in his hand. However, Ling Xue did not continue to make a move. She just huffed and puffed and stared at Ling Blood and just didn't say a word. Above that stunningly beautiful and pretty face, there was a deep sense of resentment and unwillingness. With that pathetic look, it seemed as if he was going to cry out the next moment. Of course she would never cry, but the expression on her face right now looked just like that. If Ling Blood did not give it to himself, he would truly be unable to reach the immortal extreme realm. In the future, it would never be able to help Ling Blood. This asshole, is he really going to bully himself for the rest of his life? Looking at this appearance of Ling Xue, Ling Blood instantly is stopped. What kind of expression is this? This is not like the expression you should have. You're a highborn Bing Empress. Shouldn't have gotten that pathetic look. Ling Xue still didn't say anything, still just staring at Ling Blood. She didn't make a move or plead for anything more, but with those pitiful eyes and expression, Ling Blood was looking more and more wrong. Give it to her, it'll be trouble. If you don't give it to her, looking at her like this, you have some inexplicable heartache. The two looked at each other for a long time. After a long time, Ling Blood finally admitted defeat. He shook his head helplessly, then removed the storage ring from his hand and handed it to Ling Xue. Then helplessly said, I didn't expect that you are also a petty thief. Hearing this, Ling Xue glared at him fiercely. Then with a cold snort, he snatched the storage ring. Below, the crowd of the Bing Empire watched this scene with a dry laugh. Damn, what is this if not flirting? This emperor of the Great Plains dynasty really likes our empress, doesn't he? If he didn't like it, he wouldn't have done that to His Majesty given his nature. Nor would they snatch His Majesty's storage ring and then return it unconditionally. You see, I could have prevented you from reaching the immortal extreme realm, but I still let you. Ling Blood then said, so, you don't keep thinking about finding me to take revenge. Ling Xue coldly grunted without saying anything. If I don't seek revenge on you, should I just forgive you for what you did in the first place? Chapter 53, The Endless Great Main Realm. If you have to come to find me to take revenge, it's okay. I am now in the middle of the immortal extreme realm. You have to reach the middle first. Ling Blood then laughed again. Even if Ling Xue was allowed to break through the immortal extreme realm, it would only be at the early stages. Himself is now in the middle stage. The immortal extreme realm. How huge the difference between the mid stage and the early stage was, he understood it very well. Therefore, in fact, even if Ling Xue had reached the immortal extreme realm, she would still be just as unable to help him. And hearing Ling Blood's words, Ling Xue was again slightly shocked. That fast? How the hell did this guy do that? Reaching the middle stage from the early stage in a month? This does seem to be a bit of a problem again. Even if he himself had reached the immortal extreme realm, he would still be no match for him. Even with the addition of Yun Ruoshi, 2 early stages of the immortal extreme realm would be just as unable to help him. Abominable. Is it true that he can only ever be pushed one step ahead of him? What do you want from me? Ling Blood then proceeded to get back to the point. Instead, Ling Xue looked away. It's nothing. Get lost. Roll. Hearing this, Ling Blood instantly frowned slightly. He then took a step forward in his figure and wrapped Ling Xue into his arms, then cupped her snow-white delicate chin. Do you think I really can't spare a hard hand on you? Hearing this and looking at Ling Blood's slightly serious expression, Ling Xue did not reply. She just struggled harder. Let go of me. Take back what you just said. Ling Blood, however, was not going to let go of her. Otherwise I will take away your storage ring and everything you have right now. Hearing this, Ling Xue immediately panicked a bit. Of course she knew very well that Ling Blood could do that kind of thing to her again at any time. And now that she's pregnant, of course she can't do that kind of thing. You let go of. But she still somewhat refused to bow down to Ling Blood. I can be very impatient at times. Ling Blood didn't let go. Instead, the palm of his hand around her waist grew harder and harder. I take it back. Noticing the force coming from Ling Blood's palm, helplessly, Ling Xue of course had no choice but to say something unwillingly. She was genuinely afraid of Ling Blood's recklessness. Great. Ling Blood nodded. This is the first and last time. Although he could tolerate Ling Xue's capriciousness in front of him and could treat Ling Xue special, but that didn't mean that Colds now could act recklessly in front of him. Only after he said that did he let go of Ling Xue. Colds now hastily took 2 steps back and distanced herself from him. You're fine. I do have something I want to talk to you about. Ling Blood continued. Where exactly did you come from? Colds now is not from this world. Moreover, there existed a power in her body that was even stronger than divine origin, and even Ghost Wound couldn't see through it. It's definitely a big deal. I've wanted to talk to her before, and now is the time to do it. Tell me about the world you came from. Ling Blood continued. Hearing Ling Blood's words, Ling Xue's beautiful eyes looked at him. Then he sneered. I heard that you, the Great Plains Emperor, wherever your eyes can see, will be returned to your Great Plains royal soil. In this world you did, Biming or the world outside. With your current abilities, you are indeed able to rule completely. But, don't be too ambitious or too proud. The great world outside, the endless million worlds, is far beyond your imagination. Ling Blood did have that ambition to dominate the world, and on this side of the world he did. But if you put it into the big world outside, it's just a little bit of starlight in the sea of stars. Insignificant. This is not for you to worry about. You are not my queen. Ling Blood laughed. Hearing this, Ling Xue's willow brows slightly knitted. After giving him a parting glance, he continued. There's no harm in telling you, or letting you die. This world that you and I are in now is just an extremely small existence among the endless 10,000 worlds. In the most ancient epoch, the endless 10,000 realms were originally one, called the Endless Great Master Realm. Since the battle between the Void and the 10,000 races of the heavens back then, the Endless Great Main Realm completely collapsed, turning into countless large and small fragments, which became the current Endless 10,000 Realms. Among the Endless 10,000 Realms, the largest fragment nowadays is called the Great Main Realm. The rest of the countless worlds of all sizes from all sides are scattered throughout the heavens with the Great Master Realm as the center of the circle. This is where the endless worlds come in. This side of the world they were in was indeed not worth mentioning compared to the entire endless 10,000 realms. Is that what happened? Ling Blood asked in his head. Indeed. Ghost Wound's voice echoed in his mind. So, this side of the world, which is already vast enough, is just one of the fragments of the endless great main realm that collapsed back then? Ling Blood smiled. This kind of background does fit the setting of the metaphysical world. Shards? Oh, Ling Xue is a faint smile. Then said, at best, it is considered to be a grain of dust among the roiling smoke and dust produced when the endless great master realm collapsed. Dispensable. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled again. Then this endless realm of the worlds, such as is indeed quite huge. Does it suddenly feel small? Ling Xue's beautiful eyes looked at Ling Blood and continued. Now, although you haven't seen the endless 10,000 realms yet, you have at least learned about it. Do you still harbor that universal ambition? Do you still think You can submit to you as far as the eye can see? Ling Blood was now nothing more than a speck of dust in the midst of conquering the endless worlds. It was far from conquering the entire endless 10,000 realms. Compared to the entire endless 10,000 realms, it was nothing more than floating to see the blue sky. Hearing this, Ling Blood only smiled faintly. He himself even came to this world. Then of course, he wants to stand on the top of that heaven, and all the worlds are submissive. He doesn't feel small. Instead, they merely ignited his greater ambitions. So, you should be from the current, great main realm? Ling Blood then looked at Ling Xue and asked. That's where I'm from. Colds now didn't deny it, and I'll be back there someday. She did have to go back sooner or later. On this side of the world. 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. After all, it's just a passing fancy. Her final destination, after all, was the Great Master Realm, the place she came from. It's that supreme divine race that shakes the worlds. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is now a dragon swimming in the shallows. Yes? Ling Blood smiled. If you leave, I would be quite sad to see you go. Hearing this, Ling Xue glared at him again. You're still going to give it up? What's wrong with you? Ling Blood then turned his back to Ling Xue. Then he said indifferently. A single Void One clan can kill all the clans and cause the main realm to collapse. This endless Great Master Realm is nothing more than that. What can be done now that it is transformed into an endless million worlds? One day, I will make the entire endless 10,000 realms all submit, including that so-called Void One. Chapter 54, Who cares to be your queen? Indeed, the entire endless worlds is huge, but he doesn't feel like a frog at the bottom of a well, let alone any feeling of floating to see the sky. Hearing this, Ghost Wound's voice immediately sounded in Ling Blood's mind. Are you just mouthing off? Or do you really have this kind of ambition? Even my Void Clan you want to step under your feet? Do you think this is possible? Do you think it's impossible? Ling Blood asked rhetorically. Hearing this unhesitating rhetorical question from Ling Blood, Ghost Wound didn't reply, only remained silent, because she knows very well never to underestimate a man with ambition, especially since this man on this side of the world was originally the kind of noble-minded person who was born to be a king and would never give in, with infinitely high aspirations. The important thing was that he had the soul elemental pearl on him. If you really have such ambitions, we might be enemies in the future. Ghost Wound spoke faintly after a moment of silence. I have never cared about how many enemies or friends I have. Ling Blood smiled faintly. Even if he was an enemy, nowadays, he was just a tool enemy that was completely controlled by himself. Hearing this, Ghost Wound didn't say anything more, only faintly spitting out a cold laugh. Ha, it doesn't look like you're going to be a deadbeat? At this time, Ling Xue also smiled. I'd like to take a good look at just how ambitious you are. Hegemony over the 10,000 realms. Even that Void Clan would have to step on their feet. If Ling Blood truly did it, it would be a truly unprecedented emperor. Looking at the heavens and the universe, there are no two emperors in the ages. You'll see. Ling Blood smiled. So, when do you plan to go back? Or does you have a way to go back? Colds now has been in this world for over 100,000 years. Of course most of that time she was under seal, but she still hadn't gone back after unsealing, which meant there was no way she could go back on her own. It's none of your business. Ling Xue glanced at Ling Blood. It was true that she had no way to go back, but she knew that sooner or later someone would come and take her back. Just now, he is pregnant with Ling Blood, this bastard's child. If he can go back, he does not know whether he should go back or not. I may be able to help you get back later. Ling Blood smiled. When the time comes, as long as you come and beg me, I will help you if I am in a good mood. After reaching the God Realm, you can activate that portal. Then you can leave this world and go to other worlds. When the time comes, perhaps indeed Colds now will come for help. You, Ling Xue, however, looked at him with beautiful eyes and said faintly, you yourself can't jump out of this world, the bottom of this well, to have the ability to break boundaries. Even an ordinary God Realm couldn't do it. And right now, Ling Blood hadn't even reached the God Realm yet, and was only in the middle stage of the immortal extreme realm. So to get him to help himself, I don't know how long it will take. It's just a matter of time. You will have the day when you need me. Ling Blood smiled and did not explain. He then thought of something, and then asked, by the way, do you know the Soul Yuan bead? When these words came out, Ling Xue's pretty face suddenly changed abruptly. The Soul Genju bead? Why do you ask? She then proceeded to ask with a frown. Soul Yuanju, that was the most top-notch divine item even if it was placed in the endless 10,000 realms and in the Great Master Realm. It was reasonable to say that Ling Blood shouldn't even know that this thing existed. Why would he ask such a question? Could it be that the soul element pearl that was once fought for by all the tribes is in his hands? How is that possible? The soul elemental pearls had actually strayed into this small world? You guessed right. The soul elemental pearl is on me. Ling Blood smiled faintly. When these words came out, Ling Xue's pretty face sank again, then snapped out of it. That was why he was able to absorb the power of the altar so quickly. This was why he could even absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the undead. This was also the reason why his realm had risen so quickly. Because he had the soul elemental bead. No wonder you have such ambitions, whispered Ling Xue then. If he had the soul elemental pearl in his hand, it was possible that this guy was not really speaking out of turn. The soul elemental pearl is something forged by the Void King of the Void Clan back then, and it can devour any kind of power in this endless world, including the power of the Void. Ling Xue continued. When the battle between the Void Clan and the 10,000 clans ended, the scramble for the soul elemental pearls between the 10,000 clans of the heavens began again. But I didn't expect that it would end up in your hands. Oh, hearing this, Ling Blood smiled. So this was actually something from the Void Clan, forged by the Void King of the Void Clan? It seems that you still have something to hide from me? Immediately, Ling Blood was the one who faintly asked in his mind. Ghost Wound was the senior member of the Void Clan, and he recognized the soul elemental bead, but he didn't tell himself that the soul elemental bead belonged to the King of the Void. Didn't he ask me? Is it my fault? Ghost Wound hurriedly explained. She did hide something from Ling Blood. She even wanted to snatch the soul elemental pearl from Ling Blood's hands when she had the chance in the future. After all, that was indeed supposed to be their Void Clan's supreme magic treasure in itself. Something that should have been held by their Lord of the Void. Since you know this Soul Yuanju, then, will you still want to be an enemy with me in the future? Ling Blood then smiled faintly. Go back and get ready. Lead the whole Biming to take the initiative to submit. If I am in a good mood, I may really let you be my queen. Hearing this, Colds now did not reply. Indeed, if Ling Blood had the soul elemental pearl in his hand, she would only be afraid that she would never be able to catch up with Ling Blood the most. Now that Ling Blood was only in this side of the small world, if he were to go to the Great Master Realm in the future, with the soul elemental beads enhancement, he would undoubtedly be a dragon entering the sea and would become incomparably terrifying. Who cares about being your queen? But after Ling Xue hesitated for a moment, she still said with a light hum, you do not rare, but there are people rare. If someone else snatched the first, you cannot blame me. Ling Blood spoke with a smile. Then he swept away. Ling Xue frowned and wanted to say something, but Ling Blood was already gone. What do you mean there are people who are rare? Does he want another woman to be his queen? Assholes. After a moment, Colds now could only whisper a curse. What do you care? It's not like he and he would have anything to do with each other in the future anyway. Immediately after that, Ling Xue swept back. At this moment, everyone in the entire Biming Empire below was dumbstruck and filled with shock. Because of course they all heard what Ling Blood and Ling Xue said just now. I didn't realize that there was a world beyond the sky, nor did I realize that your majesty came from that greatest of all great master realms. Continue searching for the secret treasures, and after the search is complete, prepare to return to Biming. Ling Xue then proceeded to command. Yes, everyone was reeling from the shock, then raised his head to look at Ling Xue and whispered, after returning to Biming is it going to be ready to submit to the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty? Chapter 55, You should be pampered. Ling Blood's words just now had made it very clear. And if your majesty is willing to return to the throne, Ling Blood is also willing to let her be the empress. That's actually a good thing when you think about it. Instead of fighting and fighting, we should just merge. It's not like we're losing anything anyway. Moreover, now that her majesty has Ling Blood's child in her womb, she should have been the empress of the Great Plains dynasty. Who told you to submit? Instead, Ling Xue glared at everyone. As long as I'm around, Bei Ming won't bow down to anyone. Hearing this, everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Won't bow down to anyone? If that Ling Blood comes down hard, who wouldn't bow down? Your majesty, didn't you bow down before him just now? Why do you have to be so stubborn? It's true, even though he's an emperor, he's still a woman after all. The two groups of people, Ling Blood and Ling Xue, continued to continuously scavenge in this ancient ruins. After another 10 days, finally, the entire ancient ruins had basically been scavenged. Then, the two groups of people joined together with Ling Blood and left the ancient ruins. When he came in, he needed Ling Blood to open the boundary. And when he went out, of course, he needed Ling Blood to open the boundary as well. So, coming in or going out, of course it all has to come together. The depths of the Great Canyon of the Great Void. Boo! With a loud bang, the boundary of the ancient ruins was blasted open with a pong. Everyone swept out. The knot was then closed and up again. Right now, the entire ancient ruins were basically scavenged. The valuable treasures were basically all rolled away by Ling Blood and the others. When Su Tian and the others arrived some time later, of course, it would just be a wasted trip. You're going back to Biming this time? After coming out, Ling Blood's gaze was towards Ling Xue. Why don't you accompany me to play outside for a few days before leaving? Go play with your harem of beauties. Ling Xue coldly returned. As he spoke, he glanced at Feng Lingfeng and Ziyue. Ziyue and Feng Lingfeng, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. Not, what are you looking at us for? We would like to be His Majesty's harem beauties, but His Majesty doesn't have the heart. That day they were poisoned with the poison of ecstasy. I helped them to expel the poison. Did you misunderstand something? Ling Blood laughed faintly. And regardless of whether or not you're mistaken, and regardless of what I've had between me and them, it seems like you're quite reluctant to have another woman by my side? Hearing this, Ling Xue's willow brows slightly knitted. It was only then that I reacted to the fact that I had been a little direct in my behavior. Who cares? She then said in a huff. Ling Blood smiled faintly and did not look deeper. Instead, he went on to smile. I still plan to stay outside for a while. So, you help me bring this back to my people. As he spoke, he took out a high-grade storage ring, which was a lot of treasures scavenged from the ancient ruins during this period of time. Hearing this and looking at the storage ring that Ling Blood handed over, Ling Xue frowned, then sneered. You think I will help you? Or, do you think that I don't dare to privately swallow your belongings? You will indeed help me, and you will indeed not dare to take it for yourself. Ling Blood smiled faintly, very confident. If you dare to swallow it privately, I will exterminate your entire Biming, kill everyone, and then arrest you for eternal imprisonment. There is no place in this world for Coldsnow to escape, so if he really wanted to do this, Coldsnow would never be able to avoid it. Hearing these words, the people behind Ling Xue's back all had a slight change in color. She immediately stood out directly and said in a cold voice, this is also too much of a bully. If you treat our Majesty like this, I'm only afraid that the one who regrets it will be you. Our Majesty has your child in her womb. You should be pampered more than you can handle. Still thinking of abusing our Majesty? Regret? Ling Blood gazed at Yunruoshi and then said, you are indeed in the immortal extreme realm now. So you think you can do it for her? Yunruoshi still wanted to return the favor. She didn't mean to do it for Ling Xue. But what about Ling Xue's pregnancy? At that moment, Coldsnow beckoned her to keep her mouth shut. Yunruoshi closed her mouth and didn't say much. Immediately after, Ling Xue stepped forward and snatched the storage ring in Ling Blood's hand. Forget it, it's on the way anyway, and you don't have anything to lose. So just bring it back for him. There's something else I'd like to trouble you to bring back as well. Ling Blood smiled, and then he moved his mind to contact by Luoshing. This trip to the ancient ruins is considered a great harvest. But this is not enough. There are a few more to be added. Ling Blood's voice is then transmitted into Bai Luoshing's ears. All the high-level pills, weapons, and techniques of the Starry Empire, as long as you can get them all, send them over to me. The harvest from the ancient ruins, coupled with Su Tian Xingyu Empire's heritage, would definitely be able to raise the strength of the army under his command by more than one notch. Su Tian, on the other hand, wouldn't gain anything in the end, and would have to suffer serious losses instead. At this time, Bai Luoshing, who was far away from the Starry Empire's imperial palace, slowly stood up from his bedchamber. Ling Blood could contact her at any time, and she was not allowed to disobey all of Ling Blood's requests, so she asked faintly, now, right now, I am in the Great Canyon of Taishu. Ling Blood's voice came out. Hearing this, Bai Luoshing of course knew that Ling Blood had already come out of that ancient ruin. Although that boundary couldn't even be broken at the Saint Martial Heaven realm, Ling Blood was at the immortal extremity realm. He could certainly enter early and scour the inside. When Su Tian and the others went there some time later, of course, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get even a little bit of oil. Yes, please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Bai Luoshing then returned. Immediately afterward, she left the chambers and then came to the Starry Empire's Pill Pavilion and other places. Regulars were not allowed to come and go as they pleased in these important places, but she was the Empress, so of course she could do whatever she wanted. Thus, she took all the high-grade pills, weapons and the like stored in the Starry Empire and put them all into a storage ring. Then he took his storage ring with him and traveled to the Great Canyon of Taishu, the Grand Canyon of the Great Void. It didn't take long for a white spatial distortion to rise up ahead. Bai Luoshing came alone with a big belly. These are as much as I can get within my power and such. All for Your Majesty. She handed that storage ring to Ling Blood to come, like an absolutely loyal lackey. It wasn't like she felt stifled or had anything to lose by doing such a thing, for this was originally the will of the Emperor's seed. In the end, it's Su Tian who has something to lose anyway. Ling Blood received the storage ring with a faint smile, so that it would be considered fruitful. My demon race truly wants to coexist peacefully with Your Majesty. Your Majesty should be able to understand that. Bai Luoshing's voice then rang out. Ling Blood just smiled and didn't say much. Now the demon race still has the value of utilization. Wait until there is no value. The kill the same must be killed. Make peace? Being friends? The demon race is not worthy. Chapter 56. Who doesn't want to be Ling Blood's queen? Immediately afterward, Ling Blood turned around and threw the storage ring to Ling Xue. Take this back as well. And this is? At this moment, Bai Luoxing's gaze suddenly looked towards Ling Xue. Who is she? How come I've never seen this guy before? Such a stunning face, and the strength. Seems to be above oneself? Where did it come from? My future queen, Ling Blood said with a teasing smile. At these words, Ling Xue glared at him fiercely. I said it's not rare. After saying that, she took Ling Blood's 2 storage rings with her, turned around and waved her hand. Go! Immediately after that, she was taking Yun Ruoxi and the others, tearing through space together, returning to Beiming. It was a great outing. Not only had Yun Ruoxi reached the immortal extremity realm, but she also had enough materials to reach the immortal extremity realm. Of course, all of this was all dependent on Ling Blood to help. If Ling Blood didn't help her open this boundary, she wouldn't be able to enter. If Ling Blood ironically did not want her to reach the immortal extreme realm, she would not be able to do so. Sometimes she actually couldn't figure out what kind of mentality Ling Blood had towards herself. Ha, Empress? That's really enviable. Bai Luoxing gazed at the direction that Ling Xue and the others had left. In this world, there was really a woman that Ling Blood liked? And this woman, she even said that she didn't care about being Ling Blood's queen? Who wouldn't want to be Ling Bleat's queen if they could? She, Bai Luoxing, was definitely the first. If she could, she certainly wanted to control Ling Blood, not that one-dimensional idiot Su Tian. At this time, Ling Blood's blood-red eyes looked at Bai Luoxing and said meaningfully, your demon race has chosen a good place. This side of the small world chosen by the demon race had Ling Xue from the Great Main Realm, the Soul Yuanzhu, and the Ghost Wound from the Void Clan. That demon race emperor destined to be born in this side of the world in the future would be a failed emperor, an emperor who died young. If we had known that this side of the world would have someone like your majesty, our demon clan would only have not chosen this small world as a place for emperor cultivation. Bai Luoxing shook his head. The small worlds that their demon race chose to cultivate emperor seeds were the smallest kind of small worlds. It was difficult to give birth to an immortal extreme realm without the existence of an immortal extreme realm as well. Originally, this side of the small world was very suitable. Who knew that such an emperor as Ling Blood would pop up? When your demon race emperor is born, remember to tell me so that I can take a good look at your demon race's performance. Ling Blood smiled faintly, and then he waved his hand. A blood-red spatial distortion was slowly generated. Will not let your majesty down. Bai Luoxing bowed and spoke. Ling Blood stopped talking and took Feng Lingfang and everyone else with him, leaving together. With the departure of Ling Blood and the others, Bai Luoxing was left alone in midair. She looked at the bounded entrance and exit of the ancient ruins below, then shook his head helplessly. When it really was the case that all benefits were taken by Ling Blood, can't do anything about it now. Everything can only follow Ling Blood's wishes. Only after the demon emperor was born would he slowly take back everything. Aurora Hills, all full of people. The entire Extreme Bliss Villa had this harvest, and in the future, naturally, Ziyue would not be the only one at the Saint Martial Heavenly Realm. And Ling Blood's next step was to plan to live in the Extreme Bliss Villa until that demon emperor descended. Night, it's the moon and stars again. Ziyue once again painted on her makeup and once again changed into a seductive and slimming red dress. Once again, he carried the tea to Ling Blood's room. Then, met with Wind Spirit Frost again. The two women smiled at each other and didn't say anything more. Anyway, it's been clear for a long time what's going on in each other's minds. Is your majesty resting again? Ziyue exhaled. Maybe. Feng Lingfang gave a dry laugh. A cup of tea? Ziyue continued. Feng Lingfang nodded, and the two of them once again sat in the courtyard and chatted. In the middle of that ancient ruins, we were intoxicated with that ecstasy and have never been more active in front of His Majesty. Feng Lingfang beamed with a helpless face. But His Majesty is still unmoved and hasn't done anything to us. Is His Majesty really not thinking about us at all? Who knows? Ziyue let out a bitter smile. Perhaps we really don't have the same charisma as the Bing Empress. In terms of looks, they were indeed inferior to Ling Xue, although the difference was not that great. Moreover, today Ling Blood had personally said that Ling Xue was his future queen. Ling Xue was bound to end up being Ling Blood's woman, and there was no escaping this matter. With this one initiative, in the future, I won't dare to take the initiative again. Feng Lingfang then whispered, we're all like this and His Majesty isn't moved, so what's the use of being proactive in the future? Ziyue shook her head. That being said, she still couldn't give up lightly. What if there's still a chance? Perhaps when we also have the strength of the Bing Empress in the future. and are more capable of solving His Majesty's problems and more qualified to stand by His Majesty's side. His Majesty will take notice of us. Gzio smiled slightly. Feng Lingfeng took a deep breath. I hope so. Therefore, what they had to do in the future was to strive to become even better, and only then would they be qualified to stand beside Ling Blood. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye another small half-month passed. Biming Empire, Imperial Capital. Boom! Accompanied by an icy blue cold aura rising up to the sky, a vast breath of pressure instantly filled the entire heaven and earth. It caused the entire heaven and earth to be shaken, up and down the entire Imperial Capital. Everyone was tilting their heads at this moment. Then there was all a rush of ecstasy. Great! Your Majesty has also broken through the immortal extreme realm. I heard that before. His Majesty took General Yun and the girls on a trip outside, and after they came back, General Yun was already at the immortal extreme realm, and now with the addition of His Majesty, the Empire is 2 immortal extreme realms. In that case, what is there to fear from that great original imperial dynasty? Honestly, it's not like we have any deep hatred between Beiming and the Great Plains imperial dynasty. I would actually prefer to live in peace if I could. Truth be told, I actually didn't even have much of a fighting spirit when I fought with the Great Plains imperial dynasty twice before. Me too. A voice continuously filled the entire imperial capital and beyond. At this moment, deep within that palace, Ling Xue slowly stood up. After half a month's time of cultivation, she finally managed to reach the immortal extremity realm under the weight of those many materials. In fact, with her talent, if she could, any immortal extreme realm, any god realm, would actually be a breeze. Unfortunately, the world is too small. Far too small for her to unleash the light she was meant to shine. Immediately afterward, she slowly closed her eyes and her divine sense collected. Then, looking at the growing sprout within himself. Chapter 57, he should have been responsible for His Majesty. Watching the germination and growth of the seed within her is undoubtedly a blessing and instinct for any woman. But at this moment, Cold Snow's heart was a little torn. She didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. Thinking back to that day at the ancient ruins, that bastard Ling Blood had snatched his storage ring but eventually returned it to him. He knew that he would be a threat to him after he reached the immortal extreme realm, but he still gave it to himself. So he's not serious about his. Murphy. Colds now shook her head fiercely, putting those thoughts behind her. What do you care? Since he had decided that the child was his alone, it was his alone and had nothing to do with him. Immediately after that, Ling Xue swept out towards the outside. At this time, Yun Ruoshi and the others were waiting outside. Congratulations, Your Majesty. When they saw Ling Xue, all of them bowed slightly at her with delighted faces. Your Majesty has also reached the immortal extreme realm. This time, should not always be bullied by that great original emperor, right? 2 immortal extreme realms in the entire Biming could be no less than the Great Plains imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, the old minister, has something he wants to discuss with Your Majesty? Just then, the state master suddenly spoke. He'd wanted to have a good talk with Ling Xue about things concerning Biming and the Great Plains before, but as soon as Ling Xue came back, she went into seclusion, so she didn't have a chance. Now, since Ling Xue was out of the gate, then of course, he had to make it clear to Ling Xue at the first opportunity. Between the Great Plains imperial dynasty and the Biming Empire, they shouldn't be enemies. Cold Snow's figure slowly fell. Speak. The state master took a deep breath and then said, I hope that Your Majesty will forgive me if I have offended by the old minister's straightforward speech, but there's no harm in saying it. Colds now nodded. The state master first coughed dryly, and then he told Ling Xue what he and Windblade Rain had talked about that day. After saying that, he just hung his head down and waited for Ling Xue to be furious, also waiting for many of the Empire's top brass to count him out. After all, Her Majesty the Empress was born a king, and was already arrogant by nature, so how could she stoop to the level of others? To be the Empress of the Great Plains dynasty? This is a weak country forced to make peace. However, just as the state master waited for Ling Xue to become angry and waited for everyone to condemn him, no one spoke and Ling Xue did not become angry. Instead, it was Yun Ruoshi and the others who had an extremely strange expression on their faces. Then he looked at Colds now with a strange look, because they also realized with a jolt that the state master was right. Quite right. So, if Biming merges with Great Plains, and Your Majesty becomes the Empress of the Great Plains Emperor, then, the Biming Empire would exist in name only, and it would also grow stronger. That's the most plausible explanation for the success of Ohara and the failure of Ohara. And now, Her Majesty still had Ling Blood's child in her belly, and Her Majesty was clearly willing to keep the child. This direction is very much in line with the heavenly chances that came from the ancient mirrors peeping. Well, isn't that the end of it? As long as the two of them are married, everyone will be happy. Oh, Your Majesty, This is the will of heaven. Yun Ruoshi then said. That Great Plains Emperor also said in person that your majesty is his future empress, and he is obviously interested in your majesty as well. That was certainly evident to them. Ling Blood did have some fondness for bullying Ling Xue, but it also indirectly proves that he does have an interest in Ling Xue. Why doesn't he bully others but Ling Xue? And there existed a lot of tolerance and indulgence in him towards Ling Xue. Occasionally. That's practically all pampering in disguise. That great original emperor is indeed arrogant, but it is indeed a perfect match for your majesty in heaven. Yun Ruoshi continued. And he was supposed to be responsible for his majesty. The moment these words came out, the state master, who did not yet know that Ling Xue was pregnant, immediately changed his old face. He then asked, full of confusion, what does General Yun say about this? In charge? What is the responsibility? Then hasn't he? Something already happened between Ling Blood and their majesties? Being so asked by the national teacher, Yun Ruoshi has also immediately reacted to their own leakage of words. She hastily pursed her red lips and after glancing at Ling Xue, she hung her head and said nothing. Ling Xue said that this mustn't be publicized. Ling Xue, on the other hand, was contemplative at this time and did not say anything more. She turned her back to everyone and was silent. The ancient mirror that could peer into the future was something she had brought down from the great main realm. She knew very well that the ancient mirror could do no wrong. Now that I heard this analysis from the state master. So, could it be that all this is really God's will? That asshole, did you really have to take advantage of him? As a matter of fact, no one from these small worlds is qualified to be one's husband. But that Ling Blood, he is indeed similar to his own heart, and even his name will be inexplicably similar, as if this kind of thing like fate really exists. And he still has that King of the Void's soul element beat on him. In terms of potential, he was no less than himself, even above him. So what does do now? Do you have to tell him about your pregnancy after all? Boom, boom. Just then, just as Coldsnow was brooding and wondering what to do next, suddenly, two pillars of ice blue light fell steeply from the sky and landed in front of her. These two icy blue pillars of light seemed to come from beyond that infinitely far sky dome, cutting through the boundaries of infinitely far space. Unstoppable. What man? This sudden movement caused Yun Ruoshi and the others to have a steep change in color. It was because they all detected an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation from these two pillars of light. This terrifying aura was even more terrifying than the one that was released when Ling Xue broke through the immortal extreme realm just now. And when she saw these two pillars of light suddenly descending, Ling Xue's pupils suddenly dilated slightly, and her pretty face steeply sank. Are you kidding me? Favorably at such a time. Someone has come to pick himself up? Two icy blue pillars of light emitted a blinding light. It was only after a long time that it slowly dissipated. And as the ice blue light converged, two incomparably majestic figures were reflected in everyone's eyes. Those were two tall and slim figures, both of which were tightly wrapped in a heavy icy blue battle armor, revealing only a pair of eyes. It looked like two statues of powerful and dominant guards. Who is the visitor? Yun Ruoshi took out the lance with a wave of her jade hand, and the breath in her body flowed up. In the rear, many of the Biming's top brass were also in a state of readiness one by one. Are these two living beings? Where did it come from? How could you directly ignore the protective boundary of the imperial capital? What realm is the other side? What are you doing in Biming? Just then, just when everyone was ready to make a move, those two figures in battle armor, however, rushed at Ling Xue and knelt on one knee. See, divine maiden. It was from the Great Master Realm that they had come. The Great Master Realm. Supreme Divine Race. Chapter 58. Looking for Ling Bleed to finish the job. As for Ling Xue, she was the supreme goddess of the supreme god race, with supreme god power in her body. Namely, her ability to not die. More than 100,000 years ago, a great war occurred between the 8 supreme divine races of the Great Main Realm. The young Ling Xue, who is still living in exile. We were incompetent and it took us over 100,000 years to find the goddess, so I hope the goddess will forgive us. The two lifeguards in battle armor continued. Please also ask the goddess to quickly return to the clan and inherit the supreme god throne. Ling Xue, who had supreme divine power, was the heir to the supreme divine throne of their supreme god clan. The entire supreme god clan, and even the billions of living beings under the supreme god clan's banner, all needed Ling Xue. Ling Xue's ice blue beautiful eyes looked at the two divine guards in front of her and took a deep breath. She certainly knew that she had a great responsibility on her hands, and that billions of living beings throughout the supreme divine race were waiting for her return. She was the centerpiece of the entire supreme divine race and was indispensable. She also knew that sooner or later the clan would find her and take her back, but she hadn't expected that it would be now. Favoritism is now. Now that she was pregnant, there wasn't even a clear so-and-so between her and Ling Blood. How can we go back? But the problem was that the day she didn't return, the entire Supreme God clan would be in internal turmoil for a day. Okay, I'll go back with you, but not now. Ling Xue then slowly spoke. I still have some things to settle. There had to be a result between her and Ling Blood. Otherwise, it's impossible to leave without saying goodbye. The two divine guards looked at each other, then hung their heads and said, the divine maiden's status is precious, and the matter is of great importance. The patriarchs have ordered that if the goddess is found, she must be brought back at the first opportunity. There is no time to lose. Please also ask the goddess not to make things difficult for us. Right now, their entire supreme divine race was leaderless. Those clan patriarchs were on the verge of sitting down because they wanted to stop the unrest within the clan. So no matter what, Ling Xue must go back with them as soon as possible. Colds now took a deep breath. Of course she knew all this very well, so she did not refuse, and of course, didn't agree. She just then said lightly, I have another matter that needs to be resolved. There had to be a clear outcome between her and Ling Blood, otherwise she couldn't really just leave without saying goodbye with a baby in her belly. Hearing Cold Snow's words, the two divine guards glanced at each other again. Of course, they also knew that Ling Xue had already stayed in this side of the small world for more than 100,000 years, and there were bound to be many things that they would leave behind. It does need some tidying up. So, the two continued. Then, we will accompany the goddess to avoid accidents. Ling Xue's identity was too valuable for their supreme god clan. Nothing must go wrong. Therefore, since they had found Ling Xue, of course they had to keep an eye on Ling Xue at all times. If she wants to take care of anything, help her take care of the aftermath. Colds now nodded. Immediately after that, he turned around and faced Yun Ruoshi and everyone else. Your Majesty. At this time, Yun Ruoshi and the others were all completely dumbfounded. They have no idea what the hell is going on. These two guys actually know their majesties? And they call your majesty the goddess? What the hell is going on here? Earlier at that ancient ruins, her majesty had said that she came from another world, a greater world beyond the heavens. So, these two are from that world? Your majesty is equally honored in that world? Ling Xue gazed at Yun Ruoshi and the others, then shook her head helplessly. She took a deep breath and slowly said, what the state master said is not unreasonable, so, prepare for the merger of the Biming and Great Plains imperial dynasties. Since he was leaving, the Biming Empire that he had established in this side of the small world should of course be settled. And now, there really is no other way. The only way out was to merge into Ling Blood's Great Plains imperial dynasty. Hearing this from Ling Xue, Yun Ruoshi and everyone else was not understanding why she would suddenly make a decision so quickly. It was all about never bowing down to anyone before. Your Majesty is leaving? Will be back? At this time, Yun Ruoshi opened her mouth and asked. His Majesty is going back to where she came from. So in the future, will she not be able to see His Majesty? Colds now smiled faintly. She wasn't from this world in the first place, or even if she wasn't actually on the same level as this entire world at all. So there is indeed little likelihood of her returning when she goes back. Perhaps everyone in the entire Northern Sea will never see her again. That bastard. If he is really capable, Bei Ming submits to him. He will lead Bei Ming and lead all of you to look forward to a more expansive heaven and earth. Ling Xue then said slowly, by then, you will naturally still be able to see me. By virtue of Bei Ming's people, it was of course impossible to see her again. However, if Bei Ming joined the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty, there was a chance under Ling Blood's leadership. Ling Blood, that guy, although born in this side of the small world, but the ambition of its ambition, sooner or later one day is to reign in the world. He had that kind of determination and ambition, not to mention the soul elemental pearls in his possession. He can do it. May His Majesty now. Yun Ruoshi looked at Ling Xue's belly. Now she is pregnant. Who's going to take care of her if she leaves? Can the people of the Great Lord's realm take care of her? And what about Ling Blood? Who is the father of the child? What about Ling Blood? They want to take His Majesty back. I don't think Ling Xin will agree, right? After all, that guy himself said earlier that if His Majesty left, he would be unable to let go. I'll make the arrangements myself. You guys just prepare and merge with the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. Ling Xue said softly. You need not worry either. I will make everything clear with him. When it came down to it, of course she would arrange everything. Letting Ling Blood also know that she, the Biming Empire, was willing to submit. Ling Blood would gladly accept it. Also, the child in his belly had to be told. Yes, Yun Ruoshi and the others nodded. Then, one by one, they all looked at Ling Xue with dismay. So your Majesty is really leaving here? When will we meet again? If at all? Was Ling Blood really able to lead them to that greater world? Then, goodbye. Colds now then spoke faintly. After saying this, he turned around and waved his jade hand. and an ice blue space distortion was created steeply. Yunruoshi and all the others are full of reluctance, but at this moment there is nothing they can do. Greetings, Your Majesty. All of them only bowed slightly and shouted in unison. Ling Xue again turned back to take one more look at the top and bottom of the Bing Empire, and then with a faint smile, she walked into that spatial distortion. The two divine guards then followed. Now, go to Ling Blood and put an end to everything. Chapter 59. Your business. What has it got to do with me? Happy New Year, Aurora Hills. In a tranquil courtyard, Ling Blood sat cross-legged. At this time within his body, the soul elemental bead was once again fused and strengthened with many materials. These materials of course all came from that ancient site. On top of that, there was also the spirit drawing stone that Bai Luoxing had asked to bring from Su Tian earlier. Although these materials were not very advanced, they were relatively useful. When everything was fused, Ling Blood slowly opened his eyes. Now, the soul elemental bead's ability to devour and refine was raised by another small percentage. It could be said that one's cultivation speed was much faster than the vast majority of people even if they just slept on weekdays. Soul elemental beads are indeed perverted. Ling Blood was somewhat looking forward to it. If he activated all of his refining abilities, how terrifying would it be? Buzz! Right at this moment, above the sky dome of the Extreme Bliss Villa, an ice blue spatial distortion was suddenly slowly generated. Upon noticing the subtle movement, Ling Blood stood up slowly, then tilted his head back and smiled faintly. This woman would even come to herself voluntarily? Under Ling Blood's gaze, amidst the ice blue spatial distortion above the dome of the sky, Ling Xue and two divine guards slowly appeared, and when he saw those two divine guards behind Ling Xue, Ling Blood immediately frowned slightly. These two, wearing war armor don't feel too simple. Right at this moment, Ghost Wound's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Divine guards of the Supreme God race? Someone from the Supreme God race would even come to this side of the small world? The Supreme Divine race? Ling Blood looked at the two divine guards standing behind Ling Xue. It looks like they know each other, and they are of a lower status than this woman? Otherwise you wouldn't be standing behind Colds now, would you? They were stronger than Ling Xue, but looked more like Ling Xue's attendants. I got it. At this time, Ghost Wound suddenly realized, and hurriedly said in a shocked voice, this woman, she is the divine throne heir of the Supreme God clan. The power within her that even I can't see through is the supreme divine power of the Supreme Divine race. TSK. This little world on your side is really something. There's the soul elemental pearl, and then there's the supreme divine power. Before, she didn't know where Ling Xue came from, but only had a slight guess. Now that she saw the Supreme God race's people, she of course understood the whole thing. Supreme divine power? Ling Blood's eyes narrowed slightly. Was that the ability to not die? That ability is indeed sick. It's basically the same as being invincible in the same realm, with no solution. What level of existence is the Supreme Divine race you speak of? Ling Blood then asked curiously. Even if you put it in the endless worlds, it's still the topmost level of hegemony. Ghost Wound said in a deep voice. Let me put it to you this way. That king of our Void clan who came close to dominating the heavens and the world is the Supreme God realm. Oh, Ling Blood was slightly surprised. Then the existence behind this Ling Xue was indeed quite powerful. Above the God realm is the God Emperor realm. Above the God Emperor is the Extreme God realm. And beyond the Extreme God is the Supreme God. Ghost Wound continued. In the entire endless 10,000 realms, there are a total of 8 supreme divine powers, 8 supreme divine races, and each supreme divine race is one of the hegemons of the heavens. Ling Blood nodded. So, the Supreme God realm is the true highest realm. To transcend the ultimate state of man is to be a god. Beyond the god's extreme realm, it is supreme. Immediately after that, Ling Blood did not ask anything more, and swept up in a vertical movement to that mid-air. At this moment, everyone in the entire Extreme Bliss Villa was of course aware of Ling Xue's arrival. Immediately, Feng Lingfang and the others all poured out as well. Everyone's eyes were looking at the sky above that dome. Everyone is curious. What does this beaming female emperor want to do by taking the initiative to come to the door? What? Are you not ready to submit to the Great Plains? Above the sky dome, Ling Blood spoke first, always with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. On the opposite side of the room, Ling Xue was not able to laugh at all. At times like this, she really didn't have the heart to laugh. She just looked at Ling Blood with her icy blue beautiful eyes just like that, and after a few moments of contemplation, she gently spat out, I'm going to leave. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled again. So these two divine guards, they should be here to pick her up? So, you came to say goodbye to me? Ling Blood then asked. Rather, I didn't expect her to come and say goodbye. Was it because he had casually said earlier that he would miss her, and she had really listened to him? Across the room, Ling Xue took a deep breath. she certainly didn't come to say goodbye. She now wants a clear result between her and Ling Blood. She wanted to know Ling Blood's determination for her, so she then spoke. If I say I don't really want to go back, but they have to force me to go back, will you help me? Of course she was going back, and she certainly didn't really want Ling Blood to help her. She just wanted to know if Ling Blood was willing to help her. When Ling Xue said this, the two divine guards behind her looked confused under their helmets. Goddess? Not promised to take care of the aftermath, but you ended up getting help to take care of us? Then you should at least find one with power. This guy is only at the immortal extreme realm, while we, as divine guards, are all at the divine realm. How can he be a match for us? Ling Xue did not pay any attention to the reactions of the two divine guards, but instead stared at Ling Blood with a few pleas in her beautiful eyes. Then he said, they are all at the early stage of the god realm. I am not an opponent. Help me. She looked like she really needed help right now, and that look in her eyes was really longing for Ling Blood to help her. Of course, she didn't need Ling Blood to actually fight for her. All she needed was Ling Blood's nod, and everything would be enough. That's the real thing, just an attitude. However, in the face of this plea from Ling Xue, Ling Blood only smiled faintly, then slowly spit out a sentence. What does your business have to do with me? Since the other party was two god realms, he was certainly undefeatable. How is it possible to do a pointless fight just for the sake of Ling Xue? Also, it always feels like she's lying. These two divine guards were her subordinates, and if she didn't leave, could the other party really force them? The moment Ling Blood said this, Ling Xue's heart sank. So what was his earlier comment about not being able to give up? What does he not want to give up? Where does his reluctance manifest itself? In his heart, he himself was at most an object that could be bullied at will. Ling Xue exhaled a long breath, and the top of her pretty face was filled with loss. There was even a slight mist in those beautiful eyes. She then smiled bitterly. Okay, then after that, I'll never see you again. Hearing this, Ling Blood instantly frowned slightly, his blood-red eyes looking at Ling Xue's dejected and lost pretty face. What's that look on her face? Could she really need help? Could it be that she really didn't want to leave and these two divine guards really wanted to force her to go? Farewell. Immediately after that, Colds now said in a disheartened voice, and then just turned around. Since Ling Blood didn't care about her, she would never have any relationship with Ling Blood from now on. As for the child in her belly, that was also her own business and had nothing to do with Ling Blood. Wait. Right at this moment, just when Ling Xue had already lost all hope, Ling Blood suddenly shouted again. Immediately after that, he asked Ghostwound in his mind. You said before that the God Realm will be able to help you to unlock the confinement, such as unlocking the confinement. Can these two godly guards deal with it? Chapter 60, I can help you. Hearing Ling Blood ask this question, Ghostwound's voice immediately sounded in his mind. A mere early stage of the divine realm. If it was me at my full strength, it would be nothing more than a wave of my hand to exterminate them. In her full-blown state, she would indeed not place the so-called God Realm in her eyes. After all, she was, in the end, a void demon envoy of the Void Clan. Although it wasn't the supreme God Realm, it was still an existence of the extreme God Realm. But, how do you mean to open the confinement on me? Ghostwound then asked curiously, wanting to open the confinement on her. The God Realm was only the starting point. Ling Blood, on the other hand, was only at the immortal extreme realm and was still too far away. Could Ling Blood have any ideas? I naturally can't open your confinement now, but they can. Ling Blood smiled faintly, and as he spoke, his gaze looked at the two divine guards across from him. It was true that one could not open the confinement on the Ghostwound, but weren't there two early God Realm existences on the opposite side? Using them, it can be done. Ling Blood then said in his mind, since the two divine guards are not in your eyes, I will help you open the confinement, and you will help me solve them. Hearing Ling Blood's words, Ghostwound smiled faintly, and of course, he knew what Ling Blood was planning to do now. This is indeed a law of sorts. So she continued, at the early stage of the God Realm, I can only unlock a small part of the seal on my body and release part of my power, and I will still be imprisoned here. But I can release my power and lend it to you. Partial power? Can it deal with these two divine guards? Ling Blood asked. It's just two early stage God Realm stages. Even if it's just part of my power, of course it's completely sufficient. Ghostwound was very confident. Good. Then I will help you open part of the seal, Ling Blood said indifferently. Deal. Ghostwound smiled. Even if she could only unleash a small portion of her power, she would of course be more than happy to do so. Halfway across the room, Ling Xue stopped in her tracks when she heard Ling Blood's voice. Then he turned back slightly and looked at Ling Blood with an expressionless face. Is there anything else? On the opposite side, Ling Blood took a deep breath. his gaze looking at her aggrieved pretty face. You seem to think that I am very much eating this set of yours? She plays pathetic every time she asks for something. It was the same before at that ancient ruin, and it was the same right now. And yourself? And indeed, there was something about seeing her look so pathetic. If you don't help, then you don't need to say anything. Ling Xue returned with a hopeless look on her face. She just wanted to see if Ling Blood really had herself in his heart. Since Ling Blood had said that it had nothing to do with him now, there was nothing more he could say for himself. From now on, it's just a matter of drawing a clear line with Ling Xin. I can help you. At this time, Ling Blood's voices then sounded, but, I never do losing business. If I help you, you can give me what benefits I can bring? Hearing this, Ling Xue's willow brows slightly furrowed. Benefits? You're still thinking about favors? Couldn't you have done it simply for me? Ling Xue somewhat did not want to continue to pay attention to Ling Blood, but after hesitating for a moment, she still took a deep breath. Since this guy was able to say such words, it was good enough to prove that he did have a certain amount of will was to help himself. So, she continued, I can tell you, even in this side of the small world can break the pole as soon as possible to become a god method. When these words came out, Ling Blood smiled slightly. That's kinda a valuable deal. Deal. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was an arc, and then the blood-red eyes looked toward the two divine guards and faintly said, You have to take her away? Naturally, both divine guards nodded. Since he had found Ling Xue, then no matter what, he had to bring Ling Xue back as soon as possible. They, the Supreme Divine Clan, needed Ling Xue to sit in on the town. You guys might not be too sure. Ling Blood smiled slightly and continued, She is actually my future queen, my woman. Since she is unwilling, no one can force her. When these words came out, the two divine guards were stunned. This guy even said that their Supreme God Clan's goddess is his woman? Ridiculous. Under this universal sky, looking at the endless 10,000 worlds, would there be a man worthy of their supreme goddess? This emperor, isn't he a bit of an ignoramus? And that's not what he said just now. Just now he said it had nothing to do with him. While hearing Ling Blood's words, at this time, Ling Xue did not say anything. In the past, she would have more or less retorted. But now, it was as if she had acquiesced. If you must force her to go back, of course you can, provided you can leave alive. Ling Blood's voice then sounded. Cold's now was, after all, a woman she had touched. Since she was in such need of help nowadays, and had also made an offer, then he could indeed help her out reluctantly. On the opposite side, those two divine guards glanced at each other, then both smiled coldly. Not bad for an emperor. Indeed rampant, but it's a pity that they don't know the height of heaven. A mere immortal extreme realm. Still trying to kill them? If they wanted to take Ling Xue away, there would be no one to stop them in this side of the small world. Try it? Ling Blood just smiled faintly. On the opposite side, both divine guards didn't continue with their nonsense, stepping forward and stopping in front of Ling Xue. And then, two vast breath pressures filled the air. No matter if it was anyone who wanted to stop them from leading the goddess back, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Since this guy was so confident, then of course they didn't mind letting the other party see what it meant to be beyond the sky. As the two divine guards released their aura, the atmosphere in midair immediately began to freeze up. A great battle seems to be on the verge of breaking out. Below, the entire Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa, Wind Spirit Frost and the others, were also ready to strike at any time. Since Ling Blood had already said that Ling Xue was his woman, then Ling Xue was his woman, and no one could stop it. Someone wanted to take away Ling Xue, and if Ling Blood didn't agree, they naturally wouldn't either. If you kill him, from now on, the endless 10,000 realms will only have 7 supreme god races. In midair, Ling Xue, who was standing at the back, suddenly whispered, in fact, as long as Ling Blood is willing to help her, she is already satisfied. But right now, looking at how confident Ling Blood was, she also wanted to see if Ling Blood was really hiding any means. The moment Ling Xue said this, the eyes of those two divine guards underneath their helmets changed slightly. How could Goddess Sama say such a thing? So, this man is important to Goddess Sama? Could it be true that the goddess was his woman, as this guy said? That's fine. It should be okay to not kill the other person, but just teach them a lesson, right? Boom! Right at this moment, Ling Blood on the opposite side had already taken the lead. The blood-red aura surged out, and it was directed towards the two divine guards on the opposite side of the room. Chapter 61. Could it be that Ling Blood is the king of that Void Clan? On the opposite side, the two divine guards both snorted coldly, looking for death. Boom! After saying that god realm aura within their bodies all steeply spread out, and then, at the same time, two icy blue cold chi simultaneously shot explosively towards Ling Blood. With their strength, if they wanted to defeat Ling Blood, of course, Just one move would already be enough. One move. Split the difference. However, when those two icy blue auras on their bodies shot off in a steep explosion, in front of the opposite Ling blood, the black soul elemental bead was the first thing to emerge, and after that, it absorbed all of their attacks. Not only did the two early God Realm attacks fail to cause any damage to Ling blood, instead, all of their attacks were forcefully swallowed away by the soul elemental pearl, and then, bombarded on top of the seal of the ghost injury inside the hybrid bead. Boo! Accompanied by a muffled sound. At that instant, that will be the ghost injury imprisonment of the huge chain above the dense array pattern. Part of the pattern is directly dim collapse and go. It was true that the early stages of the God Realm could not completely unseal her, but unlocking a small portion of the seals was possible. When that small portion of the seal was lifted, Ghost Wound twisted his neck viciously. It's been a long time coming. The next moment, she was coldly smiling. Come, let you feel the power of a truly strong person. In mid-air, Ling Blood's next moment was to put away the soul elemental bead and integrate it into himself. At the same time, that terrifying power of the void released from within the Ghost Wound's body instantly filled his entire body. Boom! A roaring sound resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. A blood-red breath pressure instantly filled the air. It caused the entire Extreme Bliss Mountain Villa and beyond, the heavens and earth to tremble wildly. Below, everyone in the entire Extreme Bliss Villa was shaking violently at this moment. Those with weak strength even had their chi and blood stagnate instantly. What is this? What a terrifying pressure. Is your majesty breaking through to a higher realm again? How did you break through again so quickly? How powerful is this? It's like the gods have descended. Everyone was sensing that terrifying pressure that was suddenly released from within Ling Blood's body. Under this vast pressure, everyone was feeling so small. This is a power that has truly risen above all things in this world. It's as if the Ling Blood at this moment is already a real, godlike existence. But again, this pressure was somewhat peculiar, as it was not a mere aura pressure, more like a very different kind of power, the power of the void. And when the power released by Ghost Wound instantly fused with Ling Blood, the two divine guards across the street both had a steep change of color. What was that appeared in front of Ling Blood the moment they struck just now? It looks like a bead? That bead seems to be able to absorb their attacks? Then, Ling Blood inexplicably and suddenly went from the immortal extreme realm, breaking the extreme to become a god. How is that possible? How is it possible to be so fast? Breaking through a realm in an instant? And without a divine source as a guide, how could one break the pole and become a god? What kind of monster is he? At this moment, these two divine guards' views on Ling Blood had already undergone a sea change. This guy seems to be far from being as simple as imagined. It's not as if he doesn't know what he's doing. Rather, it really has that bottom line. Wait, this is the power of the void? Just then, one of the divine guards suddenly spoke up. That's right. He was able to sense that the force emanating from Ling Blood at this moment that was even more powerful than them was not spiritual power. Rather, it is the power of the void that comes from the void. Why? At this moment, not only were these two divine guards somewhat surprised, even Ling Xue was filled with confusion. This asshole could be from the Void Clan? And so on. Right at this moment, an extremely crazy guess suddenly tumbled out of Ling Xue's mind. Ling Blood's sudden outburst now was an extremely strong force of emptiness. And Ling Blood has the soul Yuan bead of the King of the Void on his body. Is it possible that? Could it be that he is the long-fallen King of the Void of that Void Clan? The King of the Void, not completely dead. Thinking of this, Ling Xue's face suddenly changed violently again. This guy was arrogant by nature and extremely ambitious. Plus he had the soul elemental pearl and the power of the void. It may be possible that one's own guess is really not wrong. The King of the Void who had almost unified the heavens and the worlds in the beginning had not completely perished. He is still alive. And he is Ling Blood. If that's the case, this is a serious problem. In mid-air, when that vast void power within the Ghost Wound's body instantly filled his entire body, Ling Blood slowly raised his palm and slightly clenched his fist. Is this the so-called God Realm? A very different feeling indeed. It was far from being comparable to the immortal extreme realm. Nice. The corner of Ling Blood's mouth was hooked in a cold smile. In the next moment, his figure violently shot up explosively towards the two divine guards on the opposite side. Boom! Vast blood-red void power gathered crazily above his fist, transforming into a blood-red fist seal that fell steeply. On the opposite side, the two divine guards both had a heavy expression on their faces, not slacking off in the slightest. The aura in his body surged out crazily, fronting Ling Blood's punch. Boo! The blood-colored fist seal fell, and at that instant, a muffled sound violently erupted above that heavenly dome. A terrifying shockwave instantly erupted, and the surrounding mountains and earth, all of them trembled and exploded. Those two divine guards were both shaken back a distance under this punch. At this moment, their expressions under their helmets were all slightly grave. It was only now that they seemed to be understanding why Lord Goddess had sought this fellow out as a helper. Because this guy is not at all what he seems. This sudden outburst of power was even above them. Boom! Right at this moment, Ling Blood's figure once again shot up explosively. The blood-red void power kept raging, and there was a frantic attack towards those two divine guards. In the face of Ling Blood's frantic attack, the two divine guards both had stony expressions as they met the battle head-on. But, is a bit inviting. The power that this guy suddenly erupted with was at least in the middle stage of the divine realm, or even the late stage. Now, that's a bit of a problem. Bang bang. A muffled sound continued to spread out in mid-air as those two divine guards continued to retreat under the chaotic fist blasts of Ling Blood. In the blink of an eye, the ice-blue battle armor on their bodies was still a blast. Although it is true that the ghost injury has only released some of its power, it is true that it has also been completely enough to crush them. Boo! Another loud sound filled the entire heaven and earth, and those two divine guards instantly shot out. Swish! In the next moment, before they could stabilize their forms, Ling Blood had already swept in like an instantaneous movement, and each of his two hands clasped their necks. And then, the blood-red void power coalesced crazily above Ling Blood's palm. It seemed like the next moment he was planning to settle these two divine guards directly. The two divine guards also both had their pupils shrink, and a never-before-seen feeling of despair and fear instantly filled their entire bodies. Don't kill them! Just then, Ling Xue's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 62, I didn't want to spare you. She just wanted to see if Ling Blood was willing to help her. As long as Ling Blood was willing, everything was actually enough. It was just that she really didn't expect that Ling Blood would actually be able to help her. These two divine guards of the divine realm were not even his opponents? How unfathomable is he? And how many secrets are still hidden in him? Only dead people can keep their mouths shut. Ling Blood clasped his palms around the necks of those two divine guards, his blood-red breath flowing crazily, and did not intend to stop. If they didn't kill these two, after they returned, wouldn't that supreme god race send even more powerful people? Hearing Ling Blood's words and feeling that stern killing intent coming from Ling Blood's hands, those two divine guards immediately panicked a bit. This guy is really going to kill them. Lord Goddess. Immediately, both divine guards rushed to Ling Xue for help. We're just following orders, and we don't mean any harm, so we don't really have to kill, do we? They also never expected that the help that Lord Goddess had found would actually be able to take care of them. Since they've already found me, my side of the Supreme God clan has naturally already known about it. Ling Xue slowly said, it's useless for you to kill them, it's just adding to the enmity. They don't mean any harm, let them go. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled coldly, and only then was it a handful of those two divine guards casually thrown away. Both divine guards swept back in a hurry and stood behind Ling Xue, not daring to speak or do anything else. At this moment, of course, they realized that the self-righteous are actually themselves. So, what did you let me help you with? Ling Blood's blood-red eyes looked at Ling Xue. Since the people of the supreme divine race already knew about it, even if he was able to deal with these two divine guards right now, the supreme divine race's side would immediately send more powerful people. One certainly couldn't keep helping her soldier on. Enough already. Ling Xue suddenly smiled softly. In the next moment, she walked forward and took the initiative to pull Ling Blood's hand, and then with a buzzing sound, an ice-blue cold air swept up crazily, forming a fully enclosed boundary that enveloped the two of them. Those two divine guards didn't say anything more when they saw this scene. Since this guy has an extraordinary relationship with Goddess-sama, let them say their goodbyes. He won't hurt the goddess. Inside the ice-blue boundary, Ling Xue's jade hand gently held Ling Blood's palm. After I return to the great main realm, I will be safe, so you don't have to worry. She then said softly, worried? These words are the words that make Ling Blood a little confused. Are you a little melodramatic? Saying goodbye is goodbye. What's the point of taking your hand and being so gentle now? You go back to your own home. What do I have to worry about? I am not so reluctant to give up. But you seem to be quite reluctant to give up me? Ling Blood then faintly laughed. Right now she seems like she really can't let herself go? You hated yourself so much before, but now when you really have to separate, you realize you can't let go? Oh, women. Hearing Ling Blood's words, Ling Xue frowned slightly. This asshole just can't say anything nice. Forget it. What's the point of bothering him now? Taking a deep breath, Ling Xue's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Blood, then softly said, Ling Blood, I should have hated you. Hearing this, Ling Blood was unimpressed. Well, then what? Ling Xue did not say anything more. Only in the next moment, she suddenly pulled Ling Blood's palm and slowly placed it on the location of her belly. This sudden movement instantly caused all the smiles on Ling Blood's face to instantly converge. Through that single layer of soft veil, He gently placed his palm on the location of Ling Xue's belly. At this moment, he is naturally already able to sense that in her body, the new life that is being nurtured. Immediately, Ling Blood's brows were just tightly furrowed together, his blood-red eyes staring at Ling Xue in death. For a moment, not a word could be said. She's actually pregnant? She has her own child in her belly? And he did not care before, did not carefully sense, so did not find. No wonder that day at the ancient ruins, when she snatched her storage ring, she was able to show that aggrieved expression in front of herself. It's no wonder that today's farewell was somewhat inexplicably melodramatic on her part. Why didn't you tell me in the first place? Ling Blood frowned, then asked in a deep voice. She should have found it when she was at that ancient site as well. She should have told herself that time. Tell you what for? I was going to never tell you. Ling Xue glared at him and then said, I didn't want to spare you, but I can't really leave the child without a father. Hearing this, Ling Blood laughed again. He then took Ling Xue gently into his arms with one hand. I did go a little overboard with you before. It hadn't been her intention in the first place, and she did feel a little bit sorry for her, to say the least. Only a little? Ling Xue's icy blue eyes glared at him. It is more than a little excessive to bully and plunder yourself at every turn. It simply doesn't get any more outrageous than him. TSK is not simple. The Supreme God Clan's Supreme Goddess was actually taken care of by you? Ghost Wound's voice also sounded within Ling Blood's mind. With supreme divine power within her, Ling Xue was destined to stand at the top of this endless million worlds in the future. And now, she even had Ling Blood's seed in her stomach, and it looked like she was planning to keep the baby. Then the relationship between her and Ling Blood naturally needs no further explanation. In this way, even if Ling Blood went to the Great Master Realm in the future, he would still be considered a connected person. So, you really must go back now? Ling Blood then returned to the topic. Indeed, one would have had nothing to give up, but now that she had her own child in her belly, that was of course a different matter. I must go back. The billions of living beings under the banner of the Supreme Divine Race need someone to be on top of that Supreme Divine Throne. Ling Xue nodded. If I could have gotten a method myself, I would have gone back a long time ago. It was not forced by the clan, but her own mission and responsibility. It's just that she hadn't been able to do anything about it before, and she couldn't go back until now when the people of the God Clan came looking for her. Billions? Ling Blood laughed. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration for the metaphysical world to love to use that word? Under each Supreme Divine Race, there are countless worlds of all sizes, domain lands of all sides, and billions of living beings do exist. Ghost Wound's voice resounded in Ling Blood's mind. Therefore, the billions of living beings that Colds now spoke of was not an exaggeration. As I said, you don't have to worry, as I am the Supreme God Clan's Supreme God Seat successor. I am the Supreme Leader. Colds now went on. The child and I, we will be safe. So, that being said, this is really nothing more than a simple goodbye. Hearing this, Ling Blood gently wrapped his arms around her. That said, it always felt a little wrong if I wasn't around. You don't have to worry about me and the baby. Right now, I'm rather scared of you. Ling Xue then tilted her head up, her ice blue beautiful eyes staring at Ling Blood. Chapter 63 Ling Blood. You tricked me. Hearing this, Ling Blood instantly frowned slightly. What are you afraid of me? He then laughed. I admit that I wasn't too gentle with you before, but I'm actually not that vicious. Am I? Where did your soul elemental pearl come from? And where did the power of the void that suddenly erupted within you come from? Ling Xue looked at Ling Blood and asked with a straight face. Are you a member of the Void Clan? That's what she's afraid of. Of course, it was that guess of hers that she feared the most. Ling Blood is the king of that Void Clan. If that is the case, then he would be the common enemy of the entire endless realm, the 10,000 races of the heavens, a true great devil, and she, herself, is pregnant with this big devil's child. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled and shook his head. So that's what she's afraid of. Ha, I am certainly not of the Void Clan. Ling Blood then said, that soul yuan bead is what I obtained by chance. As for this power of the void, is also obtained by chance, borrowed only. Really? Ling Xue's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Blood, her pretty face serious. Do I have any reason to lie to you? Ling Blood said. Ling Xue took a deep breath and didn't ask any more questions. It was also true that now that she was pregnant with his child, then she and he should always be in the same boat no matter what. He had no reason to lie to himself. I also hope that he really isn't the king of that Void Clan. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xue continued. After I leave, the Biming Empire will submit to your Great Plains Imperial Dynasty. You should not make another move against Biming. Hearing this, Ling Blood smiled again. He wrapped one arm around Ling Xue, and lifted his other hand to gently caress her white, delicate and pretty face. I told you long ago that you are my empress, and that Beihai should naturally be under the Great Plains Imperial Dynasty as well. This time, Colds now did not retort. At this point, she had to admit that indeed everything had to be cheap for this guy. Since you went back of your own free will, I'll take it as a return to your mother's house. Ling Blood then said, when all the troubles are resolved, I will just go to the Great Master Realm to look for you. There's not really any trouble right now. It was just a grudge against Su Tian and the demon race. Once that was settled, the march into the Great Main Realm would begin. Aha! Ling Xue nodded once more, then continued, I've seen demon kings descend elsewhere before. The demon king in this side of the small world shouldn't take long to be born, not more than 3 months. A demon king is a specially bred gifted seed of the demon race, born at the immortal extreme realm. Each demon emperor seed, which was sown by the demon mother goddess, is equipped with a divine origin and can be directly cultivated to break through the divine realm. Moreover, demon kings can devour other living beings, thus strengthening themselves, and every demon king will go from being born to reaching the god realm again very quickly. The method I said earlier that would allow you to reach the god realm even in this side of the small world is to utilize the demon king, but now it seems, you don't need to, because within Ling Blood's body, the power of the divine realm existed in itself, and there was no shortage of divine sources in the first place. It's needed. Of course it's needed. Ling Blood, however, smiled coldly. There was certainly no shortage of divine origin himself, but that demon king can devour other living beings to enhance his cultivation. This of course must be utilized. Let the demon king go and devour other living beings to enhance his cultivation, and he will refine and devour the demon king again. Let it be reduced to its own tool. Also, the Biming ice wall. After I leave, there will only be a touch of pure spiritual energy left there, which you can also refine and absorb. Colds now continued. Since we're leaving, it's certainly a good idea to have all the aftermath in place. Ling Blood nodded, then smiled. You don't need to worry about my affairs. You only need to take care of yourself and your child. Ling Xue smiled gently and continued. There is one more thing you must remember. When you go to the Great Master Realm in the future, don't casually let anyone know that you have soul elemental pearls on you. That soul elemental pearl was something that everyone, including the supreme divine race, wanted to get their hands on. Once it was exposed, it was bound to be frantically scrambled for by powerful people from all sides. Ling Blood nodded. This was something he was certainly aware of. After saying everything, Ling Xue took a deep breath, then looked at Ling Blood and said, then, let go of me. Ling Blood, however, did not let go, but instead wrapped her arms around her more tightly. Should we leave later? Hearing this, feeling the force coming from Ling Blood's hands, and looking at Ling Blood's face that was getting closer and closer, Ling Xue hurriedly broke away from his embrace, then coldly snorted. Although I said a lot with you today, I still haven't said that I want to forgive you. The Supreme God clan behind me is the topmost existence in the endless worlds. That day you said in the middle of the ancient ruins that you would trample the endless worlds and even the Void clan under your feet. If you fail to do so, and the child is born in another day, and everyone else laughs at the child's father for being nothing more than a mouth breather, then it will be your own responsibility. I'm not going to disgrace the child, but whether you will, that's your business. Me and the baby, waiting to see your so-called ambitions. After saying that, she waved her jade hand. The icy blue boundary annihilated away a little bit. Ling Blood and Ling Xue were reflected in everyone's eyes. They were just facing each other. 4 eyes. In the next moment, Ling Blood smiled faintly. You'll see. We are waiting for you in the Great Main Realm. Colds now also smiled slightly. After she said that, she finally stopped lingering and swept in a single bound, coming in front of those 2 divine guards. After another deep glance with Ling Blood, she gently beckoned. Go! Yes, the 2 divine guards nodded, and then the cold chi in their bodies erupted out, and with a boom, they turned into a pillar of ice blue light that went straight into the sky. When the last bit of the icy blue light column converged, the 3 figures of Ling Xue had already disappeared. Between her and Ling Blood, there was certainly a very clear ending now. So, of course, she can go back without fear. Next, she would be in the midst of that Supreme God clan, waiting for Ling Blood to arrive. Based on your relationship with this woman alone, in the future, even eating soft rice in the Great Lord Realm will be completely sufficient. Ghost Wound's voice rang out in Ling Blood's mind. You are truly lucky to have taken advantage of the situation and taken down a supreme goddess. Ling Blood smiled slightly. Luck did exist. As for being a soft touch, he certainly couldn't be that kind of person. When one said that he would dominate the heavens and reign over the 10,000 realms, he would definitely do it. Well, now, give me back my power. Ghost Wound continued. However, as soon as these words came out, Ling Blood had his hands behind his back, then slowly spit out a sentence. Sorry, I seem to have accidentally refined it. What did you say? Ghost Wound was stunned. The next thing that happened was a violent reaction. Ling Blood. You tricked me. The deal was just to lend him the power. As a result, he directly refined and absorbed it? He never actually intended to give it back to himself in the first place. Did he? And by accident? How could you be so careless?